Eduardo Mondale. Mozambique. From Portuguese colonization to national liberation to the people of Mozambique. Thanks. Many people have brought me their ideas, their encouragement and their work and have thus made this book possible. Among them, I express my gratitude to Margaret Dickinson and Sergio Vieira who collected and organized much research materials. Forward. On February 3, 1969, 10 years ago, Eduardo Mondale was murdered in Dar es Salaam. The life and death of Eduardo Mondale belong to the Mozambican people and the FREL/MO. He founded TE June 25, 1962 to lead your liberation from his yoke people of Portuguese colonialism and imperialism, to lead the construction of a new Mozambique, freed from the exploitation of man by man. The life of Eduardo Mondale, that of his people and the FREL/MO that he chaired until his death, the book that we present here relate them. Mozambican people, resistant since the arrival of Vasco da Gama on the Mozambican coast in 1498. Resistant to an economical operating system, put in place gradually, resisting a system of domination, political action, using brutal violence but also mission through your peaceful ways too from division and alienation. Resisting first through local armed revolts, then through the expression of a cultural nationalism which will form in the 50s the generation of the first militiamen members of the FREL/MO. With your FREL/MO foundation, and above all you trigger of the armed struggle on September 25, 1964, the account of the first fight opens this book. The resistance of the Mozambican people reached a new stage, that of which a people builds its independent personality. As Mondale writes, the purpose of this book is to show what Portuguese colonization really meant, trusted for Africans, to trace the true origins of war, to try to indicate what the struggle for those who participate in it and what emerges from it in terms of new social structures that can help shape the Africa of the future. 2. As for the significance of the death of Eduardo Mondale, we would like to present it through documents. 5. That the FREL/MO developed during the first meetings of its Central Committee which followed the assassination of the President Tooth of the FREL/MO, and through the first editorials of the official organ of this movement, La Voix de la Révolution. Thus the text of the struggle for Mozambique, translated English by the Mozambique Information Center and Group Afrique Lausanne, is followed by a certain number of annexes. First, the last message sent by Eduardo Mondale to the Mozambican people as president of the FREL/MO, at the beginning of the year 1969. Then the declaration of the FREL/MO Central Committee about the assassination of Eduardo Mondale, the Voice of the Revolution, June 1969, the editorial of the Voice of the Revolution on the eve of first anniversary of his assassination, January 1970, the editorial of the Voice of the Revolution drawing up the review of the third session of the Central Committee, 11 to 21 April 1969, an editorial from the Voice of the Revolution of January 1970 entitled "RR Contradictions Within Us IL." Finally, the communiqué of the fourth session of the Central Committee, 9 to 14 May 1970. To Mozambican people, in the name of all of you. The FREL/MO solemnly proclaims today the general armed uprising of the Mozambican people cane against Portuguese colonialism until the of the complete independence of Mozambique. Proclamation addressed to the people of Mozambique only by the Central Committee of FREL/MO, on occasions of the declaration of war, September 25, 1964. The first fight. September 25, 1964. Province of Cabo Delgado. During the clandestine maneuvers in September, I received an urgent call from Mueda. The managers of the operation of the areas of Monte Puez, Macimbo da Praia and Porto Amelia were summoned. There was and there were with me the other operational managers. We had been called to hear instructions from the Central Committee, regarding dating the day when we were going to begin our attacks against Portuguese troops. On September 20th, we received this information: the fight would start on the 25th. We have immediately began to organize ourselves. We have alerted the managers of each zone, Muedum, Macimbo da Praia, Monte Puez, Chai, Macimbo do Rubum, Nangade, Diaca, to organize groups of saboteurs. Their tasks would be to sabotage bridges, railways, and roads, by digging trenches or by posing tree trunks to impede them. We them said to start work at 6 p.m. on the 24th. We explained to them how they should post what a few men on watch while the team worked. My task was to lead the attack against Chai. Other groups. 7. Ps would attack other areas. I left Muada for my area, where I arrived on September 23. I informed the comrades of the day when the struggle was to begin. We aircraft 16 weapons, 6 machine guns, 6 rifles, and 4 PIS automatic locks. We chose a group of 12 comrades, and we left behind some weapons for base defense. On the morning of the 25th, we arrived at the town of Chai. We walked without our shoes for fear of being discovered and tracked because of our boots. The city included an administrative building TIF, the house of the chef du poste, the house of the manager of Saga 1, a cotton company, shops, a hospital tal, a prison, and the houses of the policeman and the police white. We camped near Lake Chai. I said to one of our comrades who were in uniform to put on civilian clothes and to reconnoitre the city. I put a bandage at his feet, so that he can pretend to be hurt. He went to the city medical station, stayed there some time, then went up to the administration building. He began to discuss with an African who revealed to him where the troops slept. The white soldiers slept were behind the house of the chef du poste, the officials' children slept in the house, the black soldiers were sleeping in the administration building. This Mozambican also says to our comrade that sentries were posted under the veranda of the administrative building and the house of the chef du poste. The guerrilla stayed a while longer, toured the house of the chef du poste and the principal sound, then returned to the administrative building. He lives 3 trucks leaving, and learned that they were going out for an expedition. Hunting. They went hunting every day. After, every evening a truck went on patrol. Our camera raid came back with this information. I made a plan of attack. A submachine gun would neutralize African troops in the administrative building. I decided to concentrate the attack against the house where the chef du poste was and the officers. I indicated to each comrade his place to the attack. They had to remain camouflaged under the mango trees. At 4 p.m. we went out into the open. At 6 p.m. res, we were at the post, in our places. The Portuguese began to light the lamps in the houses. At 19 hours, we advanced to the house of the chef du poste. As we moved on, the trucks that were gone for the hunt returned and came between us and the house. 8. They unloaded the animals that had been killed. We watched their every move. No one lives us. When they had unloaded, the soldiers returned in the truck and set off again on the road to Macomia. The trucks disappeared. We thought they were gone patrol. The guard came and sat down at the door of the house. Sound of chef du poste, sitting on a chair. It was a white. I approached the guard to attack him. My shot was to be the signal for the attack. The attack had place at 9 p.m. When he heard the shots, the chef du poste opened the door and went out. He was fired on it and they killed him. Apart from him, 6 other Portuguese were killed in this first attack. The explanation given by the Portuguese authorities was accidental death. We withdrew. The next day we were chased by troops, but we were far away, and they could not find us. This small operation, reported here in the terms of its commander, was one of the first battles of the war currently being waged by the Front de Liberación do Mozambique against the Portuguese. It took place in the province from the north, Cabo Delgado, in conjunction with other coordinated actions, September 25, 1964, to mark the start of the armed struggle. If events continue to follow the course they have taken for the past 4 years, this date may well become one of the most important not only from the history of Mozambique, but from the history of the African continent. To date, relatively few people have perceived and explained the importance of Mozambique. The world press, and even the African press, rarely talk about it. Africa Portuguese has traditionally been an obscure part from the continent. The Portuguese did not welcome the other foreigners, and even recently they have been making difficulties to all those who wanted to do serious researches over the parts of Africa under their control, whether either on subjects such as social sciences, economics, and anthropology, or in the seemingly neutral field natural sciences. The result is the poverty of information on these regions and especially on Mozambique, where the Portuguese themselves did less work than in Angola. A good illustration of this ignorance of Mozambique is this remark made in 1962, 2 years before the 9. outbreak of the war, by a man who had studied quite in detail the Angolan situation. It can be argued that in some parts of Africa then Portuguese, particularly in Mozambique, the regime Portuguese maintained an atmosphere of peace and contentment apparent. 1. Many people, quite well informed about the countries of French-speaking and English-speaking Africa, have difficulty in locate Mozambique on a map. If it is less common today than a few years ago, it is mainly partly due to the rebellion of white settlers in Rhodesia, which drew attention to the port of Beira and located the Mozambique as the country that stretches between Rhodesia and the Indian Ocean. But even those who can now identify exactly Mozambique, as a whole country in length which extends along the eastern coast, between Tanzania and South Africa, rarely know much suddenly more, except perhaps that he is Portuguese. About this Portuguese identity, there is countless misconceptions. The most common, which is largely the result of the skillful propaganda of the Portugal, concerns the non-racial character of the Portuguese. This illusion is dealt with extensively throughout this book. Another is the exaggerated idea of depth and the age of Portuguese influence in this region. He is true that Vasco da Gama, in his famous voyage, landed in 1498, that later Portuguese ships sailed there made sporadic visits, and that a few small isolated trading posts were established. But the idea that these early traders found in East Africa a wild coast and a total population primitive way to which they could easily have printed their civilizing influence is far from the truth. Of the Arab traders had already settled there for 1,000 years roughly, spreading Islam and part of their culture material among the population of the coast. The same for the interior, in the 15th century, of the states highly organized and materially advanced Bantu had developed, of the states which were at the origin of buildings like the great stone city of Zimbabwe. These peoples had relations with the Portuguese dictated by them and based on a Portuguese influence exercised rather through court intrigues and religious blackmail. Just among the few converts that through any political or cultural power of the Portuguese in the region. Perry Anderson in Portugal and the End of the Ultra-Colonialism, 2, reports that in 1854 Livingstone calculated that there were 830 whites in Luanda and only 100 in the rest of Angola. Thus, in the middle of the 19th century, we can estimate that there were never more than 3,000 Portuguese native gays throughout Africa south of the Sahara. Even at the end of the 19th century, the Portuguese had a very weak hold on Mozambique. Oliveira Martins gives us this general description of the Portuguese possessions gazes in 1890, mount guard on the walls of a fort in ruins, alongside a customs building and a palace where bad officers vegetate, badly paid, who observe wind with folded arms the goods transported by strangers, not us, waiting for the raids every day of the blacks, and endure hourly disdain and derision. Zion with which all African travelers talk about us, frankly, it's not worth it. 3. Before the explosion of 1961, the importance of Angola was also unknown to people outside of the Portuguese Empire. But the revolt and the reprisals which ensued made the headlines of the world press for a time and brought Angola out of its obscurity. Their war that began in Mozambique in 1964, did not still had the same effect. For almost a year, the Portuguese gays have managed to maintain a curtain of silence on what was coming. They only allowed entry to very few days lists, and chose only those of which they were sure that they would report their point of view. Then in 1965, they made a mistake. They allowed the entry of Lord Kilbracken, and though at that time he had in truth little sympathy for one Frelimo, he objectively reported what that he lives. The result was a series of articles in the Evening Standard, which described a state of guerrilla warfare in large scale. Since then, most major-day European and American NALs have sometimes made reports, but these articles seem to have made little impression on the imagination of the public. Now, 4 years later, most newspapers still refer to this war as in the Forgotten War. Public interest in this area has remained very high, lagging behind commercial interest. Already in the 1930s, the international business community was beginning to awaken to the great economic potential of Angola and the Mozambique. An English visitor, Patrick Balfour, noted expressively that the Portuguese colonies are no longer quite a joke. For almost 30 more years, however, the Portuguese policy of foreign investment prevented this interest from has much practical effect. At the end of the 1950s, the state of unrest in Angola caused enough fear to the government to lead to a general review of his politics. With the outbreak of hostilities in 1961, it became clear that, completely alone, Portugal could struggle to maintain its grip on Africa. An influx of foreign capital into its colonies could both ease the financial burden and attract political support. Only from interested foreign groups. Thus, the old laws restricting foreign investment were abandoned in favor of a door-to-door policy which produced an influx of foreign money. Main tenant, with huge companies like Gulf, Firestone, and Anglo-American, who are rapidly expanding their interests, the Portuguese colonies became in the world of great finance something which is very far from being a joke. The war in Mozambique, therefore, was followed with considerable interest in business circles. To the end of 1967, the conservative French newspaper Le Figaro devoted 2 editorials to the issue. Both attracted attention to the position of Mozambique, in relation to the economic resources of the rest of southern Africa, and relative to global trade routes. On October 24, 1967, General Bethuart wrote, 100 years after the opening of the Suez Canal, the road shipping from India and the Far East passes again by the Cape Road. The event is important. It won't be not temporary. Impractical for new big oil liars, Suez will also continue to be handicapped by the convulsions shaking the Arab world from Aden to Yemen and in Cairo where the Russians are entrenched. Faced with this situation, the West must revise its policy. Attitude towards South Africa and the Portuguese provinces' seaports which, through their large seaports, control the flow of prodigious mineral, agricultural and industrial plants that are found in large quantities in this part of the mainland. 12. David Rousset, on November 8, 1967, approved the Bethuart's remarks on the new importance of Route du Cap and specified the consequences. We knew very well that when South Africa would explode, the world would be shaken, but no one knows that the event would be so close. On the other hand, the war raging in the Portuguese colonies seemed not have broad global implications, Portugal being too small a piece on the chessboard of the big country's industrialists. The return to the Cap Road gives a value strategic to guerrilla warfare in the Portuguese colonies. For see this, just take a look at a map. Mozambique, Angola, and occupied Portuguese Guinea pent of key positions. There, the Portuguese fight an enemy who is already strong, well led and integrated into the international. It can reasonably be assumed that as soon as the strategic value of these positions will be clearly understood, they will elicit greater attention and more help. Effective. The Portuguese colonies emerge from the situation of metropolitan provinces. The result is that the question of South Africa is also posed in new terms calves. Because the world balance has been changed. Very little attention has been paid to the role of Mozambique in relation to the Rhodesian question, although on December 27, 1967 The Guardian pointed out that the French have a much easier way to reach Rhodesia than that of trying by complex maneuvers to transport oil through Beira. They only have to transport it by the coast 400 miles further south, to Lourenço Marques where no one opposes them the slightest obstacle. It should have been self-evident from the geography of the two countries that the attitude of the government of Mozambique was to have a huge impact on the possibility for Rhodesia to escape sanctions. The issues raised by these articles should make clear that, if the war in Mozambique remains forgotten by the general public, in some circles it is observed with acute interest. The interests at stake in the war do not go beyond smells not only of Mozambique and Portugal, but Africa. It seems impossible for the war to remain forgotten much longer. Already articles like that of Bethuard, speaking on behalf of the external interested parties, prepare the ground for an intervention, predicting chaos and the collapse of civilization Western Christian in the region, and insinuating that 13. The Bolsheviks and the Yellow Hordes are behind all of this. To prepare the moral climate, we must praise the role of Portuguese colonization for Africans, the history of the policy of assimilation, paternalistic and non-racial, must be exhibited. The purpose of this book is to show what colonization Portuguese language has really meant for Africans, to trace the true origins of the war, to try to indicate what does the struggle mean for those who take part in it, and what emerges in terms of new social structures that can help shape the Africa of the future. Note: the account of the first fight given here comes from a report semi-official published in Mozambique Revolution, September 1967. The personal stories cited in various places in this book come primarily from a series of typed interviews in one of our military camps, by a member of the Frelimo, at the beginning of 1968, and translated from Portuguese. These interviews of Frelimo are indicated in the text by F.I. There is an exception, the life story of Alberto Joaquim Chip and, which was collected in English by Basil Davidson, during the Second Congress of Frelimo, in July 1968. It is indicated by 0.1. November 1968. I. Under the Portuguese regime. 1. Colonization, the tradition. When the white people came to our country, we had the land and they had the Bible. Now we have the Bible and they have the land. Proverb African. The Portuguese claim the right to control the parts of Africa known as Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, Cape Verde Islands and islands of São Tomé and Príncipe. These African colonies are practically all that remains of the empire that the Portuguese established in the 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. Angola covers the largest area, but Mozambique with the highest population, now probably approximately 8 million inhabitants, although official statistics they give a figure closer to 7 million. Contacts between Portugal and the regions of what is now known as Mozambique come at the end of the 15th century, when Vasco da Gama, the famous Portuguese navigator, reached the island of Mozambique at the beginning of March 1498. Since the main interest of Portuguese kings who sponsored these voyages was to open a safer route to India than the overland route of Middle East, then dangerous, the Portuguese contented themselves with for many years supply post station which they established along the coast of Africa East, and left the rest of the interior intact. The Portuguese now claim to have been at the Mozambique for 450 years, implying that they have controlled the country politically all this time. Where there is some truth in this claim, it lies in the fact that from their first contact with the population of the coastal region of East Africa, the Portuguese, who envied the wealth and power of the Arab rulers of this time, organized the forces they could muster, and fought to establish their control. Relying on the 16. Rivalries that existed among sheriffs and sheiks of city-states such as Pate, Malindi, Kilwa, Zanzibar, Mozambique, and Sofala, famous for their prosperity and their elegance, they ended up succeeding in monopolizing the trade in ivory, gold and precious stones, very flourishing then. In the city-states, political development was in progress. Lagged behind material and cultural progress. According to the Prof. Sister James Duffy, political unity among city-states was a temporary burden. Each prince defended the political and commercial independence of his city, and never was there an East African nation there, although at such a time or another the strongest cities dominating negate their weaker neighbors. 1. Even though the Portuguese exploited this situation, they never succeeded in imposing political control. Sustainable, except on a narrow coastal strip running from Cabo Delgado to the city-state of Sofala. Around 1700, the Renaissance knowledge of Islamic influence in this part of Africa was able to effectively eliminate traders and soldiers Portuguese, and keep the Portuguese away from the enclaves of the cities which they had held for certain periods. Since the beginning of the 18th century, the Portuguese struggled to gain control of the wealthy trade in the region between the province of Cabo Delgado and the Zambezi Basin, trying to get their hands on the circuit gold, from the famous gold mines of Monomotapa, which they believed to be the proverbial mines of King Salome. In this case, their activities affected a region comprising what is known today as Zambia and Zimbabwe, or southern Rhodesia. The capital of the Monomotapa Empire was located in Mashonaland and was part of the Makalanga Confederation of that time. For 200 years, the Portuguese were thus able to withdraw a great wealth of their control over the commercial circuit between the interior of the country and the city-states of the coast and the stranger. During the 17th and 18th centuries, the authority Portuguese was firmly established on the northern parts Nal and central part of Mozambique, so that it was possible to introduce Catholic missionaries, first of all Dominicans, then the Jesuits who introduced the Christianism in East Africa. But whatever the success which this first missionary effort achieved, it was almost completely annihilated in the 18th century, by the effects of corruption tours of the alliance between commercial, religious and policies of the Church and the State. This alliance between the Church, the State, and the common interests business dates back to the very beginning of colonial expansion. In 1505, King Manuel gave the order to reduce to slavery the Muslim merchants of Sofala, because they are enemies of our holy Catholic faith and that we are at permanent war against them. The reason real expulsion, commercial competition, is openly admitted in a letter from Duarte de Lemos to the Crown, urging the massacre or expulsion of respectable Moors but excluding the Swahilis, although that they are often of the Muslim religion since they are like animals, and are satisfied to obtain a poimes gene, so they cannot harm us, and they can be used for all kinds of work and treatment. You were like slaves, too. The split caused in the European Church through the Reformation was a great blow for Portuguese. Marcelo Catano complains that the Reform religion also brought about the dissolution of the empire, that the countries which left the Roman community ceased rent to respect the papal bulls which, in exchange for the missionary work, entrusted to Portugal the new territories carefully discovered and gave it exclusive sovereignty. Civ. 3. The Reformation may have diminished the usefulness of the Church as a political ally, in international affairs, but at the local level, the Church remained a powerful force, and was rewarded for her work with land grants which were exploited like any other security domain bind. It was during the 17th and 18th centuries that the system Prazo was introduced in Mozambique. The Prazeiras were white Portuguese, and settlers and prelords of Goa who, like the European feudal lords, peons, governed the Africans who had the misfortune to fall under their authority and control. The fate of these Africans was worse than that of slaves. It happened that Prazeiros owned large tracts of land which they administered as personal properties. They recognized as law only their own, paying only. Occasionally meant their vassalage tributes to the King of the Portugal. Jesuit and Dominican missionaries of the time that also came to possess vast tracts of land, administering them like any Prazeiro, raising personal taxes and, when slavery became more table, practicing milking. It was from the system of Prazo that the big land companies, like that of Nisa or that of Manicae Sofala, have developed lops. This particular Portuguese system of airlines dealers, which characterizes the main company's economics of Portuguese colonialism, probably drew his refinements of the Prazo system of this period. Corruption in the Prazo system was such widespread that, in the third decade of the 19th century, the Portuguese government itself felt compelled to declare it illegal. The contempt of the Prazeiros for of persons and property was notorious, and the sea slave traders snatched a considerable number of Africans to these lands. Most of these activities in East Africa had place originally along a narrow coastal strip, developing relations with Arabs and Swahilis, and only very superficial contacts with the mass of the Bantu-speaking population of East and South Africa, current Mozambique. It is from the proverbial stampede on Africa, which began in the second half of the 19th century, which we have to date the beginning of the Portuguese conquest from what is now Mozambique. After the carving up of Africa at the Conference of Berlin of 1884 to 1885, Portugal was forced to seize and to control what had been attributed to him. And at the end of a calm to do this, the Portuguese used all the techniques conscript of the history of colonial conquest. When it was possible, they used infiltration by traders Portuguese, who disguised themselves as simple businessmen interested in the exchange of goods between equals, but, ultimately, after having dutifully spied and mapped the entire region, they sent their armed forces to sweep away any resistance from the leaders. Local giants. Sometimes the Portuguese used settlers whites, who claimed to need land to cultivate, but who, after having been integrated by the traditional chiefs natives, claimed possession of the common lands. Seafarers and began to enslave there. 19. African hosts. Sometimes even the Portuguese missionaries' gays were used as peacemakers of the natives, the Christian faith being offered as a lullaby, while that the Portuguese armed forces were occupying the land and controlled the population. Where traditional political authority was strong and the military apparatus capable of offering serious resistance to the European conquest, the Portuguese were more delicate, using gentler first contact techniques. They were prepared to begin their contacts with states and cams wrongs, by the establishment of diplomatic relations, by sending Portuguese ambassadors to the courses of the most important traditional leaders. Then, after having sufficiently explored the strengths and weaknesses in intergovernment, they went on the attack, using the traditional excuses of provocation or protection white settlers or missionaries. The war against Gaza, the last of the traditional empire's Mozambicans, was justified in this way. How created in 1895, it ended 3 years later with the death at the Battle of General Maguiguan and the capture of the Emperor Gungunhana and his deportation to Portugal, where he died several years later. At the beginning of the 20th century, the Portuguese began to install their administration system, although it was not until the early 1920s did the armed resistance of the African population was finally crushed in all the regions of the territory. The men who were in charge of this campaign of pacification, set the model for future colonial policy. Nation, by establishing, in the wake of the conquest, an administration system that has changed little. During the century previous the theoretical colonial policy had fluctuated with the political vicissitudes in Lisbon, but within of the colonies, since Portuguese control was peripheral, these fluctuations had very little significance. A liberal like S.A. de Bandeira could legislate against slavery and outline more humanitarian principles res, he had not, and could not, create the necessary device. Sorry to impose its policy. This tut only between the 1890s and 1900s that the Portuguese government had the power to develop a colonial policy in Africa which had some possibility of application. Antonio Enes was the most influential of those who supervised bring pacification. Royal Commissioner of Mozambique in 1894 to 1895, he was surrounded by a group of soldiers, including 20. Many followed him into administration. Among them there had Mouzinho de Albuquerque, who was celebrated as a colonial hero in Lisbon for his campaign against Gungunhana. He succeeded Enes as Royal Commissioner and wrote a book about the newly controlled colony Le Mozambique, 1899. There was also Eduardo Ferreira da Costa, Governor of Mozambique in 1896, Governor-General of Angola in 1906, and author of Estudo sobre a Administração Civil das Províncias Ultramarinas, which throws the main provisions of the future colonial administration. These men, all trained in a military mold, were devoted Portuguese patriots, who had little time for the broader liberal views. They were indignant at the humiliating way in which Portugal had been treated by the other colonizing powers. NS approach was direct and practical. One had to make useful colonies, that they provide profit and prestige to the Portugal. This meant that the conquest had to be completed, that an administrative system should be established to ensure the security of the conquests, and then the economic exploitation could be vigorously pursued. The main consideration duration was utility for Portugal. We could leave the concept of mission to theorists and apologists. NS was quite clear about the role of Africans. As any other person in the colonies, they had to be suddenly put to the designs of Portugal. If we don't learn how to make the black work, and cannot profit of his work, we will soon be forced to abandon Africa to less sentimental and more utilitarian people than us. 4. The keystone of the administrative structure was the Governor-General, who first exercised his power from the capital of Mozambique located in the north, and more later from Lourenço Marques, to the south. He had under him different old provincial governors. Below them there was district stewards, who supervised the administrators' circle plotters. These in turn had the duty to monitor the work of the chefs do posto, each of whom directly controlled the daily lives of thousands of Africans canes in the country. To facilitate the work of administrators tours and chefs do posto, the Portuguese government restored a limited traditional authority for several African leaders. But to be certain that no leader African can never acquire sufficient power to challenge the white man, the Portuguese government divided the different chiefdoms in small territories, each comprising a few thousand people. All African chiefs were responsible to the circle administrator or the head of posto. More importantly, the fact that the chief's power no longer derived from a concept of legitimacy within traditional society, but was based on the concept, which conflicted with the other, of legality Portuguese. The chief was no longer the leader of his community, but the representative within his community hierarchical colonial authority. The old political ties between the different African communities were broken, and their place taken by the Portuguese power. Having established political and administrative control complete, and having transferred to the Catholic Church the responsibility of the spiritual pacification of the people, the government Portuguese proceeded to the distribution of natural resources of the country to the various economic interests which competed to explore and exploit them. These natural resources included agricultural land, the natural ports of Beira, Lourenço Marques, and Nampula, the 5 largest rivers of East Africa, all of which have their estuaries in Mozambique, all kinds of hardwoods, gum, palms, wild beasts for their hides and skins, peaches, and above all a great workforce. The Portuguese government leased large stretches of land to foreign companies, which do not obtain not only rights over natural resources but which were also authorized to directly control the lives of Africans living inside these leased areas. Therefore, large areas central and part of northern Mozambique has soon a juxtaposition of governments, the authority Portuguese colonial power, represented by its governors, its administrators, and its chefs do posto, and local geniuses, who had ample rights to compel all able-bodied men, and sometimes also women and children, to work in their plantations for a salary nominal. To begin with, there were 3 great companies, the Mozambique Company, the Nisa Company and the Zambezi Company. All had the blessing and the encouragement of the Portuguese government, and the 2 former had a charter in good standing. To each was allocated a huge portion of the country to explore and 22. Exploit mineral and agricultural resources, and install the necessary lines of communication. In the region which assigned to them, each had a monopoly of trade, mining, construction, services posts, and the right to allocate land. She is also the one had the exclusive right to levy taxes, the basis of its power over the local population and means of collecting work. In reality, the capital of these companies, in part Portuguese, but largely foreign, was extremely weak against allocated regions, indication that the goal was exploitation rather than development, and that all measures for the construction of schools and hospitals, or anything else that can promote well-being of the population, were not taken very seriously, otherwise even offered. The Mozambique Company was given 62,000 square miles in the district of Manica e Sofala. We gave to the Company of Nisa the vast region of land to the north of the Lurio River, and they gave the Company of the Zambez the rich region of Clamane and Tet for this case without administrative rights. In fact, it was this last company which prospered the most, while the other companies realized that the task of administration, although executed with incompetence and largely directed towards their own interest, was a long-term burden. The companies did not reap the expected large profits, but they set a model for the future, considered use management of the concession and cooperation between the companies and administration in pursuit of same ends, profit for the companies and submission of the local population. At the same time, some smaller companies, the most of them totally, or partially, in the hands from abroad, began to build ports, railroads and prospecting for minerals in the south. But although these activities transformed the appearance of the colony, their effects did not go very far. Again, the expected profits did not materialize, and big capital international lost interest. The considerable resources minerals from Mozambique had not yet been discovered. Green, and neighboring South Africa with its gold riches and other metals, was a much more attractive affair. Land remained the main source of profit. At the time of the Portuguese expansion, almost all the land in Mozambique belonged to the various African peoples living in the region, with the exception of areas, particularly in the Zambezi Valley, where the land had been expropriated earlier. 23. By the Brasileiros. At the end of the 1890s, the three large companies carried out more expropriations considerable, converting the land mainly into plantations and in estates for cash crops such as sugar, sisal, and cotton. Settler settlement was another aspect of land alienation. Officials and officers were encouraged to stay in the province, and efforts were made to import settlers directly from Portuguese. For these plans, the earth was still taken to its African owners. A land policy was established in 1901, when all the land that was not possession private property was declared to be state property. Given that the different types of ownership of African land did not count as private property, this meant that virtually all land owned and cultivated by Africans fell under the control of the government. The government reserved large areas due for the exclusive use of Africans, supposedly for preserved traditional ownership. In practice, however, this clause was abandoned where a company or an individual wanted the land. At the beginning of the 20th century, the government was unable to attract many Portuguese settlers, and the constraint came mainly from the compageniuses and plantation owners. At that time, therefore, only a small amount of land was actually alienated to settlers, but the colonization policy was established, so that later, when the demand rose, quantities of land could be seized for this purpose. During early colony development, agriculture and the search for minerals yielded small profits. But there was a resource that could be profitably exploited: work. It was on the job that all the other companies were founded. The exploitation of labor was at the center of all the development of the colony. In the pre-colonial period, the slave trade was the most profitable form of commerce in Mozambique, and the Brazos had been founded on slave labor. He is therefore not surprising that the system of slavery knits the model to colonial development in its infancy. Good that our primary interest is in the use of labor slave inside Mozambique. A few years ago, important aspects of the slave trade. Most important is its relatively recent character. In Mozambique this trade peaked and ended later than almost anywhere in Africa. The distance from 24 U.S. markets was the reason for the slow start, while that the demand for the French sugar islands caused the prosperity of this trade in the middle of the 19th century. The second is the story of its abolition, which includes Carey's developments inside the colony. The initial movements against the slave trade did not come from the Portuguese, but of the British who, at that time, were trying to expand their interests, and perhaps their territory, to regions of Africa under Portuguese cheerful. The result was a tendency of the authorities in Mozambique to not consider abolition very seriously, to ignore it or collaborate with the efforts of merchants and settlers to prosecute the traffic in defiance of the legislation of the government distant from the metropolis. Much more, legislative loopholes were left, which allowed the same practices to continue under different names. In 1836, a decree was issued which prohibited the traffic in slaves, but the slave trade continued to flourish as before, with this only difference that could be attributed to slaves, if necessary, the name of emigrant labor free. In 1854, the status of liberto, or free man, was created, supposedly to provide for the useful transitional stage between slave and free man, but in reality it was not used then to give official sanction to the practice of not call a slave, a slave. Because the liberto remained linked for a period of 7 years and was subject to a certain number of restrictions identical to those of slavery. And in 1866, for example, the members of a British commission tannins from the Cape reported that, at Ebo, Point Pangan, Matamo, Lumbo, Kisenga, and Quirima, we saw 5,000 to 6,000 slaves ready to be shipped. In the building of Pemba Bay, the Cape Commission is informed that no traffic continues, except that of slaves. 5. A similar situation arose when the government set out to abolish slavery in the areas to be the interior of Mozambique. Attacks against the system ensued, as soon as the first actions took place be trafficked. A decree of 1869 made all slaves in through the empire of the libertos, but specified that they remained bound to their masters until 1878. In 1875, the Statut de Liberto was abolished, but the ex-liberto was still obliged to remain under his employment contract for 2 years. This half-hearted method of abolition tended to encourage among the settlers the attitude that one could still use freed slaves as slaves. A clause according to which vagabond libertos could be forced to work under contract offered a major escape which was constantly exploited. It was really in 1899, that a decree was published giving official sanction to this smooth transition from slavery to forced labor. He specified that all natives of the Portuguese provinces overseas are under a moral and legal obligation to seek to obtain work, the means which make them lack to subsist and improve their condition social. If the worker failed to do so on his own efforts, the government could intervene to place it force under contract, either in its service or in the service of a private employer. Of course, as there was a source of cheap forced labor, few jobs remained available at a salary level that can attract African cane of his own volition, and given that only Africans canes having unusually large plots of land and productive could claim to be exempted, as farmers, the decree concerned the vast majority of the adult population. Thus the African found himself bereft not only of his political power and his land, but still the most elementary rights to control one's own life. He could virtually be treated as a slave, forced to leave home and family to go almost anywhere, for a number of hours excessively long, at a purely nominal salary. If we could make good use of this form of labor in the plantations of Mozambique, it found it even more advantageous when it was exported to the mines of the Transvaal. The need for labor was such that mining companies were willing to pay a fee to the colonial government for each travelient he sent. Various conventions were established between the Union of South Africa and Mozambique, and in 1903 full power was given to the Witwatersrand Native Labour Association to recruit labor force at the Mozambique. While other companies had been larred disappointingly, this export of labor in any case brought steady profits, and became firmly rooted in the colonial system as one of the main P supports the economy. Thus, between the years 1890 and 1910, the main characteristics of Portuguese colonialism were established: the centralized net of an authoritarian administration, the alliance with the Catholic Church, the use of companies, often 26 foreign countries, to exploit natural resources, the system of concessions, forced labor, and export to large scale of workers to South Africa. There is inevitably had minor changes, but in his essence, the system is the same today. 27. 2. Social structure, myth and reality. I believe that the great success of the relationship between the Portuguese and people from other continents is the consequence of a sui generis form of ethnocentrism. In fact, the Portuguese do not need to affirm themselves by negation. They affirm themselves by love. Therein lies the secret of the harmony which prevailed in all the territories where Portugal is insta//e. Jorge Dias, Portuguese ethnographer. Our people have suffered greatly. My parents, I myself have been exploited. My uncle was killed. Tirsan Hamblil, a Mozambican peasant, F.L. Most imperial regimes tried to paint their activities on favorable moral terms, aimed at change of public opinion. They attribute various virtues to their particular brand of colonialism, to differentiated harmful practices of their rivals. The particular claim Portugal's main concern as to its methods is the assertion they contain no element of racism. For I support, we quote statements and royal directives dating back to the 16th and 17th centuries. For example, this royal order of 1763 proclaimed, "Such has been my pleasure," by means of an ordinance, dated April 2, 1761, to revive pious laws and worthy customs of praise, which have been established in the state, by which all my vassals, born inside, baptized Christians and having no other legal impediment, could enjoy the same honors, precedence, prerogatives and privileges than those enjoyed by nationals of the kingdom. Recently the greater interest in African affairs Keynes led a number of Africanists, from Danalists and humanitarian personalities, to observe the falsity of this claim. Also, with general approval of the principle of self-determination, Portugal was subject. 28. To considerable international criticism for his policy colonial. His response was mainly the reaffirmation of this image of the Portuguese blind to color, no racially, in order to argue that as equal citizens of a great Portugal, the inhabitants of its colonies had no need for independence. A few years ago, Dr. Antonio de Oliveira Salazar, then Prime Minister of Portugal, exposed. These contacts, in the overseas territories, did not never imply the slightest idea of superiority or discrimination racialization. I think I can say that the trait specific to Portuguese Africa, despite the concerted efforts made in many quarters to attack him both in word and deed, is the priority we have always given and will continue to give to the elevation of the value and dignity of men without distinction of color or creed, in the light of the civilization that we have brought to the populations who were, in many ways, distant from us. Gilberto Freire, the well-known Brazilian historian, developed an elaborate theory of Lusotropicalism to explain this specific trait. According to him, people of Lusitania, Portuguese, were particularly gifted, by their Roman Catholic tradition and by their long contact with people of diverse cultures and races, to measure themselves peacefully to people of various ethnic and religious backgrounds. They were, so to speak, predestined to lead the world towards racial harmony, and to build a vast empire composed of peoples of color, religions, groups, various linguistics. He developed this idea into a theory mystique of the essential Portuguese character. The success of the Portuguese in the tropics is largely due to the fact that, their expansion into the tropics has been less ethnocentric, less that of a people whose the activities are centered on his race and his cultural system, deliberately ethnic than that of a Christo people-centric, that is, of a people who consider themselves more Christian than European. 2. Yet even at the level of theory, the Portuguese have in no way been as firm as this line official implies. In the 1890s, administrators. 29. Colonial tours like Antonio N.S., Mouzinho de Albuquerque and Eduardo da Costa made little effort to hide the unequal and racist basis of their views on the colonial issue. N.S. openly admitted, "It is true that the generous soul of Wilberforce never not reincarnated in my body, but I don't believe I have in me the blood of a slaver. I even feel a innate dress for the black, this big child, instinctively naughty like all children, like all mothers forgive me, although docile and sincere. cannot astonishing as something to be exterminated because of the need to expand the white race, although I may believe to his natural inferiority. He was also a Pharaonian supporter of authoritarian rule and forced labor, the state, not only as ruler of half-hearted populations barbarians, but also as a repository of self-social ity, must have no scruple to obey and if it is necessary to force these black primitives of Africa to work. That these ignorant pariahs of Asia, these semi-intelligent savages people of Oceania, too. Even the statements quoted by the Portuguese themselves same as proof of their lack of racism, when they are examined closely, show signs of the attitudes openly expressed by NS and his contemporaries. In the aforementioned royal order, the expression baptized Christians, is crucial. The issue of equality could not arise only for the single case of the natives who makes every effort to adopt Portuguese habits. Everywhere references to Africans in the context of their own society are full of disdain or at least pity, the natural simplicity of the people of this continent. The involvement cation is always that the Portuguese are naturally superior to the peoples whom they subjugated, and that these can claim a kind of equality only by becoming Portuguese reality. Meanwhile, the role of conquerors rants is described as just guardianship, humanitarian and civilizing. It is the policy of assimilation, which rests on the basis of the Portuguese claim to non-racism. The theory is that every inhabitant of the Empire Portuguese has the opportunity to absorb the Portuguese civilization and that if he does, he will then be accepted on conditions equal with Portuguese by birth, regardless of color or origin. 30. If practice bears any relation to theory, this can be seen by studying the present conditions at the Mozambique. Unfortunately, any consideration of the common social relationships is initially hampered by the absence of any wide area study carried out by foreign social scientists, because the government Portuguese has always blocked attempts to lead to much such research in the field. This in itself indicates how the authorities must be warned that the facts do not correspond to the favorable image they give of it. Despite this opposition, a number of scholars English and determined Americans were able to scale the wall built by the Portuguese government and bring together so many although ill enough information to complete observations and personal experiences. Nevertheless, for a good part of the background data, and in particular link for population figures, it is still necessary rely on Portuguese sources. This is rarely satisfactory, firstly, because the methods of supposedly are far from appropriate, secondly because in keeping with the non-racist image, the authorities reluctant to give figures by ethnic groups case and racial. The official statistics for 1960 to 1961 give as the total population figure of Mozambique 6,592,994. According to the Junta de Investigação do Ultramar, in his monograph Promoção Social em Moçambique, Lisbon, 1964, this population is made up of three distinct socio-economic factors. A minority, representing approximately 2.5% of the total population, made up of white Europeans, Asians, mulattoes, and some Africans, concentrated in urban areas and in the sectors of agriculture and ores. They are a westernized minority, and almost all are urbanized. They are employed in activities modern, companies, from which the state derives a fairly large proportion of its public revenue. B, a numerical minority, 3.5%, made up of men of various races, but especially of Africans, having tends to be concentrated in the periphery of the centers of largest populations. Africans of this category majority of the population are of rural origin, tending either to attract distant relatives to them, or to sere, thus abandoning, at least partially, the habits. 31. Cultural and social backgrounds of their place of origin. They become generally wage earners, proletariat. C. A large majority, 94%, of Africans, we might as well say almost all, is made up of peasants, who basically live under a regime of subsistence economy, supplemented by a little work employee from migrations, and by some cultures of report. They are the residents of the tribal regions, governed in their legal relations by traditional law. Some figures from 1950 advanced from the first group, classified Vance, blanks Orientals Indians Mulattoes assimilated, Africans. Provide more insight according to the following subgroups, 67,485. 1956. 15,188 equals 29,507. 4,555. Whites are the strongest numerical subgroups lying. They also have a special position in relation to other subgroups, in that most of them belong directly to the nation and to the ruling class. At the other end, the African, whether he belongs to the second or third group distinguished above, relates directly to the conquered and colonized nation. So, it is the relationship between these two peoples that must be considered. Considered as the fundamental relationship in the study of social structure. As in any society, it is necessary to consider three essential aspects: the politico-legal, economic, and social. The situation of the indigenous. As we have seen, the background of the report's policies between the Portuguese and the Africans is that of conquest. The Portuguese sought to control the Africans. Keynes, either by influence or, when this method failed, by military conquest which directly destroyed the African political structure. The observations of the Portuguese João Baptista de Montori give a fairly good idea of the nature of these relationships towards the end of the 18th century, in general, the Cafres de Sina, who are either 32. Slaves of the colonists, or vassals tributary to state, are docile and friendly towards the Portuguese, which they call Muzangos. They have an aversion to everything person who is not Portuguese. This aversion comes of a superstitious fear which the Portuguese spread among them, telling them that all the Maifutos, foreigners, non-Portuguese white jayers, eat blacks, and others absurd fables which they blindly believe, that this conviction will last in the minds of the said Cafres, because in this way we can always dominate them and live undisturbed. They are very obedient and submissive to their masters and to all the Muzangos in general. Not a word. It was not until the end of the 19th century, when the conquest was completed and an extended colonial administration was put in place, that the complete legal basis of the reports began to appear. The significant point concerning the government established at the end of the 19th century was the clear separation between two administrative codes, one for Africans and the other for Europeans. The European zones were administered according to the model metropolitan by the Conselho, or council, the area of the Conselho being divided into freguesias, or parishes. The African zones or circumscripcos were managed by the chefs do posto and the administradores, and divided into regidorias or chiefdoms, in which a chief, whose power was usually derived rather from a designation by the Portuguese only of the tribal structure of origin, was simply carrying out the instructions of the administrators nestradores. The main administrative achievements of the beginning of the 20th century were to define the legal basis of the distinction between two types of population. The Indigene of 1921 defined the civilized African as one who could speak Portuguese, who had stripped himself of all his tribal customs, and who was employed regularly and was making money. He should be considered a full Portuguese citizen, while all Africans Keynes who did not fit this description were under the regulation of administradores. It was the basis of D-AS Slumlado system, by which the attrition population was divided into assimilados, assimilated, very small minority who had supposedly adopted a way of life Portuguese for the most part, and in indigenas, indigenous, which formed the vast majority of the African population. Salazar's new state in the 1930s and 1940s. 33. Ranti continued this policy, developing and clarifying previous legislation. A regime do indigenato was established in all African territories. The African population Kane was divided into two distinct categories, the individuals genas, unassimilated Africans, and the now indigenas, all those who enjoy full Portuguese citizenship, including assimilated Africans, although in practice they were often considered as belonging to a third category. The indigena, did not have citizenship, had to carry an identity card, caderneta indigena, and was subject to all the regulations of the regime do indigenata, which imposed work obligations on him, which excluded him from certain areas of the cities after the fall of the night, and confined him, for entertainment, to a small number of locations including cinemas playing movies specially censored. The now indigena had in theory all the privileges that came with Portuguese citizenship cheerful. After the Second World War, substantial changes took place all over the world. The international organizations became more influential, the concept of self-determination was gradually accepted by most part of the colonial powers, and there was a movement general towards greater democracy in many its parts of the world. Portugal remained out of reach of these tendencies until the Indian claims on Goa drew attention to the situation of its territory's colonial res, and Portugal began to feel the need to defend its colonial position. TI began to negotiate his entry into the United Nations, but in order to achieve this, had to take some steps to modernize the structure of its colonies. Its first action, in 1951, was to transform its colonies overnight into provinces overseas, making them an integral part of Portugal and thus hoping to avoid United Nations resolutions on the non-self-governing territories. The unrest in Angola, which in 1961 exploded into an armed uprising, was a further impetus to change, and allowed a group of liberals in government, led by Adriano Moreira, gains influence within the firm. The result was a series of reforms that culminated in 1963 with the publication of the new organic law of the overseas provinces c. The question of citizenship was resolved in 1961, when, on September 6, the Estatuto dos Indígenas was 34. Abolished, and that all the native inhabitants of Mozambique, from Angola and Guinea became Portuguese citizens full share. However, it was a feature of the regime Salazar that decisions on paper were of little value. With the decisions in reality, this case was not an exception. The reform was rendered meaningless by issue of different kinds of identity cards to citizens who had previously been natives and to those who were counted as citizens before 1961. The one who had been indigenous held a cartão de identidade on which province of Mozambique was clearly written and which specified inside the place of birth and residence in terms of administration area native. One who had been a citizen held a titulat de identidade, which made no mention of province or place of residence and who was in all points identical to those held by a citizen living in metropolitan Portugal. So in practice it was easy for the authorities to distinguish between these two classes of citizens, and the details provided on the Cartão de Identidade helped the police to enforce the old laws restricting the activities and movements of the indigenous. The new organic law of the overseas provinces theoretically further increased the representation in the overseas territories. It allowed an extension of the system of municipalities, by which civil servants locals are elected, according to a limited right of vote, by the inhabitants of the area, and it also provided for a part participation in elections to the Central Legislative Assembly of Lisbon. There is, however, a clause preventing the application of that to the African people. The second section of the Article XLV specifies, transiently in regions where the economic and social development deemed necessary has not been reached, the municipalities can be replaced by administrative districts, made up of administrative posts, except where the creation of parishes proves that it is possible. In practice, this means that all areas inhabited by Africans are governed by Portuguese civil servants under the old authoritarian system, but that a parish can be constituted by a group of whites who live within a predominantly white region African. The figures relating to the 1964 election in Mozambique that show a very strong racial bias. On a populace of 6,592,994, there were only 93,079 voters who 35. Population, non-voters local natives 2 Manica e Sofala 779 462 31 205 31 054 Cabo Delgado 546 648 3894 3890 Nisa 276 795 1490 1489 beds. Since the total of the population assimilado and non-African was 163,149, it is clear that not even the whole of this group had the right to vote, and that therefore virtually the right to vote was not given to no indigenous African. In some districts there had a very close correlation between the non-indicative population gene and right to vote. In no district was the number of voters more high than the number of the non-indigenous population, than that in many cases it was considerably lower. It should be added that even for the very small number of people it concerns, the law does not really provide much blow of local autonomy. By Article 8, the system and the jurisdiction of overseas governments were to be dictated by the National Assembly. According to Article 9, the Governor-General of each province is designated by the Governor's central government. According to Article X, the Minister of Provinces these overseas in Lisbon can cancel or abolish the legislative decrees of the overseas provinces, if he deems them illegal or contrary to the national interest. According to the Article 11, the Minister of the overseas provinces appoints, retro-rank, promote, move, etc. all service personnel general of the overseas provinces. And perhaps the most important of everything, according to Article LX, the economic policy then general, including issues of establishment of settlers, displacement of natives and labor, is established by the central government. Clearly, even if future a significant number of Africans had the right vote, they would not gain any political power that would worth it. Since Africans, in fact, remain without to citizenship and deprived of all political power, it would be taking that this is not reflected in the maintenance of his economic inferiority. The non-assimilated African is, by the law, severely limited in his economic activities, he cannot engage in commercial activity, and he does not have the educational opportunities to undertake a job. So the only way he has to make a living is 36. Through agriculture or wage labor. And wages repo feels strictly on racial considerations, such as reveal the following recent figures. Agricultural wages. Annual salary. Breed blanks of color. Assimilated Africans. Unassimilated Africans. In escudos 47,723.00, 23,269.10, 5,478.00, 1,404.00. Industry wages. Breed qualification. Daily salary in escudos. Blanks of color Africans. Without semi-skilled unqualified. 100.00 minimum max 70.00 30.00 max 5.00 max. To give an indication of what this means in practical terms, here are two brief accounts of Mozambicans about their own experiences. The first relates to an African with a qualification, the permit to drive, and thus describes the condition of a minority happy, Natasha Dialinda, Manica and Sofala province. My father drove a truck carrying loads flour, sugar, rice, etc. for a company. He earned 300 escudos per month, Joe $17, working ling every day and often at night too, while the white truck drivers earned at least 3,000 escudos, Wu $17, for the same work. The life was difficult in our family. We ate a little corn, a little flour, sometimes a little rice, but it was very hard to buy meat. A very small Morthy's meat cost at least 15 escudos. JJ, Phi. The second story is that of an ordinary worker and describes working on an estate where tea from the Société de Chat Oriental de Milange. 37. Joaquim Maquivel, Zambezi province. My father earned, and still earns 150 escudos per month, $5.30. Portuguese workers earned well. At the end of a month's, they could buy a new car, 1, whereas we couldn't even buy tea, and at the end of the year we didn't have enough to buy a bicycle. 2. F.I. For most Africans, the only alternative to a forced manual labor is domestic work, but wages are low, and the conditions are harsh and often humid. Binders. Another Mozambican describes her experiences. Tirsanhamblil, province of Cabo Delgado, I never been able to go to school, since we didn't have any money. I had to work, and I went as a maid in the administrator's house. They paid 50 escudos per month, $1.75. I had to start early in the morning and work until sunset sun, often at night. I didn't take my meals over there. My bosses beat me and insulted me. If I case no a drink, they were hitting me and yelling at me, and at the gin of the month I was not paid. F.I. The law itself sanctions the state of acute inequality. He was implicit in the first legislation that permitted a smooth transition from slavery to forced labor, but it was not before the establishment of a fascist state in Portugal that the system was streamlined. September 6, 1928, the Indigenous Labor Code was published under form of a decree and was incorporated into the Colonial Act of 1930. Philippe Conte commented in 1964, the principle of discrimination was inscribed in the very name of the law. From 1928, there were two groups of labor regulations, one for the natives, the other for the remnant, and the Premier imposed extremely harsh working conditions there. Legal and Political Review, Independence and Coup 2-4 April 1-11 June 1964. Article 3 of the Code supposedly prohibited the practice of forced labor, but added said, that should not prevent the natives from fulfill the moral duty to ensure themselves, through their work, their livelihoods, and in this way to serve the general interests of mankind. In fact, in his other articles, the law provides fully for the system of forced labor. Article 294 authorizes forced labor in exceptional cases, for urgent projects. Section 296 the permits in cases of emergency, or for any other reason sound, an expression which takes away all its meaning from the word exceptions of Section 294. Section 299 allows the use of force to recruit labor. The principle of forced labor is contained even in the Portuguese constitution, which specifies, in Article 146, still in force today, that, the state cannot force natives to work, except for public works of general interest, to fulfill the penalties of character criminal and to fulfill their tax obligations. The 1928 Code itself, however, was abolished with the reforms precipitated by international pressure from the post-war period and the Angolan uprising, as an element meant of his efforts to escape international isolation. Finally, Portugal signed the International Labour Convention (VALE) and the Convention on the Abolition of Forced Labour in 1959. Since then, its own labor regulations had to comply with the requirements of these agreements. In 1960, some of the clauses which gave administrators broad powers of punishment were repealed, and the increased minimum wages. Also in 1961, the base's legal requirements for compulsory cultivation were modified. From now on on paper, there was no more forced labor in Mozambique. But we have already seen how, during the whole history of working conditions, there has been a long little tradition of reforms on paper, which did not lead no difference in actual practice. In the regions of northern Mozambique, compulsory labor for all species was widely practiced until 1964, when the war effectively put an end to it, by forcing the Portuguese happy to retire. In 1961, a commission of the 0.1 T came to make an investigation into allegations of forced labor in the settlements Portuguese and reported that it was impossible to find a sufficient evidence of non-compliance by the government with decisions of the Convention on the Abolition of Forced Labor of 1959. Some of his findings, however, seem to contradict this assertion. In Mozambique, the commission interviewed only a group of cantonniers who declared that their chef du posto had ordered to work against their will. Official Bulletin of 39. ITO, Volume XLV, Number 2, Para. 389, in the docks of Beira, one of the men interviewed was sent there against his will. Ibid, Para 497. On the issue of pressure finance, the management of the Indigenous Affairs Department Ness herself said that the natives were required to pay their taxes, and that if they were not enough wealthy, The only way to get the necessary sum was to work. If the tax had not been paid, the person surrounded was condemned to a redemptive work. He works milk up to the amount due, ibid para. 51. This evidence was discovered, although the commission only spent 6 days in Mozambique, and only visited the most prosperous regions around Lourenço Marques, Beira, and Clomaine. Furthermore, although the commission's ION had a few opportunities to interview workers without any official present, the fear of PIDE, the Portuguese political police, still had to have a hidden influence on all discussions. In 1962, a new labor code was published, called the Rural Labor Code for African Provinces Nes and Timor, Decree Law 44-310 of April 27, 1962. The principle of discrimination is no longer included in the title, but in reality the law applies to the same population at which the old law refers to as natives. Rural, in the code means without eulification, agricultural workers, miners, factory workers, servants, any work the services of which consist of activities simple labor force. In this way, discrimination nation is retained in practice, although apparently eliminated ins. The same is true for forced labor. The Article 3 of the Code, according to tradition, however still abolishes the forced labor and specifies that penal sanctions cannot no longer be used to enforce contracts, nor the payment poll tax. Yet in practice this is without meaning, since the civil penalties remain, the payment of restitution, and the failure to comply can be punished as contempt of court, with a prison sentence. A legislative decree of December 29, 1954 states that the prison sentences inflicted on the natives can be replaced by hard labor for public works. So forced labor can continue without breaking the letter of the new law. According to the entire body of recent legislation, it is clear that the African in Mozambique finds himself in a position of economic and political subjection to 40. The white man. Even the law provides for the needs of the equality, the real practice still going far beyond it, to keep the African firmly in the role of being second class whose only function is to serve the Mino-Portuguese right. It is to be expected that the reports social reflect this. The recent population expansion white has made more and more evident the existence of separate racial communities. Since the 1930s, Portugal has been very successful in its efforts to encourage immigration into African territories, and between 1932 and 1960s, the white population of Mozambique grew from 18,000 to 85,000. The result was the development of an overt white group, separate from, and superior to the rest of the population. The central districts of the cities are white, the African population living in slums in their edges. There are white cinemas, restaurants whites, hospitals have wards for whites, and at Beira, there is even segregation in the buses. Assimilation. In response to accusations of racism, the Portuguese regularly quote the position of the assimilado. The Professor Caetano, in his praise of colonial methods Portuguese, writes, while respecting the modus vivendi of the natives, the Portuguese have always endeavored to share their faith, their culture, and their civilization, the facts knowing how to enter the Lusitanian community. 2. Assimilation is the official recognition of entry of an individual in the Lusitanian community, after, he can legally enjoy all the advantages of whites and supposedly has the same opportunities for education and advancement as lying. To earn this new status, a person must meet the following conditions. 1. He must read, write, and speak fluent Portuguese. Rho. 2. He must have sufficient means to live with his family. 3. He must have good conduct. 4. He must have the individual education and habits. 2. Caetano, O Pico. 41. Dual and social skills necessary to enable him to the public and private legislation of Portugal. 5. TI must address a request to the administrative authority, representative of his region, who will send it for approval. Shin to the district governor. A certain racial inclination already appears, because to replace split these qualities, a man must be considerably more civilized than many whites who have citizenship automatically. 40% of the Portuguese population is illiterate, and many have insufficient means to live by themselves. As you might expect, this inclination racist, in reality, does not vanish the moment an African gains the official status of assimilado. Salazar himself even said, "It takes a century to make a citizen." This attitude is reflected in the situation of an assimilado which, although it somewhat escapes legal mutilation, the of the indigena, is not in a position on an equal footing with his white fellow citizens. First of all, its post-economiction is significantly lower. The table of wage rate quoted above showed that there is a very considerable difference in wages between whites and blacks assimilated. This is aggravated by the fairly common practice in countries with an official color barrier or unofficial, of reserving inferior jobs for Africans. Laughing and giving preference to whites, without taking qualification account. Even if an African does the same work as a white man, one will often give his uses a different title so that the difference of income can be preserved. Here is an example of how does this work. Raul Casa I Ribeiro, province of Tete. I also worked in a store of mine doing the accounts, where I earned 300 escudos, $17. When a Portuguese came to do the accounts, he won nearly 4,000 escudos, $142, and he did less work than me. I was alone while he had an assistant, Matt/won anyway 13 times more than me. In fact, it was his African assistant who did all the work. He was content with sign. The African earned 300 escudos a month, as me, the Portuguese touched 4,000. 2. Phi, also during his education, the assimilado finds himself disadvantaged, he must always do much better than a child. 42. Portuguese. A girl, who was in a technical secondary school in Lourenço Marques, commented, "The Portuguese did not treat African and Portuguese students the same manner. Sometimes the discrimination was very clear. By example, they always gave lower marks to the Mozambicans." F.L. When I visited Mozambique in 1961, the main Salazar High School himself admitted that the staff tried to dance to note down African students. Here is a fact that makes the notion completely absurd that the assimilados can reach a position of real equality with whites. To enjoy each of its privileges, an assimilado must always carry with him his ID card. We will not ask a question to a white man, he holds his privileged position by virtue of his appearance. Ins. If an assimilado is out after curfew, he will be regularly questioned by the police. If he can't not show his card, he will be arrested. We can't enjoy many privileges even with an identity card. Titi, an assimilated African, for example, is not admitted in a white cinema. Often he cannot use the toilets of the whites. A Roman Catholic African priest recently cited a case where he saw an assimilated professor really beaten by a white station master, because he had used the urine toilets in the station. Even the concept of assimilation is not so racial and liberal as its apologists suggest. It involves the non-acceptance of the African as an African. In counterpart of the uncertain privileges already described, he must to live, according to the law, in an entirely European way. He must never use his own language, and he must not visiting unassimilated relatives at home. One of the absurd contradictions of the system is that, while it does not receive the same treatment as a white man, we expect him that he identifies completely with white people. An assimilated says, at the end of secondary school, I was almost the only African left in the class. Used to get it lower grades than the Portuguese boys for the same job. My white companions saw no wrong with that. At the same time, they often spoke in front me of those ignorant blacks, referring to Africans unassimilated, and they couldn't see how much that could hurt me, as an assimilated. The maximum what the assimilado system claims to do is to create a few honorary whites, and this certainly does not constitute. 43. Not lie about non-racism. It is this status that we gave in South Africa to diplomats from Malawi and Japan, who visited there. In addition to the other faults of the system, Its condemnation final is to be found in the very small number of Africans affected. Out of a population of over 6 million in 1950, there were no more than 4,555 assimilados. A system that affects only such a tiny minority, must in fact be regarded as worthless. Miscegenation. The other main support for the myth of non-racism to guys is mixed marriage. The Portuguese claim that, from time to time it was even promoted as a policy official. In 1910, Vaz de Sampaio e Melo wrote, "The miscegenation is the most powerful force of nationalism colonial. Equality to Europeans having been granted to them by law, once they have been admitted to administrative positions. Administrative, religious, political, and military, the mulattoes come to adopt exclusively the habits and language of the conquering nation, and they constitute the instrument most advantageous and most suitable for spreading these ethnic characteristics in indigenous society. The result of this policy is a mulatto minority, the most extended minority groups after the Europeans, and an important element in the superstructure of the now society indigena, although its importance is more qualitative than quantitative. The Portuguese tend to exaggerate the size of this community. In fact, in Mozambique, the mulattoes constitute only 0.5% of the population, so that in South Africa people of color represent 8.5% of the population. The existence of a mulatto community was a feature of the Portuguese territories since the first days of the establishment of the Portuguese, when the conditions were such that a very small number of Portuguese women could be persuaded to accompany the adventurers, who filled this gap by taking African women as loincloths. At that time, the system did not entail a great racial equality. We did virtual never lie about these women legal wives, and they were treated, according to accounts from the time, as 44. Servants or slaves. Children very often inherited wind of the father's wealth and position, but that was more the result of the assimilation of the Portuguese to the Africans than the reverse. The owners of domains in the province of the Zambezi in the 18th century looked more like degenerate African chiefs than to Portuguese lords. Today's mulatto community, however, is essentially urbanized and educated according to the port system to guys. Legally, mulattoes possess citizenship Portuguese, and in relation to education and jobs, they enjoy a much higher degree of substantive equality than the assimilated. From a superficial point of view, they appear to be well integrated into Portuguese society, but the superficial character of this picture is most clearly demonstrated by the position of a mulatto of the first-generation ration, the child of a Portuguese and an African. Even today, what is accepted is not marriage mixed, it is miscegenation. In 1958, in Angola, there was only 25 mixed marriages, of any configuration. They divided as follows: white and black mulatto and white. 1. 4. 20. In almost all cases, it is the father who is Portuguese. Gay, the relationship between a Portuguese woman and an African man are not considered with too great tolerance. The African woman is not a wife legal, but at best a mistress who is also a domestic, taken for convenience when the man cannot not afford a Portuguese wife, or that he did not have the opportunity to look for one, or at worst a prostitute or the victim of a rape. In the previous situation, the child must reconcile two educations completely divergent. When he is very young, he most often lives with his mother, in the servants' quarters, and he is raised in a way like an African child, so that when he is older his father will send him to a Portuguese school, took him to a Portuguese family, and will expect that in everything he behaves like a child gay. Often he spends the first part of his life reconnoitring. Ciliate these factors and then has to endure a great changement in his position, because his father marries a Portuguese. When this happens, the child may be or well denied, rejected completely to his mother, or well kept. 45. In a lower position, distinct from that of children of the Portuguese marriage, receiving only a consideration second-rate in all areas of well-being and education. If his father is a priest, as often happens the child will at least be spared this last form rejection, but then, from the beginning, the separation between his father's family and his mother's will be even more complete. It is not surprising that mulattoes find themselves often resentful of the Portuguese, without being able, however, to recognize themselves in the part African of their culture. Educated to consider their mother as inferior, often they don't even speak his language forward. The resentment felt by the mulattoes towards the Portuguese is not only based on the circumstances of their childhood. Portuguese policy includes, with regard to the mulatto, a particular form of racism which is linked to the idea that miscegenation is a means of cementing dominance Portuguese nation on indigenous culture. Even if the mulattoes were to be treated as Portuguese in good respects, this policy does not include their being open all the same chances, the functions most high, the highest salaries must remain at the Portuguese hands. Portuguese anthropologist Mendes Correa gives a clear account of this, as human beings, attached to our race by the sacred bonds of origin, the mulattoes are entitled to our sympathy and help. But the reasons we have advances do not allow the political role of the mesticos exceed the limits of local life. As brilliant and effective as their professional, economical action may be, agricultural or industrial, as natural foreigners, they should never hold high positions in the general policy of the country, except perhaps in cases proven and complete identification with us, as to the temperament, will, sentiment, ideas, cases which are both exceptional and improbable. So both in his childhood and in his adult life, the mulatto has many experiences which are of a nature prevent him from identifying completely with the Portuguese. It is mainly the most educated of the mulattoes, the intellectuals, who were able to give expression to this. They were very involved in the anti-colonial political agitation list of beginnings and in the first manifestations of nationalism, and more recently, some mulattoes have 46. Thrown into the current nationalist movement. None minus their very privileged position in relation to the Africans. Canes hampered their political activity, their political thought even. Tis may have wanted to express the protest of the mass of the population, but they were very distant from her. For there is an even deeper division than that which usually separates an intellectual politically conscious and the proletariat about which he theorizes, when they don't even have a common language. Consequently, they tried very hard to come back emotionally to their African origins, to the African side of their culture. This can be seen in some common themes of the poetry of Craviron Ha, Noemia de Sousa and the pre-best works of Marcelino dos Santos, the image of their black mother representing their own African mother, the Afri-then itself, the mother country, and some confusion poetic between these two ideas. Noemia de Sousa, for example, writes in a poem called Black Blood, "My Africa, strange and wild, my raped virgin, my mother. How long have I walked exiled from you, distant stranger and absorbed in herself, in these city streets, full of an alien race. Mother, forgive me? Mother, my mother Africa, slave songs in the moonlight, I can't deny, the black, savage blood that you gave me. Because stronger than everything in me. It floods my soul, my veins. It is through him that I live, I laugh, I endure. Mother." This attitude of mind expresses the current dilemma in which the mulatto is located. On one side, it can reach a position of considerable superiority within the Portuguese building. Many Mozambican intellectuals best known are mulattoes, and the artistic life of the country. 47. In particular, is dominated by men like José Craviron Ha. On the other hand, when they reach a certain level in their trades, they find the door closed before them to advance further, and if they protest against that or begin to take an active part in business policies of their country, they are suspected and subjected to any kind of repression. Very early on they began to panzer in terms of nationalist revolt, but their estrangement of the ordinary African population left them without a base to turn these ideas into realistic action. Asians and Europeans. The significant non-white minority that remains is the Asian, composed for the most part of Indians and some Pakistani people. The population of Arab origin on the coast, to a large extent integrated with the local Africans, and those who have kept their own character belong to a peripheral trading group, in many ways similar to part of the Indian community. There is, in truth, a major division within the community Indian which separates it into two groups of character and different social roles. First, there are the Indians or the Pakistanis from the traditional subcontinent. They are mostly of Hindu or Muslim religion, usually engage in small business ventures, posts of bush trade in the country, small shops in the cities, and constitute a relative community, closed, which has no close relationship with the Africans, Kanes, the Europeans, nor even the members of the other Sesi or Indians. In general, they are very similar to groups Asian Ps that are found everywhere else in the East African and are also on the margins of the political life of the country. The other group of Indians are the natives of Goa. In the 19th century, Portugal was unable to establish a large number of Europeans in Mozambique, but he is very successful good at persuading the people of Goa to immigrate there. Their tiny colony of Goa had been much more subjected to Portuguese influence than any African territory, and these immigrants were in many ways more Portuguese Indians. They spoke Portuguese and in some cases I had even adopted as a mother tongue. They were overwhelmingly Roman Catholic. Consequently, they 48 were considered useful agents of civilization by the Portuguese, and many of them were recruited in the public service. Even today they are numerous in the administration, just as we find many in various professions, such as medicine and justice. In theory, as is the case for the Malaybari, all Asians with Portuguese passports have the same rights and benefits as citizens European Portuguese, but in practice they know limits similar to equality. Overall, however, it results in less friction, in part because the situation family of the inhabitants of Goa is usually better established, partly because assimilation was much more effective at Guinea than in Africa, and partly because the power of the Catholic Church in the Goa community is huge. This means that those of them who reacted against the Portuguese, and there are a number of intellectuals from Goa who provided strong support to nationalist movements, are most often found opposed not only to the Portuguese, but to their proper community and even to their families. The white minority itself is made up, on the one hand civil servants, administrators, and military personnel sent from Portugal for a while, especially to serve the government, on the other hand, of settled settlers, most of Portuguese origin, but with a pinch of Greeks, Italians, Afrikanders and other nationalities. It is government policy to encourage members of the first group, particularly the ordinary soldiers, to remain in the colony by offering them concessions of earth, but only a few of them become settlers, after the term of their service has passed. The second group is quite different from the small white minorities. CHES comparable anywhere else in Africa, in that, although its members monopolize almost all positions important in business and the liberal professions, a large part is engaged in fairly modest enterprise STEs. There are white craftsmen, small white farmers and even white farm workers. You have to find the reason in the low level of education and very poor widespread in Portugal itself. Many immigrants Olonis were poor peasants in Portugal, 50% of immigrants are illiterate, and an even higher proportion is without qualification. Examining the character of the Portuguese colonialism, Gilberto Freire makes a virtue of this, stating that because of their poverty and origin. 49. Rural Portuguese immigrants were able to mingle easily to the people of the colonies and did not have an innate sense of superiority. 3. What is however not established by the experience of Africans in Mozambique. The colonists have often surpassed the government in their racist ways. In Tet, in 1948, for example, when, for the first time the authorities allowed children non-whites to attend the local primary school, white members of the colonados protested vigorously, and as their protest brought no result, they insisted on leaving 2 rows of desks empty to separate their children from the children of non-whites. Very recently in a colonado where the government had established 1 or 2 Africans with whites, the whites talked the Africans, and finally, in one case, they beat one of them, damaged his house and threatened his women. These events and many others of which I have heard talk about or that I witnessed could be incitements isolated teeth, but the foundations of friction exist in the system itself. Although upon arrival, immigrants Portuguese are in an equal or barely higher than that of Africans, wage differences, preference in jobs, special assistance from the government in agriculture do not fail to change their situation and their mentality. Even the poor illiterate peasant far better in Mozambique than in Portugal. Moreover, the fact that many whites are uneducated and poor on arrival, puts them in direct competition with the Atricians. For them, the Africans are a threat potential. For Africans, there is no justification proportional to whites' top position. Since within the fascist system there is no democracy, even for citizens who have all the legal rights and the right to vote, there is a certain friction even between the whites and the authorities. Because, however, it is the government that guarantees the white man his position. Privileged position, very few settlers identified with the Africans to ask for independence. In some cases, as we have already indicated, friction arises because the settlers want even stronger measures against the Africans, a greater degree of segregation. In other cases they only claim a greater degree freedom for their own minority. At one time, there, 3, Gilberto Freire, Portuguese Integration in the Tropics, Lisgood, 1961. 50. There was an opposition group of liberals in Mozambique whites to the establishment of the fascist state, as there had one in Portugal, but it was virtually reduced to silence now. There are a small number of them, for the most part of the intellectuals, whose anti-fascist convictions and opposition to Salazar are fundamental, which support the liberation movement and of which one or two have really joined the resistance. In some combat areas therefore, the government has deemed it necessary to punish simple white civilians who did not show opposition sufficiently active in the guerrillas. So even the minority white is not a homogeneous body, which is identified in all points with the colonial government. 51. 3. Education and submission. Its schools are necessary, yes. But how here the natives are taught the way to human dignity and the greatness of the nation that protected. 1. Pastoral letter from Cardinal Sirgira, Patriarch of Lisbon, 1960. This has been the habit among Europeans and Americans. Keynes to conceive of all human thought as deriving of the Western mind. It was thought in particular that Africa that had made no contribution to the development human, it was considered as a closed and composed world. Utterly backward, brought into the mainstream of development following the European invasion. More studies however, recent studies have shown this idea to be a pro-introversion and ethnocentrism of thought Western. Mr. Leakey's work indicated that Africa that Central and Eastern was perhaps the birthplace of human society in its first form, too. In much more recent times, 5,000 or 6,000 years ago, it was in the valley of the Nile that developed what we are referred to as a civilized society. While the Europeans still lived in primitive tribal societies. Vs isolated in the northern forest belt, Africans of the north learned to control their environment, developing the technology and science, and forming a complex society, sedentary. They used mathematics to measure the earth, to map the movement of the stars and the plans of large buildings drawn up. They invented some of the first techniques of extraction and smelting iron, they were climbing some of the first levels in the medical sciences. It was this company which absorbed the very first Muslim invaders and created, through cultural fusion, the advanced Islamic culture of Africa, from which Europe drew many scientific ideas that allowed the Renaissance. And it wasn't alone the areas of Islamic influence which could pride themselves on read of an advanced material civilization. It is known holding only a few of the cities of West Africa and the Congo were built before the adoption of Islam. And if the last 5 or 6 centuries, Africa has ceased to be at the forefront of development, even then it was not a closed continent. Why has certain evidence considerable trade and cultural exchanges at the times between different regions of Africa and between Africa and outside areas like the Middle East and India? While archaeologists and historians have shown the historical falsity of the thesis of the Dark continent, the sociologists have attacked other aspects. Europeans supposed, because Africa was backward at the time where they invaded, that the Africans had no culture at all, neither morality nor education. It is henceforth admitted that there were a number of cultures in Africa. That, some more complex than others, but all you understand some form of morality and all comprising a method of education through which children could absorb the culture and become well-integrated members of the society in which they were born. All this is sufficiently recognized now in the most countries in Europe and America, and it is no longer need to argue this point here. But this recognition outside a narrow circle of experts is largely a result of the post-colonial period. For a government colonial, the notion that the culture of the colonized or does not exist or is without value, is obviously fashion, too convenient to allow science alone correct it. Colonialists generally despised and rejected culture. Traditional African culture and education. They attacked him Kate, instituting completely out of context a version of their own education system, which would uproot the African of his past and would force him to adapt to the colonial society. It was necessary that the African himself acquires contempt for its cultural fund. In the territories Portuguese, education for the African had two goals: form an element of the population that would act as an intermediary between the colonial state and the masses, and instill an attitude of servility to the educated African. These goals, 53, are clearly set out in a 1960 pastoral letter by Cardinal Sir Gira. We are trying to reach the indigenous population at both in breadth and in depth, to teach him to read, to write, and count, and not to make doctors. To educate and instruct them, as well as to make them prisoners of the earth and to protect them of the attractiveness of cities, the path chosen by the missionaries Catholic Naries with dedication and courage, the path common sense and the political and social security of province. Schools are necessary, yes, but schools where the natives are taught the path of human dignity and the greatness of the nation that protects them, too. At all levels, schools for Africans are everything. First of all, agencies for the dissemination of the language and the Portuguese culture. Basically, the Portuguese ideal was just a carefully controlled education could create in time an African people speaking only Portuguese, embrace Sant Christianity, and also intensely Portuguese nationalist gay than the citizens of the metropolis themselves. If all Africans from Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau became Portuguese nationals, had dreamed of the Portuguese, there were only 30,089 Africans, 3, in Angola and 4,554 in Mozambique who had reached legal status recognized assimilation to Portuguese culture. To achieve these policy objectives, the government decreed that only one language, Portuguese, should be taught in schools under its jurisdiction in Africa. The African languages are used primarily as a means of facilitating the teaching of Portuguese, but even this is rare. Whatever the long-term prospects term of this view, the intermediate result has been the creation of a small class that looks down on its languages and its traditional culture, but which is not enough sufficiently educated to use Portuguese effectively. Assuming that political unity is based on unity morality, the Portuguese attached great importance to religion in African education. The Constitution of Portugal indicates a preference for Catholicism among religious faiths. 98% of the population of Portugal metropolitan area are Roman Catholic, and the law and practice. 3. These figures include families of Africans and mulattoes, called mixtos. 54. That Portuguese in recent years have largely burned out the unity that existed before the Republic between the Church and the State. 4. Assuming that establishing a spiritual connection relationship between the mother country and its overseas colonies is vital for establishing the desired policy coherence, the Salazar regime encouraged the spread of Catholicism in Africa and entrusted the elementary education of Africans to subsidized Roman Catholic mission schools created by the government. School systems. There are two categories of school system in the territory's Portuguese languages. Roman Catholic mission schools, including the main function is to educate Africans, at the level from primary, the more sophisticated government school system K, catering to the needs of whites, Asians, and assimilated. Schools for Africans are organized as follows: Ensino Rudimentar, called Ensino de Adaptação after 1956, or Ensino Missionario. According to Law No. 238 of May 15, 1930 and the Concordat of 1940, the goal of this rudimentary education is to lead gradually the indigena from a life in the savage state to a civilized life. See. This program is officially the responsibility Roman Catholic missions, although some Protestant groups are also allowed to operate in a few schools. The school years are: Initia. 4. Portugal was officially secularized after the fall of the monarchy in 1910, but the separation of church and state was never fully effected. Tiv. As early as 1919, subsidies were restored to Catholic educational establishments. What? In 1926, when the current authoritarian regime took over after a decade of violence and instability, legal status was given to the particular role of the Church to civilize Africa. By the Colonial Act of 1930, the Catholic missions a privileged position among other religious groups, under the pretext that Catholicism represents the national faith of Portugal and is therefore the logical instrument of civilization and national influence. The Agreement Missionary Status of 1940, supplemented by the Missionary Statute of 1941, restored a monetary compensation for all property confiscated by the regime's precedents and emphasized the national character of Catholic missions. A decree of 1941 prohibits the granting of subsidies to missions other than the missions Portuguese Roman Catholics. 55. CAO Kindergarten, Primeira class, first degree, and Segunda class, second degree. Ensino Primário, this program is intended for students who were received after the Ensino de Adaptação. He understands takes the Terceira class, third degree, the Quarta class, fourth degree, and the Admissão, preparation for admission to the Liceu program. Schools for Europeans, assimilados, and others are organized along the following lines: Ensino Primário, primary education, a program 5 years, since 1952, when the 5th year, whose last year is required for entry in the secondary cycle, Ensino Liceal, including the Primeiro Ciclo, 2 years, the Segundo Ciclo, 3 years, and the Terceiro Ciclo, 2 years. The third cycle is intended for those who preparant to enter a Portuguese university. Prior to 1940, all school curricula for children Africans were fixed by the Department of Education and Education in the territory, the exams were conducted managed by the state, and diplomas were awarded exclusively meant by the Director of Education. Then, from 1940 to 1960, the Catholic Church officially took over the preparation of curricula, and examinations were conducted, and diplomas awarded by the authority of the Church. The preparation of the programs is now in the hands of the Ministry of Education in Lisbon, in line the reorganization of African colonies into provinces of Portugal, and inspectors from the Territorial Office of the Director of Public Instruction pay visits periodicals to mission schools. It is clearly understood, however, that no government inspector cannot visit a Catholic school without permission and participation of the religious authorities on which it depends. Practically, the office of the Archbishop of Lourenço Marques is the center of educational authority in Mozambique, as the office of the Archbishop of Luanda directs Equity Africans of Angola and São Tomé. In all schools for Africans in Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea. Portuguese, the curricula are uniform, regardless of only local differences. In practice, the 3 levels of education, rudimentary school, primary and secondary, are organized to train a series of barriers to the African child who seeks a higher education. 56. The Ensino de Adaptação program, the equivalent kindergarten and the first 2 years in most part of other African territories, is intended in theory to introduce African children to the Portuguese language and to rudiments, thus bringing him to the level of a Portuguese child starting primary school. In many regions of the country, however, the children of mulattoes and Asians were forced to go through these 3 years rudimentary school, although they were brought up speaking Portuguese and that they could have started primary school mayor at the same level as Portuguese children, while, in other regions, children of Asian parents or non-Portuguese Europeans, are allowed to start at primary school level, although they were not brought up in the Portuguese language. How the teaching is done in Portuguese. Since the beginning, many African children cannot pass the Adaptação exams, which we normally passes after 3 years of teaching, before the age of 12 or 14. Since the age maximum to enter primary school is set at 13 years, a very large number of children find themselves often excluded even from primary school. The program of the Ensino Primário, that is to say the 3rd and 4th years, covers subjects similar to those practiced by the Portuguese children of same level. An analysis of the content of the textbooks used indicates that the focus is entirely on the culture Portuguese. African history and geography are totally ignored. Emphasis is placed on the Portuguese language, the geospelling of Portuguese discoveries and conquests, the Christian morality, manual labor, and agriculture. Beyond the 4th year, there is a class where students are theoretically prepared either for high school or for industrial and technical schools. In fact, very few mission schools have this 5th grade program year, so that the chances, for an African child, to obtain the necessary qualification to enter a secondary school are next to nothing, unless he goes in town and attends a private school there that can prepare him entrance exams for secondary education. We encounters another age barrier at this stage. Age maximum to enter a secondary school is 14 years old, and it is rare for an African child to have started his schooling early enough to have completed the 3 years rudimentary school and the 5 years of primary school before he was 14. 57. Although more than 98% of white Portuguese who live in the African territories are Catholic, the government retained control of the schools for the purposes education of whites, Asians, and assimilated black. Children from these groups can attend either state schools or private schools, but the programmes and exams were, in both cases, supervised by the state. These state schools for Europeans are directed administratively by the Ministry of National Education (NAL) of Lisbon. Within the ministry, education in Africa and Portuguese Asia is overseen by the Department of Overseas Education. There is a division of education for Mozambique, one for Angola and one for Guinea and the islands, each headed by a director who is assisted by 2 inspectors, one for Equity Primaries and the other for health. Education is compulsory for all European children. Peons who live less than 3 kilometers from a school and who are between 7 and 12 years old. Although the prescribed age to enter primary school, i.e. 7 years, children can be admitted a year earlier. School programs of state are the same as those of all Portuguese schools. Gays of the same level in metropolitan Portugal, except some minor adjustments to local geographic conditions, physical, climatic, and social. A considerable number of European and Asian children CS, and a very small number of Africans, follow schools government-supervised private ones. These schools, all Catholic in orientation, given that it is forbidden generally to Protestant schools to welcome Europeans, do not discriminate against Africans canes, but only a small number of Africans can purport to send their children there. The average price of education private fee is roughly equivalent to $17.50 a month, and most African students need Sally boarders, which raises the cost to a prohibitive level, even for middle-class parents' African donkeys. Teacher training. The same 2 types that apply to the process of education in the Portuguese territories are found in 58. The training of teachers for African and European schools peons. When the Catholic missions took over education of unassimilated Africans in the 1940s, the training of teachers from these African schools became equally lies within the jurisdiction of the Church. The normal school of government meant in Mozambique, which had been closed after the vote of the Missionary Act in 1940, reopened in 1945, as a Catholic institution, rather than as an institution governmental. Prior to this time, candidates African teachers were only required to complete the THIRD degree to be on school admission lists training, but now membership in the Church Catholic is also a prerequisite. The teacher candidates for African rudimentary schools are largely drawn from unassimilated Africans. In 1960 there were 4 teacher training schools. Organizations in Mozambique run by the church and subsidized by the government. Total registration was 341 male students, with some 65 graduates per year. Staff for primary and secondary schools run by the government and intended for the people civilized of Mozambique and the other Portuguese colonies SES comes from metropolitan Portugal. It is, however, possibly, for an individual who has completed the first cycle of the high school to obtain a teaching diploma authorizing him to teach in the lower grades of private schools. System results. If the system is to be judged by its stated purpose of train Africans in Portuguese civilization, we must admit it's a failure. Very few Africans in total receive an education, since the result in Mozambique is that between 95 and 98% of the African population is illiterate entrants. Most of the education they receive is provided by the church. In 1955 there were 41 schools rudimentary, having a total of 242,412 pupils. Among these schools, 2,000 were run by Catholic missions, 27 by Protestant missions, 12 by the government, and 2 were private schools. In 1959 there was 392,796 children who received the Ensino de Adaptação, but among them only 6,928 managed to start school primary. 59. Although almost 98% of the population of Mozambique is composed of black Africans, only a small proportion of children attending primary school is African, while the number of Africans in secondary school is almost negligible. In 1963 there were only 311 primary schools meeting the needs of 25,742 pupils, but among them only a fifth were Africans. In the same year, there were only 3 secondary schools of state which could award a certificate of completion. There are 3 lower secondary schools. These 3 state schools provided education for 2,250 students, while the 3 main private secondary schools had 800 students. Of this total, only 6% of black Africans. In 1960, in the largest establishment secondary school in Mozambique, Salazar High School in Lourenço Marques, there were only 30 African students canes out of a total of more than 1,000. The Catholic Church Roman, which enjoys responsibility for the education of the indigenous population, does not have a single secondary school for Africans. Some of the Protestant missions, who still have limited facilities to work in Mozambique, subsidize and operate boarding schools for some of the very small number of African students who attend secondary schools in the capital, Lourenço trademarks. There are also a number of primary schools, secondary schools and a number of technical schools secondary schools, but which have very few African students, due to high school fees. A young girl who has successfully entered a secondary technical school described the conditions of his schooling. Josina Muthamba, Gaza province. My parents made great sacrifices to send me to school. I went to a business school for 5 years. My parents had to save on food and the clothing. In primary school, there was only 120 Africans for 100 Portuguese. At commercial school, we were about 50 Africans. Canes for several hundred Portuguese. FL, Josina was in a much happier position than the most Africans, because his father earned an exceptional salary high for an African, 3,000 escudos, $142, and yet his family could only just pay tuition. Clearly, the state did not rage those who could not pay them. On the 60. Schools teachers students primary 1305 2912 92002 general secondary 46530 9028 technical secondary 41734 12273 50 Africans from the commercial school. Not even 20 had scholarships, while at least half of the Portuguese had some, although their families were well better off than ours. The government has also established general studies universities in Lourenço Marques, but according to information that we have on hand, out of the 280 students registered in 1962, there were not even a dozen of Africans. There are a few Africans currently attending only the university in Portugal itself, and some who follow fairly high-level professional courses in technical schools in Portugal. But their number is insignificant in comparison to the hundreds of Mozambique and Asian Bicans who take the same courses. Every year, white Portuguese students cross the borders of South Africa and Rhodesia for their studies of the. This, of course, no African is allowed to do, even if some Africans manage to slip in and enroll clandestinely as individual local students. Genes. 5. Since 1963 there has been a considerable expansion of the number of schools. This is partly due to the influx of settlers and an increase in the white population, but also to the war and to an effort by the government to gain some African support. The Boletim Guerre do Ultramar of 1967 gives the following figures for 1965 to 1966. These figures include a large number of institutions, private and religious matters, which are not included in the 1963 figures, while the high school figures also include training courses for teachers, health courses, etc. The number of those who attended state secondary schools only increased moderately in the last 4 years. Unfortunately, there is no reference for the proportion African students at each level, but student stories Dions who recently escaped from Mozambique indicate that the proportions were little affected by this expansion, except that considerably more Africans are now in technical institutes. For the simple African child of the country, the hopes of reaching even then primary school are still a long way off. Apart from the complete lack of schools and places, there are several factors that prevent more children Africans receive some education. Why is the maximum age of entry already quoted? And there is money. Even the schools rudimentary are chargeable, and even if the charges little wind do not exceed more than $20 per year, it is already far more than a peasant or a plantation worker can afford, insofar as after tax he won't have more than $50 left, and maybe even less than $20. Even a man with a small qualification, a driver or an office worker, earn no more than $100 a year after tax paid. The higher one rises in the academic ladder, the more gradually becoming more expensive, while incidental expenses also increase. At the level of rudimentary school, parents may only have to buy the child only a few clothes, but then they will have to pay also school materials, transport, and perhaps boarding school. At the secondary school level, transportation and the pension pose considerable problems. Most of Africans live in the countryside, while all the secondary schools are found in cities. Of the 3 upper secondary schools, 2 are in Lourenço Marques, 1 in Beira, and the schools provide nothing the needs of children from poor families who would have cheap pension. Finally, there is the quality of elementary education provided to Africans. As has already been noted, most of these schools do not offer a sufficient level of education, nor does it even dispense the appropriate courses to reach the next level of schooling. The authorities show very little interest in improving these conditions. In 1950, only 1.3% of the total budget of Mozambique was intended for education. In 1962, this percentage had risen to only 4%. In 1961, the total sum devoted to missions for African education was $1,050,000, while some 62 lions were taken each year from the African population. When I visited Mozambique in 1961, I spoke with the 2 most important officials of the Department of Education, the Director of Education for Mozambique and the Principal of Salazar High School. I told them about heavy handicaps of Africans, and asked them what measures the government was considering to expand education Africanchen, in order to correct the situation. The Director of Education told me that nothing could be done for increase the number of African students in upper grades as long as there is no more money available to expand the whole system. The principal of the C. Salazar evaded my first question about the number of students. Black vs in the secondary schools of Lourenço Marques, by simply noting that their number was higher when he took office. In response to other questions about the academic results of these students vs, he said that black students could be compared favorably to whites with regard to the sciences, physics and mathematics, but that their results in letters, particularly in the Portuguese language and in literature, were lower. He also suggested that the fact wounds of their Portuguese could be taken into account in their poor results in the other disciplines, because, although examiners ignore applicants' race, weakness of Portuguese grammar could tell them which were African. Later, speaking with a Catholic priest that, I still asked about the number of blacks following secondary schools in Lourenço Marques. He has begun to notice proudly that in Portuguese Africa, the race of the students was not considered. But then he has advanced an estimate, the blacks are about 20. When he noticed my disappointment, he immediately added that there had more African students in the state school in the top of town. However, when I visited the school in question, I found that the proportion leaned heavily in favor of whites. Talking to African students, I've been able to establish that there should not be more than 40 students black out of a total of probably 800. The role of the Church in Mozambique. Since the education of Africans is almost entirely in the hands of the Church, it is worth 63. Take a closer look at the overall position of the Church, its activities, and its attitudes. While the Colonial Act brings freedom of conscience and freedom of religion, it also brings into at the same time and in a contradictory way a protection special help to the Catholic Church Rome and its missionary program. Giving up the previous attitude, adopted during the first 2 decades following the establishment of the Republic, the Portuguese government has recognized the rights and functions of the Church, which were to Christianize and to educate, Portuguesize and civilize the populations native. In Mozambique, this policy is led by appropriate constitutional provisions, beginning with the Missionary Act of 1940, which explains in detail the principles contained in the Concordat of May 7, 1940 between the Vatican and Portugal, and the Missionary Statute of 1941. By these agreements, the Portuguese government undertakes to subsidize the missionary programs of the Church, to limit the activities of non-Catholic foreign missionaries and to discourage the arrival of Catholic missionaries strangers. Of a Mozambican population estimated at 7 million, the number of people of Catholic faith is about 800,000. They are served by 100 missions and parishes, led by secular priests and fathers of different orders, Franciscans, Dominicans, Benedictines, Lazarists, and Congregation of the Sacred Heart. In 1959, there were at Mozambique 240 priests and fathers, of whom only 3 were Africans. One of the most important activities of the Church Catholicism was the establishment and direction of schools for European and African children, elementary schools, secondary and professional and seminars, as well of infirmaries and hospitals. The total responsibility for education of the African people was entrusted to the Catholic Church. That although the overwhelming majority of Africans are not Christians, to this one was also given the ability to prepare Africans who could be assimilated to Portuguese culture. The Portuguese believe that there is a better chance of an African becoming a Portuguese all respects, if he is a Catholic. This belief, often expressed by government officials, is well illustrated by a judgment passed and 1960 by Drive Adriano Moreira, then Under-Secretary of State for Administration from overseas. While emphasizing that political loyalty is not based on the qualification of Christian, Dr. Moreira 64 declared that Catholic missionary activity was inseparable, closely linked to patriotism, and that the formation of qualities Christians led to the formation of Portuguese qualities. It is this attitude that has led to the separation of education of African children from that of Europeans, a separation which is very particular in that everywhere in the world there is theirs. The Catholic Church insists on educating the children of his members. Yet in Mozambique, the children of Europeans, who are more than 95% Catholic, are in the hands of secular, state-run schools. The purpose of this policy is obviously to indoctrinate the children of the black Mozambican natives in the Christianism and thereby ensure a docile and loyal population in Portugal. This attitude of the Portuguese government is so anchored that it constantly influences its policy, even for decisions concerning the admission of missionaries, foreign Christians, Catholics, or Protestants, in the country. Since the 17th century, foreign missionaries have been suspected of deportugalizing the natives, and of acting as advanced agents of foreign governments. When the missionaries are Protestant, the fears and resentments are growing. Consequently, since many years, the Protestant missions in Mozambique that have been hampered and very often thwarted by the powerful combination of Portuguese Catholic clergy and colonial government officials. From time to time, public judgments are made by senior officials. Colonial government officers, attacking the mission's Protestants, accusing them of fomenting anti-Portuguese among the African population. Lately even, Protestant missionaries were attacked as responsible for the appearance of nationalism in Angola and Mozambique. In fact, the leadership of nationalist movements in the two countries is of mixed religious composition. In our Mozambique Liberation Front, most of the members of our Central Committee, which leads the program overall picture of the struggle, either is Catholic or comes from Catholic families. The first to lead our program of military action, the late Felipe Magaya, had been baptized in the Catholic Church, as well as Samora Machel, the leader current Liberation Army. Most of our parents abroad, who fled Portuguese schools in the Mozambique or Portugal, are Catholic. When in May 1961, more than 100 students from the Portuguese colonies, 65 from Africa fled Portuguese universities to go to France, Switzerland, and West Germany, more than 80 of them declared themselves to be either Catholics or to come of Catholic families. There is therefore no evidence to support the Portuguese assertion, which must be founded rather on the role, methods, and attitudes that the Church tries to instill. The elementary education that the Church gives to Africans is highly religious in its content. A wide part of the courses is devoted to religious knowledge. Apart from that, the subjects taught are Portuguese, reading, writing and arithmetic. But the level for all these materials is extremely low. The courses are oriented to Portugal. Thus history and geography taught are those of Portugal. Africa is only touched on in relation to port with the Portuguese Empire. Even more, a large party time is spent in manual labor at the expense of academic subjects. Although the products of this work return to the mission, these are not accepted in fee replacement. All these characteristics are illustrated by the story about the One Boa Mission School, of a former student, Gabriel Mauricio Nantimpo, province of Cabo Delgado. RR studied at the mission, but we were not taught not good. First, they only taught us what they wanted to teach us, the catechism. They didn't want not that we learn other things. Then all mornings we had to work on the mission lands. They said our dads didn't pay for our food and for our business. The mission also received government money, and our families paid charges. After 1958, our parents had to even buy the hose with which we cultivated the mission lands. Through education, the Church naturally seeks to inculcate in students moral and political attitudes, and in relation to this, it is important to examine the role of the Church with regard to the Portuguese state. Generally, the Portuguese Catholic hierarchy supports the projects of the Lisbon regime both in metropolitan France and overseas. And the Vatican is doing little to alter these relationships. Fact, during a visit by the Pope to Portugal in May 1967, the latter donated $150,000 to the government Portuguese for overseas use, and he named the car 66. Dinner of Lisbon to the function of Bishop of the Armed Forces Portuguese, with the rank of Brigadier General. Attitude of government vis-a-vis the Church is clearly expressed in a judgment of August 28, 1967, brought by the SOJ.IS Secretary for Overseas Administration, when the state entrusts the Catholic L1, Ishans with part of the travail of education, the state is certain that the missions work wrong for the common good, for the task they have been loaded. And when the church accepts this task, the church is equally certain that the state has taken the best path to defend the interests that it is his duty to defend. We can conclude that, under the good omen of the travail they have accomplished for centuries in Africa, the church and state activities will continue in perfect harmony, driven by the same ideals. For many Portuguese Catholics, being Portuguese and being Catholic are one and the same thing. And you.s know of no occasion during the last 40 years in which the Catholic Church in Portugal has felt forced to officially protest against the many acts of savagery of the Portuguese government against the people African. On the contrary, the highest authorities of the Church tended to show that they supported the policy of the government and its conduct. The only exception to this rule was the position of a leader of the Church in Mozambique, the Bishop of Beira, Monsignor Sebastião Soares of Resende. For a number of years he even dared to question the government about the treatment it reserved for African cotton growers. In his letters Monthly Pastorales, published in a periodical of the Church, he frequently criticized the manner in which the government conducted part of its African policy. Bishop Resende is one of the Portuguese liberals who believed to the possibility of creating a new Brazil in Africa, where Portuguese culture could flourish even after independence dance. The impression given by his position, as it appears in some of his pastoral letters or in the everyday that he is supposed to control, is that he can conceive an independent Mozambique only inside of a community of Portuguese, cultural, religious interests and economic. His intention was to liberalize politics. That rather than radically change it. But when eventually some of his opinions began to annoy the Salazar regime, the Vatican ordered him to stop posting. Subsequently, the government took away some of the privileges he had previously enjoyed. 67. In particular, he was removed from his responsibilities of director of the only secondary school in Beira. The clearest judgment ever made by a leader Portuguese Catholic of all ranks on the question of self-determination and independence comes from Monsignor Custodio Alvim Pereira, Auxiliary Bishop of Lourenço Martel, E.S. If its position should be taken as representative of one Catholic Church, then the Church is unequivocally against independence. In a recent circular which was read in all the Catholic churches and all the seminaries of the Mozambique, Bishop Pereira highlighted 10 points tending to convince the clergy that independence for the African people was not only false but contrary to God's will. Here is that judgment. 1. Independence is a thing that has nothing to do with the good of men. She can be good in some geographical and cultural conditions, but the latter are not yet fulfilled in Mozambique. 2. As long as these conditions do not exist, to found a ment of independence or to be part of it, it is to act against nature. 3. Even when these conditions exist, the mother country has the right to oppose independence, as long as they remain human rights and freedoms are respected and that we seek civil and religious well-being and progress for all. 4. All movements that employ violence, terrorts, are against natural law, because if independence is good, it must be obtained by peaceful means. 5. When a movement is terrorist, the clergy conscience must not only abstain, but oppose this movement. This is a logical consequence of the nature of his mission. 6. Even if the movement is peaceful, the clergy must to abstain in order to be able to be the spiritual guide of all. The superior can impose this abstention, as he does Lourenço Marques. 7. The indigenous peoples of Africa have an obligation to express their gratitude for the benefits that they're provided by the colonizers. 68. 8. Educated people are obligated to fight openly the illusions entertained by the less educated regarding independence. 9. The current movements for independence carry all the mark of revolt and communism, they have any sense, therefore, we must not support them. The doctrine of the Holy See is very clear in its opposition to the slow theist communism and revolution. The great revolution is that of the gospel. 10. The slogan Africa for Africans is a philosophical monstrosity, a challenge to Christian civilization yours, because current events show us that the communism and Islam want to impose their civilization to Africans. It is clear that it is no coincidence that the Church adopts this approach, and if the education of Africans is entrusted to the Church, this is yet another sign that the goal of education Portuguesian for Africans is not to develop lies, it is submission. In theory, the goal of education is to help Africans become civilized and to make of them Portuguese. This in itself is an approach narrow-no-centric. But it would at least offer Africans the opportunity to develop, even if it is not in the most appropriate direction. In practice, however, nothing of the sort is wanted. The system is intended for almost impossible for an African to have an education which qualifies him for work other than task servile. The entire African education system is intended to produce not citizens, but slaves from Portugal. 69. 4. Operating economy. Portuguese politics parallels the interests. Europeans' interests as leaders of the transformation of lagging regions and the interests natives as a mass prepared to become part of the future of a civilized people. Thus Portugal cannot absolutely accept the principal primacy of indigenous interests. It is rather the opposite which constitutes its traditional methods, which are similar to what Lugard has called the dual mandate. The traditions of colonization, the principles and the methods of Portuguese colonization. Marcelo Caetano, Lisbon, 1961. The role of colonies. According to the Portuguese constitution, the government does not even accept a real double mandate concerning its colonies. Its purpose in preserving them is first and foremost essential to be able to systematically exploit the resources of its territories, to establish Portuguese families in the colonies and to control the movement of traders, African valiants, including discipline and protection immigrant workers. All other reasons, such as the raising of the moral and social standards of the inhabitants and the achievement of social justice, are held to be secondary res. To understand the economy of these relations between the Portugal and its colonies, we must first consider the economy of Portugal itself. Portugal is small and economical. Slightly delayed. Its territory is only a part that of Mozambique, and its population of 9 million, is only slightly higher than the population of its colony. Deny. In 1961, the total national income of Portugal was 64,200,000 million escudos, which represents a per capita income of around $250 a year, one of the highest. 70. Bottom of Europe. Its rate of economic growth is slow. It has few mineral resources and few industries. Consequence of its mountainous terrain and its farming methods, primitive cultures which, practiced for centuries, have caused extensive soil erosion. Portugal lacks cultivable land. Yet despite this lack of land, half of the population devotes itself to agriculture, and the situation of this is aggravated by the concentration of ownership of land in the hands of a few powerful owners. 0.4% of owners own 45% of the land, and the 500 biggest owners control more land than the 500,000 smaller. Unemployment and underemployment are endemic. Ownership of industry, like that of land, is concentrated in the hands of a few capitalists. Their average industrial wage is about $1 per day. There has always been a chronic lack of capital national level, and the economy is largely supported by investment. Foreign weaving, mainly English until 1930, but since Germany, France, and America have been major providers of capital. The poverty of population has led to widespread illegal emigration to France, which the government has tried in vain to control first. The backwardness of its national economy entails for Portugal a chronic trade balance only in deficit. Its main exports to foreign countries are cork, wolfram, textiles from cotton, wines, and sardines, while he has to import almost all the manufactured products he uses, except textiles. Between 1955 and 1959, the value of exports covered only 62% of the value of importations. In 1964, it covered 66%, but since then the hole dug again. Trade figures for 1964: 1. Imports, 5,257,000 tons, value, 22,320 million of escudos. Exports, 3,614,000 tons, value, 14,831 million of escudos. This situation is partially compensated by the trade of the overseas provinces, which has always shown a balance of payments surplus with countries other than that Portugal and a balance of payments deficit with Portugal. 1963, distribution of the trade of the IL provinces overseas C2, 2, in mil/ions of escudos. Total trade with Portugal with the countries the OCDE with the United States of imports 11,370, 4,219, 3,628, 646. Exports, 9,888, 3,193, 4,650. 1,712. Recent trade figures for Mozambique show that during the first 6 months of 1967, had a negative balance of 668 million escudos at inside the escudo zone and a positive balance of 343 million escudos with the rest of the world. We can already see why colonies are important. Ts for Portugal, their resources can compensate for the Portugal's deficit. They provide the mass of the people poverty-stricken and often unemployed an outlet migration which, at the same time, keeps him inside of the jurisdiction of Portugal, contributing to the national income NAL and required for military service. As colonies have a positive trade balance with countries other than Portugal, they help it keep its reserves for foreign trade. An examination of the economic structure will show in more detail how Portugal takes advantage of this situation. The principles underlying the economic system in metropolitan Portugal are based on the basic laws controlling the corporate organization of the state. For example, he is established in the constitution of the state that the company private sector is recognized as the most fruitful instrument of progress and economy of the nation. The state is relegated to the role of coordinator and regulator of economic life as and social, and arbiter of economic and social objectives social. The Constitution effectively prohibits the state from engaging in commerce or in the establishment of industries, except when private economic interests cannot afford the initial investment costs. Given that the real economic power rests with the corporative body composed of the representatives of the corporations. Gremios, the economic interests of the nation are currently determined by a powerful few. The same system is extended to overseas territories. C. In the Constitution of Portugal, economic relations mixed with overseas territories are defined as follows. The economic organization of the Portuguese territories. Overseas will form part of the economic organization that general of the Portuguese nation, taking place by this bias in the global economy. Within this structure, it is also envisaged that metropolitan Portugal will guarantee, through measures taken by the competent bodies, the conventional balance of different economic interests. In the same way in metropolitan Portugal, corporations have been established in Mozambique, for cereal producers, of industrially processed vegetable oil, for plantia and tobacco producers, whose role is to help the government ability to plan and direct the exploitation of resources natural and human resources of the country. Prime Minister Salazar himself has seen that the overseas territories were the logical solution to the pro-Portuguese problem of overpopulation, establishing nationals Portuguese in the colonies, and for the colonies, to produce raw materials to sell to the motherland in exchange of manufactured goods. Although in Portugal itself, foreign interests are valid under specific legal restrictions, in the overseas territories, these do not apply. Computernally, the Portuguese government requires the participation of Portuguese capital in the companies held by abroad, the registration of these companies and the inclusion of Portuguese nationals on the boards of directors, without the Portuguese capital needing to exceed 50%. The only sector of the economy in which 51% of the capital had to be Portuguese is the one related to the use and the exploitation of land grants. This requirement, however, has not been made effective in the territories overseas before 1947. In Mozambique, almost the entire ITY of foreign companies holding large areas of land came to light long before this date, and the Portuguese participation so far is insignificant. Proud. Even the 1947 decree introducing the requirement of a 73. Portuguese participation of 51% in overseas territories C has not been made compulsory, since this same law gave the Minister of Overseas Territories the power to waive this requirement in special cases. Good addition, the restrictions that were originally imposed on the foreign investments were lifted in April 1951, and a new regulation has been adopted, by which wholly or largely foreign-owned enterprises could be established in different economic sectors as overseas territories, with the same rights, duties, and exemptions that national companies, therefore that they were the property of residents of a port territory to guys, or persons domiciled in territories from overseas. Then, faced with the colonial wars that broke out since 1961 in Angola, the government decided to eliminate all restrictions on the entry of foreign capital into the settlements, in the hope of gaining financial support and foreign policy for the maintenance of the Portuguese Empire GALs. As part of the resource exploitation policy sources from the colonial territories, the Salazar regime insists on a process of economic integration, establishing in 1961 rules by which the mother country and the territory's overseas residents are to become within the next 10 years a single economic, commercial and monetary. This means that, by the end of 1971, the import's existing customs restrictions will have to be phased out. Under the terms of this law, all foreign exchange gained by the overseas territories in payment for their exports must be deposited directly to the Bank of Portugal in Lisbon, which in turn credits Terra each colony of the corresponding amount in currency Portuguese. In order for each colony to be able to pay its interterritorial debts, Portugal has created a monetary fund silence from the escudo area. To achieve these economic goals, it was necessary in summary, 1. To integrate the entire economy of the country to that of the colonies, 2. To centralize in Lisbon the roads political management of the colonial empire, and 3. Block the way to all tendencies to independence in its possessions Africans, to the point of establishing an army far superior to his inner needs. In order to facilitate the control of the economic life of its colonies, as well as for political reasons, the Portuguese government decided unilaterally to modify 74. Proud the Constitution in 1951, declaring that Portugal was a single nation embracing not only Portugal metropolitan, but also all its overseas territories C. Before that, the Salazar regime had gradually reduced and eventually eliminated any financial contribution from the Portugal to the development of its colonies, emphasizing the fact that each colony had to pay its own expenses with its own resources, that 1. The budgets of the territories overseas residential are in balance, 2. Revenue comes from source of local resources, and 3. The expenses are fully paid from the territorial budget. In addition, colonial territories are obliged to pay for the cost of maintaining a number of institutions political, economic, and educational in Portugal metropolitan area, such as the Council of Overseas Provinces C, the General Agency for Overseas 1St, the Institute of Medicina Tropical and the Center for Overseas Studies. In 1961, these extraterritorial expenses cost the three Colorado African countries more than 35 million escudos. And the government Portuguese insists that the whole minus one-third of the budget of non-governmental organizations, such as that the councils for the coordination of the exports of cotton, cereals, and coffee, be borne by the territories residential from overseas. Despite these measures, however, it would appear that the Portugal realizes a net economic profit of only Angola, and that in the case of Mozambique, it has in fact ITY of financial losses. This does not mean, however, that in terms of real economic profit, he loses. The paradox rests on the details of the economic reports between Mozambique and mainland Portugal. The Mozambique is mainly an exporter of materials, raw materials, and an importer of manufactured goods. Except vegetable oils, meat, and fish canned, there was at that time no industry of local processing of any significance. Most sugar is exported raw for refining in the metropolis. The same applies to cotton, it is sent to Portugal, so that the textile industries there down convert it to yarn and fabric. Since 1961, this model began to change, and with the help of capital abroad, a number of small factories and facilities mounting shins was established in the colony. Recently, even some cotton industries have been allowed to produce textiles in Mozambique, given that a better cotton from elsewhere, for example, the United States. 75. United, has since been available at competitive prices. Even thanks to this, the Portuguese textile industries still prefer buy most of their cotton needs in Mozambique or in Angola, for three reasons: they can pay in national currency, prices are set by the government verment, quite below those of the world market to represent a considerable saving, and they have a slave population of 12 million people for consume their finished products. Recently, Professor Quitanila, head of the Cotton Research Center in Mozambique, said that if Portugal had had to buy from abroad all the cotton that its textile industry had summoned over the past few years, that would have meant an annual expenditure of some £12 million. While the current annual income that the cotton industry provides the Portuguese economy is 18 million books. Looking at the annual list of imports of products manufactured in Mozambique, we notice that there has a preponderance of two items: cotton textiles and wines and spirits, both produced in Portugal in large quantities. In truth, Mozambique matters more clothing and wine and spirits, both in quantity and in value, whether it imports industrial equipment and agricultural. Of the goods that have been imported from abroad laughing in the Escudo area, it is worth noting the large numbers of private vehicles in Mozambique, which are not clearly not intended for the use of the African population. Cane poor, but to that of the few privileged non-Africans legions. So the structure of exchange between Portugal and the overseas territories is typical of the colonial system to guise, in that the economic life of the colonial territories neo is oriented to serve the interests of Portugal metropolitan rather than their own interests. The territories' overseas companies provide metropolitan Portugal with tropical products, basic raw materials, while that they serve as a reserved market and dumping place for cheap industrial goods, and for wines and spirits, for which Portugal is renowned. Also recently, they have acquired a new importance as a means of earning hard currency. The production methods in Mozambique reflect the scale of priorities. Portugal's interests are placed before those of Mozambique, as well as within the Mozambique, the interests of the white minority are placed. 76. Before those of African Mozambicans. To promote this policy, the regime of Salazar, from its beginningment, has taken steps to increase the production of commercial agriculture products, introducing new methods of land distribution and control, and by forcibly reducing the production of consumer goods. Agricultural production, traditionally used by the population Afrikanshan. He also discouraged the development of African agricultural and consumer fair cooperatives that they can compete with the interests of the settlers Europeans. Cash crop production. Today, Mozambique is essentially an agricultural country, and the most important of its productions are cotton, sisal, sugar cane, rice, tea, tobacco, copra, cashew nuts, peanuts and various types of oils. The production of these products in the territory follows a certain racial pattern that exemplifies the politics as and the colonial economic practice of Portugal. In general, cotton and rice are produced by Africans on individual or family plots of land. Copra, sugar cane, tea, and sisal are produced by iron European farms, mainly on large individual farms. Visuals, or on estates and plantations, which require initially a lot of capital. The production of rice and cotton by farmers Africans is not spontaneous, due to controlled prices. There is no encouragement by profit which could undertake this production on their own initiative. The government forces them to harvest this or that quantity, sometimes on specially allocated plots of land, sometimes on their own traditional lands. Take cotton production as an example. When Salazar came to power in 1928, the Portuguese colonies in Africa produced about 800 tons of cotton, while that the Portuguese textile industries needed 17,000 tons. One of the first steps taken by the Salazar's regime was to institute a system of formal cultivation cotton production in the two main colonies. In Angola, special legal decrees made it compulsory for all physically able Africans living in the 77 areas designated for cotton cultivation. In Mozambique, no further legal initiative was necessary, because the obligation to produce cotton could derive from previous general legal positions regarding labor and culture of Africans. By the mid-50s quantum, the number of Africans engaged in the culture of cotton had amounted to 500,000, and production in Mozambique alone had reached 140,000 tons. The industry Portuguese textile industry, which employs a third of the force of industrial work in Portugal and represents the fifth of the total value of exports, removed 82% of its material first of the colonies. Until 1961, the management and control of production of cotton belonged to the agents of the consignés, supported by local administrative services, under the overall guidance of the Office de Exportación do Cotton. Under this system, the board designated areas where the cotton had to be grown, and determined the amount of land that every African individual or family should cultivate in the cotton area. In 1930, the Cotton Export Office drew up general instructions, which were later approved by the Governor-General, outlining the culture procedure cotton by Africans. All African physically able, from 18 to 55 years old, was designated as a cultivator of cotton. He was expected to grow at least 2.5 acres of cotton, plus 1.5 acres for each woman after the first, plus an equal area of food crops. The single women, 18 to 45, and men, 55 at age 60, were designated cotton farmers, responsible for 1.5 acres of cotton sands, plus an equal area of food crops. The subsequent organization was exposed by Professor Marvin Harris in his Portugal's African monograph Wards. In this modern serfdom, the role of the medieval lord is exercised by 12 Portuguese companies, each of which received monopoly concession rights over the pro-cotton production in large areas of Mozambique. Within the concession areas of each company, the administrative authorities assign to the natives a cotton area. They have no choice and have to planter, grow and harvest cotton wherever they are told. Then they have to sell the raw cotton to the company concessionaire in their area, at prices set by 78. The government well below those practiced on the international market. In 1956, there were 519,000 cultivars African producers who participated in the cotton campaign. The current number of men, women, and children forced to plant cotton, on an area withdrawn from production, of food, probably exceeds 1 million. In 1956, the 519,000 sellers received an average of $11.17 per person as a reward for working veil of their family for an entire year. 3. It was the duty of the Portuguese administration to ensure that all the cotton produced each year be presented on the markets where the concession company can buy it, so that the African producer cannot not sell its cotton elsewhere. In this way, both the private company, enjoying monopoly rights, and the Portuguese government were able to fix the price according to their will, thus securing the profit they wanted for the year. This system may well have enriched European airlines. Women who were engaged in it, it had a different effect and often disastrous for a large part of Africans. It has disrupted their normal economic activities, reducing the production in food crops and causing periodic famines. While during periods of seed, culture, and harvest, the average African was under persecution, constant police activity, busy combing every house and to hunt every man, every woman, and every as a child to take him to the fields of cotton, so as to be sure that they were not doing anything else than grow cotton. Moreover, the impatience of companies' dealers to make even bigger profits pushed the government to force Africans to cultivate cotton on marginal land, causing hardship unheard of to the growers themselves, most of them earning less than £2.10 a year from sale of cotton. The reforms of 1961 introduced some changes meant in the system, the main one being to spread the base compulsory cultivation law. As in other areas, however, the change in the law had little of effect. In practice, the essential characteristics of system remain what they were before 1961. The stories that follow, which illustrate this point, are those of Mozambique. Canes who worked in cotton production areas until at least 1964, when the struggle for release forced some of the companies to cease production. The conditions they describe prevail today in regions that are not yet deep demented affected by the war. Rita MOZAMBIQUE, province of Nisa, my parents are peasants. On our land, we grew cassava, beans, and corn. We also grew the cotton we were selling to a company. We were selling the cotton bag from 25 escudos, 90 cents, to 50 escudos, $1.80, depending on quality and year. In a good year, my father could sell 10 bags. He paid 195 escudos, $7, tax. I worked in the cotton fields. We didn't tie cotton, but we had to grow it. We wanted to grow cassava, beans, and maize. If we refused to cultivate cotton, they arrested us, put us in chains, beat us and then sent us in a place from which we often never returned. When I was as a child I knew Chief Navativa. They arrested him and we never saw him again. F.I. Gabriel Mauricio Nantimbo, province of Cabo Delgado, my whole family produced cotton for the Compañía Agrícola Algodão era. When the company came to exploit our region, everyone was obliged to cultivate his field of cotton. Seeds were given to each person. Then we had to clear the field, thin out the cotton, because when there are too many plants, cotton does not grow not well, and then remove the weeds. Finally, after the harvest, the company told us to bring the cotton and bought it from us. They paid us very badly. It was very difficult to live, because we were badly paid and we didn't have time to deal with other cultures. Cotton requires constant attention, you must ungrass the field and thin the plants. The time of cotton growing was a time of great poverty, because we could only produce cotton. We were getting a low price for it and we only had no time to do other cultures. We were forced to produce cotton. People did not want, they knew that cotton is the mother of poverty, but the company was protected by the government. We knew that anyone who refused to grow cotton would be 80. Sent to the plantations of Sao Tome where he would have to go without being paid at all. Also not to make our misery even greater, so as not to give up our family and leaving the children to suffer alone, we had to grow cotton. The company and the government worked together closely to strengthen the system. A day, my uncle felt ill, he could not take care of himself. Out of his field. The head of company I sent to the authorities, he told them that he was sick. The administrator said, "There you are worth nothing. Do you believe that others don't get sick? Does everyone who works in the fields are healthy?" 2. My uncle answers said, "There are different kinds of diseases. With some, we can continue to work, with others one cannot. I can't work." Liss arrested and sent him to Sao Tome for a year. FL, European producers of cotton and other crops reports are not subject to the same regulations as the Africans. In addition to the fact that they receive large plots government land, they are favored by the case for loans. Above all, they don't have to sell their production to concessionary companies. They can place it on the open market, governed by normal world prices. The amounts paid to producers African tours and quoted by Rita MOZAMBIQUE are well beyond below world prices, which allows a price of low resale to Portuguese textile producers. Recent meant, cotton was sold to the Portuguese industry at 17 escudos per kilo, while in the rest of the world the price standard was 20 to 25 escudos. Government legislation recognizes only Europeans as producers, with the right to be registered very much on the tables of exporters, although in practice most of the work is done by African labor, or as the main growers themselves. The production of other cash crops, apart from rice, is mainly done on large plantations, where the labor force is African, but where the responsibility for production relies on management. For the rest, the system is similar. There is the same cooperation between the company and the government, there is the same share of contra-inte and the same low prices for the company, in this case procured by the payment of low wages to Africans, place whether by paying low prices for their products. The description of work on a tea plantation. 81. In the province of Zambezia shows that the effect on the African population is quite identical. Joaquim Macquivel, Zambezia province. We had to work on government land. Finally, this is not government land, she belongs to a company, but it was the government that came and made us knows how to work on it. It was your land of your Soctadot of Ilha Oriental de Milange, the government came and arrested us. Was in our villages and he sent us to the company. That is, the company paid money to the administration. Or to the government, and then the government would stop and give us to the company. I started to working for the company when I was 12. They paid 15 escudos a month, 53 cents. I worked from 6 in the morning to noon. We stopped 2 hours, and we worked again from 2 to 6 o'clock. The whole family worked for the company, my brothers, my father is still there. My dad was winning and still earns 150 escudos a month, $5.30. He must pay 195 escudos in tax per year. We didn't want work for the company, but if we refused, the government would send the police to the villages and arrest those who refused, and if they escaped, the government circulated photographs and the hunt began. When they caught them, they beat them and put them in prison, and when they got out of prison, they had to go work, but without pay. They said that as they had fled, they didn't need the money. So in our fields, only our mothers remained, they aren't going to do much. All we had to eating was the little our mothers could cultivate. We had no sugar or tea, we had to work the tea but we didn't know what it tasted like. The tea did not arrive in our houses. F.I. Mixed farming. The normal occupation of most Africans, if they were not prevented from doing so, would subsistence agriculture tans. But when the government don't stand in their way actively, he helps them little. African farmers have the right. 82. To very little support and assistance from the government, except the occasional distribution of quality seeds, which must be refunded in kind anyway. On the contrary, they are faced with all sorts of legal and administrative obstacles tips before acquiring the quality of independent farmers. Since 1928, when the Salazar regime was restored, the government has issued a number of decrees restricting the freedom of Africans to choose their place of work going. From 1928 to 1961, an African could become a self-employed farmer subject only to the following conditions: 1. Ti must permanently cultivate one plot or more, which must comply with the official requirements of the culture of the earth. 2. Ti must be the principal and permanent agent of the various activities related to his property, where he can get help of his relatives and paid employees or exchange services with other workers. 3. He must reside with his family on one of his plots. 4. He must have paid all his taxes. 5. Ti must maintain its operations in accordance with the instruction statements of the Governor-General. The above requirements are so difficult to fulfill that only a small number of people can acquire the quality ITY of independent farmers. As if these demands were not enough to discourage Africans from become independent farmers, the government will guys further decreed that an African farmer can be driven from his lands if, among other things, 1. He was absent and did not take care of his plot for more than 4 months in the year. 2. After 3 years, he has not demonstrated that he has arrived at appropriate agricultural development, made evident by the increase and increased value of its cultivated areas viz and his cattle. 3. Ti hasn't built a brick house in 3 years. On or near its plots. Even the ordinary peasant who does not try to settle as an independent farmer faces many difficulties. The most tenacious is the poll tax. For the pay, most peasants must produce some culture for sale, but, again, the prices paid to producers African tours are very low. For example, in a region 83, the peasants were paid 1 escudo, 3 cents, for a kilogram of ground nuts by local traders, who give this kilo 5 escudos. The other common threat is land alienation. In theory, traditional lands, distinguished from lands under white colonization, belong to Africans. The Article 38 of the 1955 Indigenous Statute in Mozambique and Angola reaffirmed this policy. Individuals are guaranteed genes that live in tribal organizations, the use and the extension of land for their crops and for the pasturage of their cattle. But under strong pressure from European settlers, the Portuguese government gave in. Part of the indigene was expropriated, often without compensation, and delivered to large cane plantations. Sugar, tea, or sisal, and for the settlement of white immigrants from Portugal. Of this again we have direct testimony. People affected, Natasha de Olinda, province of Manica and Sofala he has Buzé, Beira, the Portuguese bought all the land. Theirs were a few villages on the earth, and the people there lived were driven out and had to leave their homes, their land, and look for another place to live. They don't have received no compensation for their homes, they have simply been chased away. In our region, we have been obligated aged to leave, abandoning our fields, and the Portuguese have planted sugar cane everywhere. We were not allowed to use the wells we had dug, all the water was reserved for the cane. If one of us was found with a sugar cane, they stopped us and we charged 50 escudos for a very small piece of cane. They said we stole it, and if we had no money, the administration made us work for a week in the plantation, supposedly for pay for the piece of sugar cane. JJ, FL. In areas where land was taken not for development to lop a plantation, but to establish farmers' whites, some of the native African owners were allowed to stay. This brings us to another many contradictions of Mozambique administered by the Portugal, the establishment of the so-called multiracial colonies, in the rich valleys of the Limpopo, the Incomati, and the Zambezi. The Portuguese name is colonizados. The system has been imagined by the sociologists of Salazar, who claimed 84. That any attempt to pass in a short time from traditional African lifestyle to an industrial society modern was not feasible. Instead, they suggested that the best path to follow would be the re-establishment of an agrarian society through the settlement of Portuguese peasants in government colonization projects, in some of which Africans would take part, and through the development of African agricultural colonies which create favorable conditions for economic assimilation and spirituality of the African. Part of the reasons for this scheme was to help accelerate population growth. Portuguese nation in Mozambique. But the official avowed purpose was to create a population of Africans and Portuguese semi-literate, bearer of Portuguese rural values, dedicated to the land and politically conservative, way to absorb and divert the energies of the African which rises up and thus render it incapable of threatening the important European economic interests represented through agricultural estates, the main economic assets of the colony. The first serious attempts to establish such projets took place in the early 50s, and the colonists' Mozambique's best-known nats are those of the districts from the south, especially the Limpopo Valley. If there were some African farmers in these agricultural establishments, their overwhelming majority were white immigrants Portuguese. When I visited Mozambique in 1961, I spoke to some farmers who were members of cooperatives supported by the government in Zavala, Chibuto, and Chai-Chai. I also visited some new agricultural projects schools in the Manjaques area, organized on the model Israeli kibbutzim. The dominant grievance among members Africans was that the government did not allow them not to exchange their products with outside buyers. In other words, cooperatives were used as another cheap way to supply agricultural goods to large concessionary companies to the detriment of African farmers. There are some Portuguese and foreign economists who were impressed by the few functional cooperatives now operating in the southern districts of Mozambique. They believe that these institutions point the way to one future, and that self-administration and the Management democratic thought in cooperatives can take an important first step to remove the government. 85. Paternalistic attitude of the Portuguese colonies. Let's say there is a little bit of truth in this view, yet in 1960, there were only 12,000 farmers participating to cooperative projects, on a population estimated at more than 6,500,000, or 1/20th of 1% of the total population. Work. We have already seen how, from the first stages peace from their control, the Portuguese considered the strength of African labor as one of the colonial resources to operate for the benefit of Portugal. We have highlighted the labor laws and indicated how the production of crops report was based on the underpaid forced labor that these laws allowed. It is worthwhile here to summarize the main methods of labor exploitation and their place in the overall economy of the colony. 6 main types of work can be distinguished. 1. Correctional labor, imposed instead of a sentence term of imprisonment, following a conviction for violation of the criminal code, or indirectly for violation of the labor code or for non-payment of tax. Since the amendment made to the law in 1960 to 1962, the charge in these latter cases is of insulting magistrates, as a result of non-obedience to an order of the court of pay tax or a fine. This type of work is generally rarely entirely unpaid. 2. Compulsory work, originally based on a circular of the government of May 5, 1947, ordering all natives to work 6 months of the year to the state, a company, or an individual. Since 1961, this circular has been abolished, but, by ministerial edict, one can appeal to work to get out of economic ills, May 9, 1961, and Decree 24, and based on this point, the practice of compulsory labor continues. This kind of work is generally paid at very low rates, 2 or 3 escudos per day. It was intended primarily for the construction of roads and public works of the same order, but it was often diverted, unofficially, to the plantations. 3. Work under contract, governed by the current labor code. 86. Rural, and called subcontract because the relationship between the employer and the employee, as provided in the code, is of a contractual type. The lack on the part of the employee to fulfill his obligation may be punished by different annuities civil penalties, which can lead to a criminal charge and a term of correctional labor. The contract labor is also paid at low rates. 4. Voluntary work, where an individual employee is hired directly by an employer. This is the main case part of domestic work. It is rarely found in outside the cities. 5. Forced culture, where the worker is paid not for his work, but for the products of his work. 6. The exported labor, or labor force sent to abroad, mainly in South Africa, in exchange various payments to the Portuguese government. This last type of work is the only one whose functioning ment has not yet been described. In its present form, it is based on an agreement between the Portuguese governments and South Africans, dating from September 11, 1928, and bearing the heavy title of, Agreement on the Emigration of the Natives of Mozambique to the Transvaal, Questions Relating to Iron Mines and Commercial Relations between the Colony Mozambique and South Africa. This agreement allows the recruitment of at least 65,000 and at most 100,000 Mozambicans for the Transvaal Mining Company. The Native Labour Association of the Witwatersrand, already favoured in the previous agreement of 1903, was charged to recruit and had to pay a sum of £2.16 per head to the Mozambican colonial government for any man recruited to serve for a period of 18 months. The agreement also specified that, with the exception of a small advance, the wages of Mozambicans had to be paid to the government, which would return them only to the return of recruits, after deduction of tax and in Portuguese NI. The South African government was agreed to use the port of Lourenço Marques for 47.5% of its exports from and imports to the Transvaal. An identical agreement was signed with Rhodesia, although the demand for Mozambican labor was much weaker there. The export of labor power constitutes an aspect extremely important to the Mozambican economy. In 1960, there were more than 400,000 Mozambican workers. 87. In South Africa and southern Rhodesia, providing the colony one of its main sources of income and currency. The 1961 budget provided total revenue of 6,300,000 million escudos, 90,000 million pounds. Of this sum, the export of labor power had to represent 1,200,000 million escudos. Of the 6 types of work described above, the first 5 were intended to produce profits for commercial purposes. Pignet.s and therefore indirectly for the government, by allowing very low production costs. The last was intended to produce direct income and foreign exchange. Lies for the government. Mineral resources and industry. Before the Portuguese arrived in East Africa, gold and silver were exported from the area now occupied by Mozambique and Rhodesia South. The first Portuguese adventurers dreamed of finding a great abundance of these precious metals inside, but their hopes were dashed. Until a time before beginning of this century, prospecting proved to be of little value and the colony refused to offer anything but modest profits made from farming. Recently, however, the situation changed dramatically with the discovery of several important minerals: coal, bauxite, asbestos, tantalum, and niobium, modest quantities of gold and copper, and oil and gas reserves natural. The discovery that the mineral resources of Mozambique could be important arises at the same time where the Portuguese government was forced to release restrictions on foreign investment in overseas provinces. These two factors combined born to encourage a massive influx of foreign capital into Mozambique since the early 1960s. This strong participation of foreign capital is not in nothing a new phenomenon. The first big 3, the concession companies, were largely financed from abroad. The difference comes from the new type of invest weaving and its origins. Previous investments were confined mainly to agricultural projects, and the main source of cap_ital was England. The Sina. 88. Sugar Estates is one of the largest companies dating from this phase of investment. She is widely owned by the British and it is the largest producer sugar supplier of all the Portuguese colonies. Between 1965 and 1966, it represented 70% of production total, it employs 25,000 African workers, and in 1967, its profits were £1,400,000 before tax. The new phase of investment, on the contrary, was dominated by South Africa and the United States, although England, France, and Japan also have a share important, as well as smaller countries in Western Europe. Dental, such as Belgium, Sweden, and Switzerland. The extract minerals, and small processing industries and workmanship, took first place ahead of the pro-agricultural production. Oil research has taken a place particularly important. The Gulf garlic, owned by the Americans, began prospecting in 1953, he was granted concession rights in 1958, several times extended since. The company has made a number natural gas discoveries at Ponde, but the estimate reserves is still a matter of conjecture. Another one American company that prospected for many years now is the Pan American International Garlic Corporation. In 1967, both companies were granted new concessions. The Gulf made another discovery of natural gas, near the Buzu River, about 30 miles from Ponde Depot. The total gas reserves in this region are currently estimated at some 3,000 million of cubic meters. Also in 1967, prospecting rights were granted to 3 new American companies, Sunray Mozambique Oil Company, Clark Mozambique Oil Company and Skelly Mozambique Oil Company, and to a group of South African and French companies. The consignment is initially granted for 3 years, during which the minimum expenditure must be millions escudos the first year, 35 million the second and 56 million the third. The companies will pay 3 millions of escudos of surface rent, during the first 3 years, and upon renewal of the concession, 200 escudos per square kilometer. The French and South African group is made up of the Anglo-American Corporation of South Africa, the National Company of Petroleum of Aquitaine and companies research and petroleum activities. Their concession. 89. VRE a total area of 14,000 square miles, including an offshore area. The investment during the 3 first years must be 140 million escudos. Over the past 2 years, the discovery of reserves of metal has also attracted foreign funds. In 1967, a significant reserve of high-grade iron has been discovered near Porto Emília, and the rights to exploit it have been entrusted to the Japanese group Sumitomo, which will invest 50 million dollars in the project and plans a railway special liaison with Nacala. The ore has a content of iron by 60%, and reserves are estimated at 360 million tons. Production is expected to reach 5 million tons in the first year. In connection with processing from part of this ore, 2 blast furnaces are constructed in Beira jointly by the Sociedade Algodoeira de Fomento and the share company of Rhodesia. Other recent discoveries: a tantalite deposit in the district of Mozambique, reserves of cooking ore glass, azurite, and malachite near Nacala, near gold from Vila Manica, and a new vein of diamonds at Cachuane on the South African border. In the processing industry, investments were directed mainly towards machinery for processing agricultural products and the assembly of imported manufactured goods. Are typical of in this respect the South African sugar refinery built near of Beira, the Nestle milk factory in Lourenço Marques and the American Firestone tire factory in Beira. More recent ones provide for the transformation of bauxite, the manufacture of ammonia and chemical fertilizers. 4 companies, a South African firm, Fraser and Chalmers, 2 French firms, Sodia and Socoltra and Sociedade Química Guerre of Portuguese Mozambique, are consecrated by the project to build a fertilizer factory chemicals near Lourenço Marques, which will have of 170,000 tons and will require an investment of 250 million escudos. All these industry development projects, mining and processing, bring to Mozambique substantial funds of foreign capital and will certainly increase the total national income of the country. The expansion economic lent to these investments is however extremely superficial. It will not produce, even long-term probably, a lot of effect on the standard of living extremely low in the country. Because, essentially, the nature of these projects has been dictated by the interests of investors. 90. Weavers and those of the Portuguese government, and not by the needs of Mozambique. There are 3 important factors that prevent this type of development from bringing to the majority of the population significant benefits. First, since most news factories are located in one of 2 major centers, urban, Beira, and Lourenço Marques, any improvement of wages or working conditions that could result from their presence, no significant improvement is yet obvious, would be extremely localized in its effects. Fewer 4% of Africans live in these 2 cities, and even the present rate of industrialization is just sufficient to absorb the current increase in the urban labor force. The prosperity that develops in these cities could affect the immediate rural hinterland, but in a vast country like Mozambique, having a communications network poor, it would contribute nothing to the improvement of conditions of the vast majority of the rural population. The oil extraction industry, although located in the country and extending over a vast area, may very well does not benefit the population, because it requires very little local labor. The second factor is related to the use of new industries. It can be argued that an industry highly concentrated capital and low labor would still benefit the whole country by increased revenue provided to government. At Mozambique, however, the share of government revenue is not directed towards the social services most in the need, but towards war. In 1967, Mozambique, that in support of the Portuguese armed forces, was fixed to 838 million escudos, to obtain local revenue. To cover this, government expenditure had to be amputated in all areas. So in 1967, while that defense spending rose by 20%, allocations to agriculture and forestry were reduced by 30% and grants for public works by 50%. Third, in many cases the government grants such favorable conditions to attract investment meant that he sacrifices a significant part of his income potentials, authorizing long periods of work exempt from free of all taxes and a massive export of profits. In 1963, for example, when a Chamber of Commerce joint South Africa-Portugal was set up in Johannesburg to fund development in Mozambique, that, the Governor-General agreed, among other things to grant a period of work of 10 years tax-free for foreign companies. In 1967, a report by the South African Handels Institute emphasized the need for guarantees for the repatriation of capital and earnings and recommended tax relief for new industries. Investment terms granted are often so favorable to the investor, and offer to the administration in Mozambique so little clear, that it is clear that the concessions to foreign capital are aimed more to secure political advantages than to open the way to real economic progress. Cahora Bassa and the Zambezi Valley. The Zambezi Valley project is the central hub Portuguese development plans in Mozambique. Their Zambezi Valley itself is already one of the agricultural areas the wealthiest, and recently a significant number of minerals have been discovered there. In 1962, the Diário de Lisboa announced that plans were being considered for the extraction of titanium, magnetite, and fluorine. Coal and iron were already in operation in modest quantities, but believed that the export of iron alone could bring annually carry £25 million. The aspect most important to the plan, however, is the construction of a bargiant range in Cahora Bassa. This dam is planned as a joint project with South Africa, and there will be a considerable support from Western Europe and the United States. 5 international groups competed for the adjudication of the construction of the dam, and in July 1968, it was entrusted to the ZAMCO, a consortium organized by the Anglo-American Corporation of South Africa with the participation of French and German firms and Swedish. Financial support is provided by the Bank of Paris and the Netherlands, the Union Acceptances of Johannesburg, Deutsche Bank, and Banca Commercial Italiana. What associated projects will also be supported by the Bank of America and Portuguese banks. The dam will be the largest in Africa. 1L will flood an area of 1,000 square miles and will produce 17 billion kilowatt-hours of hydroelectric power, usable in 92. A radius of 900 miles. It is scheduled to be completed in 1974, and the estimated cost is £130 million. This major project is in line with other recent pro-commercial jets in Mozambique. The little wealth he may create, taking into account the present provisions, will be removed from the African population of Mozambique. The valley of the Zambezi is already a zone of settlers, where a large part of the land is owned by white farmers and plantation owners, and where the Portuguese announced plans for the settlement of 1 million immigrants additional, along the river. Considering that the Portugal's total population is around 9 million, which figure can only be taken seriously if travel is also taken into account to establish large numbers of non-Portuguese whites. In 1967, the Mozambican Cotton Institute has announced specific plans to settle 3,250 families in the Zambezi Valley, and 231 families have already settled in the year when the plans have been published. During the construction of the dam, hiring priority will be given to Portuguese soldiers who have completed their service in Mozambique. No doubt that part of the ideas behind this latest decision are that they could also help the police in the area and protect the site against nationalist action. The main beneficiary of the plan will not, however, be the Mozambique, but South Africa. Dr. Mario Ferreira, General Secretary of the ZAMCO and Director of the Anglo-American, said that South Africa will be the largest consumer of energy. A transmission is planned which will connect Cahora Bassa to Johannes Market Town, 870 miles away. Dr. Ferreira added that the Energal Sarit cost among the lowest in the world. Their Rhodesia and Malawi will also absorb part of energy. Portugal's interest in this project is much more political than economic. The plan brings South Africa closer to Portugal and sets an important milestone for the future of Mozambique. 93. 2. Towards independence. 5. Resistance and research of a national movement. And ask no more. Who I am. I'm nothing but a piece of flesh. In which is based the revolt of Africa. And from which is born a cry full of hope, From If You Want to Know Who I Am, by Noemia of Sosa. Like all African nationalism, Mozambican was born from the experience of Eurocolonialism PN. The source of national unity is the suffering Mun during these last 50 years assessed under the Portuguese regime. Nationalist assertion did not arise of a stable community, of a historical, linguistic unity as, territorial, economic and cultural. In Mozambique, it was colonial rule that produced the community territorial and which created the basis of a psychologic, based on the experience of discrimination, exploitation, forced labor and other aspects of the regime colonial. However, communication between communities' separate cells subjected to these same experiments has been limited. All forms of communication came before from the top, through the colonial administration. And naturally, that slowed down the development of a unique consciousness, throughout the territory. In Mozambique the situation has been aggravated by the policy of the Grand Portugal, through which the colony is presented as a province of Portugal. The people are called Portuguese by the authorities. On the radio, in the days finally, in schools, there is a lot of discussion about the Portugal, and very little on Mozambique. In the peasantry, such propaganda did much for delay the development of the Mozambique concept, and 96. As the Port Ural is too far off as an idea for to be a unifying factor, it also nurtured the tribalism, by not helping the people to see beyond their immediate social unity. In the many areas where the population is low and widely scattered, the contact between the colonial power and the Peljapal has been so superficial that there has been little experience personal reasons for domination. There were a few groups in eastern Nisa province who had never seen a Portuguese before the outbreak of the war current. In these regions, the people had little feeling to belong to a nation or a colony, and it was difficult at the beginning for them to understand the struggle. Nevertheless, the arrival of the Portuguese army very quickly changed that. Popular resistance. Wherever the presence of the colonizing power has been felt, a form of resistance appeared, preing various aspects, from the armed insurrection to the mass exodus if. But at any given time, it was only one limited community, little related to the whole of the society, which rose up against the colonizer, while the opposition itself was limited, because it was against a single aspect of domination, the concrete aspect that was affecting that particular community, at that time particular. Active resistance was finally crushed in 1918, with the defeat of the Mokoum, king, of the Baru, in the region of Head. And from the beginning of the 1930s, the administration colonial power of the young fascist state extended over the Mozambique, destroying, often physically, the structure of traditional power. Since that time, both repression and resistance hardened. But the center of resistance shifted from traditional hierarchies, which became puppets docile from the Portuguese, towards individuals and groups, although for a long time these remained as isolated in their objectives and their activities as had been the leaders' traditional. A simple psychological rejection of the colonizer and his culture was very widespread, but it was not from a conscious, reflective position, it was a 97. Attitude linked to the cultural tradition of the group, its struggles past against the Portuguese and his present experience of subjection. The desire of the Portuguese to establish their culture through towards the territory, even if the intention had been good, was completely unrealistic, due to the numerical data. With less than 2% of the population, they could not even hope to give all Africans the opportunity to observe the Portuguese way of life, leave them on their own, even get in fairly close contact with her to assimilate it. Like many colonizing nations, they also miscalculated the enthusiasm of the poor savages. Waves for civilization. Since most of Africans only met the Portuguese to pay taxes, only to be requisitioned for forced labor or to have their lands seized, it is hardly surprising that they received a very favorable impression from the Portuguese culture. This revulsion is often expressed in songs, dances, even sculptures, traditional forms, expressions that the colonizer does not understand and through which, therefore, It can be secretly ridiculed, denounced, and threatened. Le Chope, by example, sing this song, "We're still mad. It's still the same history. Eldest sons have to pay tax. Notanele tells the white man to leave him alone. Notanele tells the white man to let him exist. You elders must discuss our affairs because the man that the whites have installed is no one's son." Rings the Chopes lost their right to their own land. Let me tell you about it. In another song, they ridicule the to impose Portuguese manners. Listen to the song of the Chigam village. It's painful to say "Cc bom dia il" all the time. Macarite and Baboane are in prison because they didn't say "Cc bom dia il," they had to go to Kisiko say "Cc bom dia il." Attempt. The mercantile values of Europeans are often railed, attacked or attacked. 98. How it surprised me. My brother Ngasa. How it surprised me. To have to take money to pay for my passage. Some Makan sculptures express the deep hostility to foreign culture. In this region, Catholic missionaries were very active, and under their influence, many sculptors made Madonnas and crucifixes, imitating European models. At the difference of Makan work on traditional themes, these Christian images are often rigid, stereotyped, without life. But sometimes one of them deviates from the stereotype, and when this is so, it is almost always because an element of doubt or defiance has been integrated into it. The Madonna is depicted carrying a demon in place of Jesus, a priest is represented with the feet of a wild animal, a Pieta becomes the object of a study not of pain, but revenge, the mother raising a spear over the body of her dead child. In given regions, at given times, these attitudes, rooted in popular culture, have embodied in actions of one type or another. Elders discussed our affairs. A shape then that took was the cooperative movement, which developed in the North in the 50s. In its first phases it was more practical than provocative. Some number of peasants, including Mzee Lazaro Cavandam, currently a member of the Central Committee of Frelimo and Provincial Secretary of Cabo Delgado, organized themselves in cooperatives in an attempt to rationalize production and the sale of agricultural products and thus improve their economic fate. The Portuguese authorities, however, put severe restrictions on the activities of cooperatives, charged them with financial taxes and strictly supervised all their meetings. It was then that the movement began to acquire a more political character, becoming totally hostile to the authorities. The beginnings of nationalism. The conditions were very unfavorable to the diffusion across the country of developed nationalist ideas. Do. 99. Of the prohibition of political associations, of the necessity the secrecy it imposed, the erosion of traditional society and the lack of a modern education in the camp loincloth, it was first only among a very small minority that the idea of national action, as opposed to a local action, could take place. Dominantly Nance, this minority was urban, made up of intellectuals and employees, individuals essentially detribalized, to most assimilated Africans and mulattoes, in other words, a very small marginal fraction of the population. In the cities, we rubbed shoulders with the colonizing power. There was easier to understand than the strength of colonization. Director was built on our weakness and that his successes depended on the labor of Africans. The very absence of tribal environment perhaps helped to encourage a national point of view, helped this group to see Mozambique as the country of all Mozambicans, helped him to understand the strength of unity. Encouraged by the liberalism of the new republic in Portugal, 1910 to 1926, these groups formed associations and launched newspapers by which they led campaigns against the abuses of colonialism, demanding equal rights, until starting, little by little, to denounce the entire colonial system. In 1920, the Liga Africana was formed in Lisgood, like an organization bringing together the very small number of African and mulatto students who came to the city. His intention was to give a character organized for links between colonized peoples. Shepar participated in the Third Pan-African Conference, which was held in London and was organized by W.E. Du Bois, and received in 1923 the second session of this conference in Lisbon. It was significant that in its conception, the Liga defends not only national unity, but also the unity between the colonies against the same colonizing power, wider African unity against all powers colonizers, and the unity of all oppressed black peoples of the world. But in reality, she was weak, not counting only some 20 members, and located in Lisbon, far of the scene of a possible action. In Mozambique, in the early 1920s, an organization station, named Grêmio Africano, African Guild, was formed, and this was later transformed into the Associação Africana. The settlers and the administration were quickly alarmed of the force of the requirements of the association, and at the beginning of the 1930s, favored by the fascist winds that blew up Portugal, they began a campaign of intimidation and infiltration and managed to win the help of some one of the leaders to guide the association according to more conformist lines. A more radical wing was then formed. Me, who broke away and created the Instituto Negrofilo, that's why I wrote to Yossi, was later forced by the Salazar government to change its name to Centro Associativo dos Negros de Mozambique. A tendency developed among the Mulatre to join the Associação Africana, while the black Africans were concentrated in the Centro Associativo. A third organization was formed, called the Associação dos Naturais of Moçambique. This was designed initially as a means of defending the rights of whites born in Mozambique, but from the 1950s, it opened its doors to other ethnic groups, and became after that quite active in the fight against the racism. She even worked a little to advance education. African Catian, by providing scholarships. Other similar associations were formed by interest groups smaller, like Muslim Africans or different Indian groups. All these organizations carried out an action politics under the guise of social programs, aid mutual, cultural or sporting activities. And parallel in response to these movements, a press of protests developed. Taschen, including the newspaper Zero Berdu Africano, the African Cry, which was launched by the Associação Africana and led by the Albaçani brothers, is characteristic. This press was muzzled in 1936 by the government's press censorship system. Fascist, but up to that time it constituted a fairly effective spokesperson for the revolt. The spirit of these first movements and the nature of their protest are well illustrated by this editorial from Zero Berdu Africano, February 27, 1932, "We've had enough. We had to put up with you, suffer the terrible consequences of your follies, of your demands Jenks. We can no longer bear the pernicious effects of your political and administrative decisions. See. Now we refuse to make sacrifices again bigger and more useless. That's enough. We insist on it. Tones, you will fulfill your fundamental duties not with laws and decrees, but with acts. We want to be treated like you are. We don't aspire. 101. Not the comforts you surround yourself with, thanks to our efforts. We do not aspire to your refined education. We vacuum even less to a life dominated by the idea of stealing his brother. We yearn for our wildness too, which yet fills your stomachs and pockets. And you.s we are asking for something. We are asking for bread and light. We repeat that we want neither hunger nor thirst, nor poverty, nor the law of discrimination based on the color. We have to learn to use the scalpel. If not, the gangrene that you spread infects us, and then we will no longer have the strength to act. Nant, we have it, we, the beasts of burden, too. There clearly emerges from this text a line of demarque relationship between the colonizer and the colonized. The latter is seen as a dominated whole, and stands against another whole, the colonizing group, whose power he contests. He is interesting to note the total rejection of the values of the colonia youth, the proud acceptance of the savage state, and the definition the colonizer civilization as dominated by his brother's theft. It is true that this is not yet the requirement of independence. National dance which is formulated. Yet this stage of denunciation and the demand for equal rights were necessary to the development of political awareness towards the independence requirement. It will only be once these preliminary requirements will have been rejected that a position more radical can be taken. The establishment of Salazar's new state and the repression political action that ensued put an end to this wave of activity. Political speed. Corruption and internal dissension, foment created by the government, transformed the organizations in bourgeois clubs, which from then on were often required by the authorities to join the chorus of fidelity to Salazar and his diet. It wasn't until the end of World War II and the defeat of the main fascist powers, that a revival of political activity became possible. The political changes around the world and the renaissance of nationalism, particularly in Africa, had repercussions in the Portuguese colonies, despite the main holding of a fascist government in Lisbon and the efforts made by the Portuguese authorities to isolate the areas that they controlled. Ideas of self-determination that were gaining ground everywhere. 102. The revolt of the intellectuals. Yet it was most often only the small minority educated woman who was able to follow the events, who had sufficient relations with foreign countries, who had been able to acquire the habit of analytical thought and so the necessary instrument to grasp the colonial phenomenon as a whole. In Mozambique, a new generation of rebels lifted, active and determined to fight on their own terms and not under the conditions imposed by the colonial government. No. They were able to see the three essential aspects: their situation, racial discrimination and exploitation within the colonial system, the real weakness of colonizer, and, finally, the social evolution of mankind. 90. In general, with the contrast between the emergence of struggle of blacks in Africa and America, and the resistance silent voice of their own people. They could analyze the situation, but it was difficult to do more. The field of action was above all limited by the extended structure of oppression, the police network insidious developed by the fascist state during its long period of strength, and then by the lack of contact between the politically aware urban minority and the mass of the population which suffered the shock of exploitation, which carried was in reality the weight of forced labor, forced cultivation, and the daily threat of violence. It is therefore not surprising that among this minority, the resistance first found a purely cultural expression. The new resistance inspired a movement in all the arts which began in the 1940s and influenced poets, painters, and writers of all Colorado Portuguese girls. The best known of Mozambique are without doubt the painters Malangatana and Craviranha, the author of short stories Luis Bernardo Hanwana, and the poets José Craviranha and Noemia de Sousa. The paintings of Malangatana and José Craviranha, the nephew of the poet, draw their inspiration from the images of the traditional sculpture and African mythology, the linking in explosive works to themes of liberation and the denunciation of colonial violence. News from Luis Bernardo Hanwana, who was recognized widely outside Africa as a master in his art, leads the reader to make the same denunciation through a careful and penetrating analysis of the 103. Human behavior. Following a long tradition of artists working under an oppressive government, he sometimes writes in the form of parables, or centers its story around a seemingly insignificant concrete event, which he uses to shed light on a larger situation. In the political poetry of the 1940s and 1950s, however, three themes dominate: the reaffirmation of Africa then as motherland, spiritual home and context of a future nation, the rise of the black man all over the world, the general call to revolt, and the sufferings before feelings of the humble people, subjected to forced labor or in the mines. The first of these themes is often intertwined with the personal conflicts of the poet, the problems arising from his origins and his family situation already described in relation with the social position of the mulatto. In a more way general, we try to express the roots common to all Mozambicans in the pre-colonial African past, as in this excerpt from one of Marcelino's first poems, Dos Santos. We were born here, the land where we were born comes from a far-like time. Our ancestors were born and have lived on this earth. And like the sap in the wild grasses, in the veins of their thin bodies, a red blood, perfume of the earth. Trees and granite peaks. Their arms hugged the earth in daily work and sculpting the fertile rocks of sketched in color the great drawing of life. The best example of the second theme is probably Noemia de Souza's poem Let My People Go, inspired by the struggles of Black Americans. World to Belly. 104. Mozambican warm night and the distant sounds of the mariambas come up to word, precise and constant, came from I don't know where in my box of wood and zinc. I turn on the radio and let myself drift. But the voices of America trouble my soul and nerves, and Robeson and Marion sing for me the Negro spirituals of Harlem to let my people go. JJO let my people go, let my people go, they say, and I open my eyes and can't sleep. In me resonate Anderson and Paul. These are not the soft voices of a lullaby to let my people go. The sufferings of the forced laborer and the miner have inspired many poems, and there are powerful ones. Examples taken from the main poets of this period. Magaika by de Sousa, Mampara Mgeza, Mamana Sequina by Craviron Ha, A Terra Treme by Marcelino dos Santos. Yet these poems are perhaps less interesting in their power and eloquence than by the terms in which they formulate the situation. Because they vividly illustrate the weakness also, although the force of the movement of which their authors make part. None of these authors had done by themselves the experience of forced labor, none of them were subject to the indigenous labor code, and they describe them like strangers, reading their own intel readings in the minds of miners and forced laborers Africans. Noemia de Sousa, for example, writes in Magaika. Dreamer, Magaika, lit the lamp to seek his lost illusions, of his youth, and of his buried health deep in the mines of Johannesburg. Craviron Ha, speaking of the man Chope under contract with the Rand, writes, every moment he thinks slips a waiter, it's a week in a gallery without sun. But 105. In reality, there is no question of escaping. The Mozambican engages in the mines to bring back money to his family and to avoid forced labor at home, at even more unfavorable economic conditions. The way even from which such poems are conceived, in a style of eloquent pity, is foreign to African reaction. Compare as any of these poems with the Chope chants previously cited. It is clear that, despite the efforts of their authors to be African, the latter took more to the European tradition than to the African. This indicates lack of contact between these intellectuals and the rest of the country. At that time, they were no longer enabled to forge a genuine national movement that the peasants of the cooperatives of Lazaro Cavandum. Of the other side, their strength lies in their enthusiasm and their ability, gained in part from their knowledge of the history European and revolutionary thought, to analyze a political situation and to express it in clear and living. Noemia de Sousa wrote this powerful call to revolt, when one of his companions in the movement was arrested and deported after the strikes of 1947, but whatever. They stole João from us, but João, it's all of us. This is why João has not left us, he was not he, João is and will be, because João is all of us, we are the multitude, and the multitude, who can take him up and lock him up in a cage. In Cry Black, Grito Negro, Craviron Ha may have to be successful one of the most vivid statements on alienation and revolt never written. Due to its structure extremely tense and full of meaning, this poem loses much of its power in translation, but he deserves to be cited in full, for it is one of the works most important and influential of the time. I am coal. You brutally tear me from the ground, you make me your mine, boss. Yes, coal I am. You turn me on, boss. 106. To serve you eternally as a driving force, not forever, boss. I am coal. I must embrace, yes, burn everything with the force of my combustion. I am coal. I must ignite in the exploitation to the ashes of the curse, living like tar, bro, until you're not your mine boss anymore. Charcoal I am, I must embrace, burn everything with the fire of my combustion, yes, I will be your boss, coal. 1. Few were those of the group of Craviron Ha who succeeded in escaping their isolation and filling the gap between theory and practice. Noemia de Sousa left Mozambique, she stopped writing poetry and lives now in Paris. Many, including Craviron Ha and Hanwana, are in jail. Malangatana still works at Mozambique, but closely watched and harassed by the police. Of all those mentioned here, only Marcelino dos Santos, after a long period of exile in Europe, joined the liberation movement, and since then his poetry has transformed and developed under the impetus of the struggle army. However, the work of Kraviran Ha and his companions influenced and inspired a slightly older generation young intellectuals, many of whom were able to escape police surveillance and set off in the liberation movement. There, in the context of armed struggle, a new literary tradition takes shape. This is the generation that rose after the Second World War and who was at one school during the first movements for self-determination all over Africa. It was at school that they began to develop their political ideas and I school where they began to organize B. The Portuguese education system gave them in itself even a good reason for dissatisfaction. The few Africans canes and mulattoes who reached secondary school did not. 1. In Portuguese, the words coal, brother, boss, combustion rhyme, carveo, irmão, patro, combustao. 107. Barely did. In predominantly schools white, they were constantly subject to discrimination. On top of that, the schools were trying to cut them off from their middle, to annihilate the values in which they had been raised, and to make them Portuguese in their consciousness, but not in their rights however. How much they fail rent, is illustrated by the story of a young African girl who was in a technical school in Lourenço Marques, there is only a few years. Josina MOZAMBIQUE, the colonialists wanted us deceived with their teaching. They did not teach us that the history of Portugal, that the geography of Portugal. They wanted to train us in a passive mentality. We make them resign to their domination. We couldn't react openly, but we were warned of their lies. We knew what they were saying was wrong, that we were Mozambicans and that we could never be Portuguese. FL, in 1949, secondary school students, led by some who had been to South Africa to study, formed the Núcleo dos Estudantes Secundarios Africanos Moçambique, NESAM, which was linked to the Centro Associativo dos Negros de Moçambique, and who, from the same way, under cover of social and cultural activities, led a political campaign among the youth for spread the idea of national independence and encourage the resistance to the cultural subjection that the Portuguese imposed. No. From the start, the police closely monitored the movement. Myself, as one of the students returned from South Africa who had founded the NESAM, I was arrested and questioned at length about our activities in 1949. Nevertheless, the NESAM manages to survive until then in the 60s, and even launched a magazine, Alvar, which, though heavily censored, helped spread reflect ideas developed in meetings and discussions of the group. The effectiveness of the NESAM, like that of all early organizations, was severely limited by the name tiny part of its limbs, reduced in this case to the black African students from secondary schools. But of three manners at least, he made an important contribution to the revolution. He spread nationalist ideas among the educated black youth. FI achieves a certain revaluation national culture, which counterbalanced the temptations vs of the Portuguese to make African students despise. 108. Feels and abandons their own people. The NESAM provides the only opportunity to study and discuss the Mozambique as of right, not as an appendix from Portugal. And, this is perhaps the most important dash, in cementing personal contacts, he establishes a network of communication on a national scale, which extended among former members as well as among those who were still in school, and which could be used in the clan work destiny to come. For example, when Frelimo is established in the Lourenço Marques region in 1962 to 1963, the members of NESAM were among the first to be mobilized, and provided a structure to accommodate the left. The secret police, the PIDE, understood this too and prohibits the NESAM. In 1964, they arrested some of its members and forced others into exile. It was at this time that Josina MOZAMBIQUE was active in the NESAM, and she describes the state of oppression and the destiny of his own group. We wanted to organize ourselves, but we were cut off by the secret police. We had cultural activities real and educational, but during the discussions, the versations, and debates, we constantly had to be the lookout for the police. The police were persecuting us, they forbade even rent the NESAM. I was also arrested when I fled from Mozambique. I was stopped at Victoria Falls, at the border between Rhodesia and Zambia. Rhodesian police arrested me and sent me back to Lourenço Marques. The Rhone Police de CN works in close collaboration with the Police de Guise. We were 8 of our group, girls and boys. The Portuguese police threatened us, interrogated us, and beat up the boys. I stayed in prison for 6 months without them having any charge against me. Shortly after that, 75 members of NESAM were arrested by the South African police and handed over to the P.Lo.E, as they tried to force their way between the Swaziland and Zambia. They are still in CONC entered in southern Mozambique. In 1963, it was some former members of NESAM who created the UNEMO. The Union of the Atu Mozambicans, which is formally part of the Frelimo and which organizes Mozambican students who study under the auspices of Frelimo. Inside Portugal, the very small number of students, 109 black and mulatto Didians who reached an educational institute higher level gathered in the Casa dos Estudantes do Imperio, C.E. and also established a link through the Club dos Maritimos, with sailors' colonies that frequently came to Lisbon. In 1951, the Centro de Estudos Africanos was formed by members of the C.E. Although he was not himself a party of the CEI. Despite the oppressive measures of the police, this actively worked, until its dissolution in 1965, to spread the term national independence in the colonies, to spread in the world, beyond Portugal, information on the colonies and to torture and consolidate of nationalist ideas in the youth. In 1961, a large group of these students, disappointed and ultimately threatened by the persistent character of the police action, crossed the border and reached France and Switzerland, effecting a public and irreversible break with the Portuguese regime. Most of them immediately established open contacts with their nationalist movements, and a certain number of these former students of the Empire Portuguese are now among the leaders of the Frelimo. Labor action. If it was among the intellectuals that thought and organization political development developed the most during the period following the Second World War, it was among the urban proletariat that the first experiments took place of active organized resistance. The concentration of hand inside and near the cities, the terrible conditions, labor and poverty, provided the fundamental impetus mental revolt, but in the absence of trade unions, this were only clandestine political groups which could provide the necessary organization. The only unions authorized by the Portuguese are the fascist syndicates, whose the leaders are chosen by the employers and the state, and which, in any case, extend membership only to whites and sometimes to assimilated Africans. In 1947, the radical discontent of the labor force Vale, combined with political unrest, sparked a series of strikes, in the Lourenço Marques docks and in the neighboring plantations, which culminated in an uprising. 110. Aborted in Lourenço Marques in 1948. The participants were fiercely punished, and several hundred Africans were deported to São Tomé. In 1956, still in Lourenço Marques, there was a dockers' strike which ended in death of 49 participants. Then, in 1962 to 1963, the Frelimo clandestinely undertook organizing work and set up a more coordinated system that made it possible to plan the series of dockers' strikes that broke out in 1963 in Lourenço Marques, Beira, and Nampula. Despite its wide extension, this last effort ended in the death and arrest of many attendees. Although there was a beginning of political station of the workers, the strike itself was very largely spontaneous and mostly localized. His failure and the brutal repression that followed everywhere discouraged temporarily the masses and their leaders to consider the strike as an effective political weapon in the context from Mozambique. Towards unity. Both the agitation of the intellectuals and the strikes of the workforce of the cities were doomed to failure, because that in both cases, it was only the action of a whole small isolated group. For a government like that of Portugal, which has resolutely opposed democracy and is ready to use extreme brutality to crush the opposition, it is easy to reduce such isolated pockets of resistance. It was, however, the very failure of these attempts and the repression ferocious reaction which followed, which made it clear and prepared create the ground for broader-based action. There Mozambique's urban population totals less than 500,000. A nationalist movement without strong roots in the countryside could never hope succeed. Some events in the countryside that took place in the period immediately preceding the formation of the Frelimo were of enormous importance. Lilies took their most extreme sense in the northern region, around Mueda, although they had their lighter counterparts in other regions. Lis were above all the effect on the population of the failure of the cooperative movement already described. The reaction of the leaders is very well illustrated by these words of Lazaro Cavandam himself. 111. There I couldn't sleep all night. I knew that from now on, they wouldn't leave me in peace, that everything I did would be closely watched and controlled by the authorities. That they would call me more and more often in the administrative position and that I will be constantly monitored by the police. My only hope was to flee. We took immediately make arrangements to hold a meeting leaders of the people to discuss what we should do to regain our freedom and drive out the oppressors. Portuguese sisters of our country. After a long and important discussion, we came to the conclusion that the little Pulmacond alone could not succeed in driving the enemy away. We then decided to join forces with Mozambicans from the rest of the country too, official report. The other event, also linked to cooperatives, was increased spontaneous agitation, culminating in Mueda demonstration in 1960. This demonstration, although that it goes unnoticed in the rest of the world, acts as a catalyst in the region. More than 500 people were shot down by the Portuguese, and many of those who until then had not taken into consideration the use of violence now denounced the peaceful resistance as vain. The experience of Tirsan Homblil, who is now a Frelimo activist, shows why. I saw how the colonialists massacred the people at Mueda. It was then that I lost my uncle. Our people were unarmed when they started shooting. She was one of the people who, like thousands of others, decided never again to be unarmed in the face of violence. Portuguese language. A fuller account of this day is given to us by Alberto Joaquim Chip and, then 22 years old, and who is now one of the rulers of Cabo Delgado. There certain leaders worked among us. Some of them were taken by the Portuguese, Tiago Muller, Faustino Vanamba, Kibariti Diwan, in the massacre of Mueda, June 16, 1960. How did this happen? Hey, well, some of these men had contacted the self-riled and demanded more freedom and better wages. Some time later, when the people gave their support to these leaders, the Portuguese sent the police to the villages, inviting the population to a meeting in Mueda. Enjoyed several thousand people came to listen to what the Portuguese would say. Meanwhile, the administrator had 112. Asked the governor of the province of Cabo Delgado to come from Porto Amelia and bring a ground company dates. But these troops were hidden when they reached in Mueda. At first we did not see them. So the governor invited our leaders into the office of the administrator. I was waiting outside. They stayed there for 4 hours. When they came out on the porch, the governor asked the crowd who wanted to speak. A lot wanted to speak, and the governor bade them all be on one side. So without another word, he ordered the police to tie the hands of those who stood on that side, and the police started beating them. I was close. I live all. When the people saw what was happening, they began to demonstrate against the Portuguese, and the Portuguese ordered simply ask the police trucks to pick up these people arrested. Then the demonstrations redoubled. At this time the troops were still in hiding, and the people went up close to the police to prevent the people arrested people are taken away. So the governor called the troops, and when they appeared, he said to them to open fire. They killed about 600 people. Main tenant, the Portuguese say that they punished this governor, but of course they only sent him somewhere elsewhere. I escaped, because I was near of a cemetery where I could take shelter, and then I run away. D.1, after this massacre, the situation in the north could not never go back to normal. From one end of the region to the other, this event provoked a more bitter hatred against the Portuguese and showed once and for all that resistance peaceful was futile. Thus everywhere, it was the very severity of the repression which created the necessary conditions for the development of a strong, militant nationalist movement. The alertness of the police state made political action clandestine, and, in party because of the difficulties and dangers involved, clandestine activity turned out to be the best school in which to form a body of tenacious political militants, devoted and radical. The excesses of the regime destroyed all possibility of reforms which, through a slight improvement in conditions, could have saved the main interests of the colonial regime from serious attack for some time. The first attempts to create a movement nationwide radical nationalism were made by Mozambicans working in neighboring countries, where they 113 were beyond the immediate reach of the PIOE. At beginning, the old problem of insufficient communications led to the foundation of three separate movements, the UO.E.N.A.M.O. União Nacional Democrática de Moçambique, formed in 1960 in Salisbury, the MANU. Mozambique African National Union, formed in 1961 from smaller groups that already existed among the Mozambicans working in Tanganyika and Kenya, one of the most big ones being the Maconde Union of Mozambique, I a Friend. União Africana of Independent Moçambique, initiated by exiles from the Tete region living in Malawi. The accession to independence of many former colonies, at the end of the 50s and the beginning of the 60s, favored the formation of movements of exiles, and for Mozambique, the independence of the Tanganyika, obtained in 1961, seemed to offer new prospects. All three movements established neighborhoods generals separated in Dar es Salaam soon after. In 1961, an intensification of repression in all Portuguese territories followed the revolt in Angola and caused an influx of refugees into neighboring countries, particularly in Tanganyika, now Tanzania. These new interior strips, many of which had not yet belonged to any of the existing organizations, exercised a strong pressure for the formation of one united body. Conditions external relations also favored unity. The conference of the nationalist organizations of the Portuguese, CONCP, held in Casablanca in 1961 and to which assisted the UOENAMO, launched an urgent appeal for unity nationalist movements against Portuguese colonialism. A conference of all nationalist movements, convened by the President of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, also encouraged the formation of united fronts, and Tanganyika, President Nyerere personally exercised an influence on the movements established on its territory for them to unite. Thus, on June 25, 1962, the three movements in Dar es Salaam merged to form the Mozambique Liberation Front, FRELIMO, and preparations were made to hold a conference in the month of following September, which would define the objectives of the front and would develop a program of action. A brief account of the small number of leaders of the new movement will illustrate how various organizations, politicians and para-politicians from all over the country contributed to it. The Vice President, Reverend Uria Simango, is a pastor. 114. Protestant from the Beira region, who had been involved in mutual aid associations and who was the leader of UDENAMO. Also came from the Association of Mutual Aid from the region of Beira Silverio Nungu, more later secretary to the administration of FRELIMO, and Samuel de la Cama, now a member of the Central Committee. Of the peasant cooperatives in northern Mozambique came Lázaro Cavandam, later provincial secretary of Cabo Delgado, and also Jonas Namashulua and others. Mutual assistance associations of Lourenço Marques and Chai Chai, in southern Mozambique came the late Matias Muthamba, and Shafruddin M. Khan, who became the representative of FRELIMO in Cairo, and which is now represented both at the United Nations. Marcelino dos Santos, who was no longer late Secretary of FRELIMO for External Affairs and who is now Secretary in the Department of Political Affairs. Tix, is a poet of international standing, he was active in the literary movement of Laurenco Marcus, then passed several years of exile in France. I myself am from the Gaza district, southern Mozambique, and, like many of us, my employment in the resistance in a form or in another goes back to my childhood. I started my life, like most young Mozambicans, in a town age, and until the age of 10 I spent my days keep the flocks of my family, with my brothers and immerse myself in the traditions of my tribe and my family. I must have gone to school above all to the clairvoyance of my mother, who was my father's third and last wife, a woman of remarkable character and intelligence. Trying to continue my education after elementary school, I experienced all the frustrations and difficulties reserved for a young African who tried to enter the Portuguese system. In the end I managed to reach South Africa, and with the help of some of my teachers, I continued to study with a scholarship at the university level. It was during this period that began my work with the NESAM, and also my serious troubles with the police. When I was offered a scholarship to America, the Portuguese authorities decided to send me to the university from Lisbon instead. During my short stay there, however, I was constantly tormented by the police, which interfered with my studies, and I made efforts to resume my scholarship in the United States. Having succeeded, I studied the sociology and anthropology at the universities of Oberlin and 115. Northwestern. Then I worked for the United Nations as a researcher. During this time, I kept myself informed as much as possible development of the situation in Mozambique, and I became more and more convinced from what I saw and from my occasional contacts with the diplomats' Portuguese mates through the UN, that the pressure and agitation normal policies would not affect the Portuguesian. In 1961, I was able to visit Mozambique, with the authorization of the United Nations, and, traveling everywhere, I realized how much the conditions had changed, or not changed, since I had left the country. As my return, I left the United Nations to enlist openment in the liberation struggle, and I took up a teaching position. At Syracuse University, which gave me the time and the opportunity to study the situation better. Had established contacts with all separate liberation movements, but I had refused to join one in particular, and I was one of those who campaigned strongly for unity in the years 1961 to 1962. The Mozambicans who had gathered in Dar es Salaam in 1962 represented, altogether, almost all the regions of Mozambique and all sectors of the population. Almost all had some experience of resistance, on a limited scale, and reprisals which normally followed. Both inside and outside the country, the conditions were favorable for the nationalist struggle. Our problem was whether we could weld these advantages together, in such a way as to our strong movement across the country, and able to carry out effective action which, unlike the efforts isolated from before, would do more harm to the Portuguese than to us. 116. 6. Consolidation. 1. It is clear that we Portuguese are warned and that it will not be possible for agents, to repeat in Mozambique the vile exploits of the agents in Angola. He who is warned redoubles his defenses. Oiario da Manha, September 12, 1964. After September 1963 we had one party and the structure of a policy, but we were still very far to have an effective national liberation struggle. It took 2 years of hard work, organization, and learning from our mistakes and our failures, before we be able to set out with confidence on an active pathway leading to liberation. At the first Congress of Frelimo, the objectives of the party were defined. 2. The Frelimo Congress. Having considered the current needs in the fight against Portuguese colonialism in Mozambique, declares his firm determination to promote an effective organization of struggle of the Mozambican people for national liberation, and adopts the following resolutions to be implemented immediately by the Central Committee of the Frelimo. 1. Develop and consolidate the organizational structure member of Frelimo. 2. Promote the unity of Mozambicans. 3. Realize the maximum utilization of energies and capacities of each and every member of Frelimo. 4. Promote and accelerate the promotion of cotters. 5. Directly employ the effort of each to promote the rapid accession of Mozambique to independence. Dancing. 117. 6. Promote development by all means social and cultural of the Mozambican woman. 7. Immediately promote the literacy of the Mozambican people, by creating schools wherever possible. 8. Take the necessary measures to support the needs of the bodies at the different levels of the Frelimo. 9. Encourage and support the formation and consolidation of trade unions, student organizations, young people, and of women. 10. Cooperate with nationalist organizations of other Portuguese colonies. Cooperate with African nationalist organizations. NES. 12. Cooperate with nationalist movements of all the countries. 13. Obtain funds from sympathetic organizations with the cause of the people of Mozambique, launching public calls. 14. Obtain what is necessary for self-defense and to the resistance of the Mozambican people. 15. Organize permanent propaganda by all means of mobilizing international public opinion in favor of the cause of the Mozambican people. 16. Send delegations to all countries to undertake public campaigns and demonstrations of protest against the atrocities committed by the administration Portuguese colonial ration, as well as to press Zion for the immediate release of all nationalists who are in Portuguese colonialist prisons. 17. Obtain diplomatic, moral, and material assistance to the cause of the Mozambican people on the part of the African states Canes and all peace-loving and freedom-loving peoples. These objectives can be summarized as follows: consolidation and mobilization, preparation for war, education, diplomacy. The need for an armed struggle. Although determined to do all that was in our power to try to win independence through 118 peaceful means, we were already convinced at this stage that a war would be necessary. People more familiar with the policies of other colonial powers have accused us to resort to violence for no good reason. That is partly refuted by fate befallen any kind of activity legal, democratic, and reformist attempts in the 40 previous years. The very character of government in Portugal makes inherently an unlikely peaceful solution. Inside Portugal, the government has neither promoted nor sound economic development, nor social well-being, and it has gained little international respect. The possession of colonies helped him to hide these failures. The colonies contributed drink to the economy, they increase the importance of Portugal in the world, especially in the world of finance. They provided a national myth of empire which helps discourage any grumbling from a core population totally unhappy. The government knows how difficult only he can afford to lose his colonies. For some identical reasons, it cannot afford to liberalize the control he exercises there. The colonies contribute to the economy metropolitan only because the workforce is exploited and resources are not reinvested in local development. Settlements relieve discontentment of the Portuguese population, only because emigration offers the poor and uneducated a position of special privileges. Another point, and not the least, since the fascist government eliminated democracy inside Portugal itself, it is difficult for him to give more freedom to the people of its so-called colonies more backward. Despite all this, attempts were made to use of persuasion, encouraged by acceptance everywhere theirs, of the principle of self-determination. But such efforts were never rewarded with any kind of dialogue. The only reaction to these efforts was prison, the safety and the reinforcement of the PIDE, the secret police. Their nature of the PIDE is in itself an important factor, so much because it has a strong tradition of violence. Its officers were trained by the Gestapo, and she enjoys a considerable margin of autonomy, which enables it to act outside control of official law. This is why political activity in Mozambique has demanded the techniques of clandestineness, secrecy, and exile. In the only recent case where an open approach was attempted, what happened is instructive. That was the incident, already 119 mentioned, from Mueda in 1960, when some 500 Africans Canes were killed. This demonstration was to be peaceful. Its origin were linked in a certain sense to a Provo police cation, the authorities knew that there was an agipolitical movement in the region, mostly clandestine, and they had made it known that the governor would participate in a public meeting on June 16, during which he would grant independence to the Makonde people. At this Akasi, and the police showed that they were unwilling to respect to the open action and killed on the spot or stopped as much as she could those who were engaged in it. She had hoped to suppress the rulers, intimidate the population and set an example for other regions. But despite his ferocity, this action was only partially and temporarily successfully. She eliminated some of the leaders, giants, but others remained, while the population, far from being intimidated, became more determined than ever to resist. Some exiles and those who were engaged in the Oppo clandestine operation initially hoped that, although the Portugal was inaccessible to the peaceful demands of peoples of its colonies, it could listen to the organizations, international organizations and the great nations of the world, if these acted on our behalf. Resulting from what had happened past in Goa, a certain international pressure was exerted on Portugal during the 1950s. But the only Portugal's response was the legislation of the early 1990s, who supposedly introduced reforms, but did not made no concessions to the principle of self-determination. Since then, Portugal has ignored or rejected all calls from other states or international organizations made in the name of the peoples of its colonies. Furthermore, all big states do not support us. Since 19Q1, the part of the Western powers, including the United States, have not contributed to the resolutions of the United Nations Press for Portugal to grant the right to self-determination of the peoples of its non-self-governing territories. In 1961, two conclusions were evident. First of all, Portugal would not accept the principle of self-determination and independence, nor allow any extension of democracy under his regime, although it was clear to that time that its Portuguese solutions to our condition of the oppressed, such as assimilation by colonists, multiracial NATOs, multiracial schools, elections, local authorities, etc., had turned out to be a meaningless deception. Cation. Second, moderate political action, such as 120 strikes, demonstrations, and petitions would only succeed to the liquidation of those who would take part in it. We were therefore left with this alternative, to continue indefinitely live under the repressive imperial regime, or else find a means of employing against Portugal a force which would be effective enough to hurt him, without causing our rumor. This is why armed action appeared to the leaders of the Frelimo as the only method. In truth, the absence of any opposition to the use of force was a factor that explain the very short period that elapsed between the formation of Frelimo in 1962 and the start of the armed struggle, September 25, 1964. The preparation. To create the conditions for a victorious armed struggle, we had on the one hand to prepare the population inside from Mozambique, and on the other hand, to recruit and train people for the responsibilities such a struggle would impose. There already existed in the interior of Mozambique the elements of a structure through which the preparatory work ration could be done. Almost everyone who was flushed appeared in Dar es Salaam to train for Limo were doing part of clandestine forces inside Mozambique. The three merging parties had members in different regions, and these, with the network of the NESAM and the people who had taken part in the movement aborted cooperative in northern Mozambique, formed the basis of an organization which then had to be consolidated and extant. Through him, the objectives of the party had to be explained to the population. The people should be organized into cells, the general level of consciousness political high, coordinated cell activity. It was accomplished by underground militants who used as pamphlets and bush telegrams help. The best way to illustrate how the campaign of mobilization works is probably to cite a few stories from current Frelimo activists about how they came to join the party. So Joaquim Maquivel notes. In 1964, I joined Frelimo, because our 121 people were exploited. I didn't know then what to do exactly. The people did not know what to do. We had heard that our neighbors in Malawi had been released and that they would come to free us, but we learned well sooner that we should liberate ourselves. The party told us that it was us, and no one else, who were responsible for ourselves. Comrades came to explain these things to us, and before, just at the beginning, the radio told us that the FRLIMA, led by Comrade Mondale, was fighting for our liberation to all of us. FL. Gabriel Mauricio Nantimbo tells a story similar to Wheat. Previously, I was in a state of bondage, but I didn't know that. I thought it was fair that the world be so. I didn't know that Mozambique was our country. The book said we were Portuguese. Then, around 1961, I started to hear other things. The older men in their cooperatives were also beginning to make a commotion. In 1962, even children saw the truth. The FRELIMO began to operate in our region. Comrades were explaining it, and I wanted to join him. At the end of 1962, even the government felt that the party was growing, and they started a big campaign. Repression, arresting and torturing any person they suspected. Many would rather die than betray their comrades. The party was gaining strength. The directions giants explained the truth to us, taught us our own strength, and we saw clearly how the Mozambique, which belongs to us and not to Portugal, had been dominated. Favorable conditions already existed, suffering caused by the colonial system, the desire to act, the courage and the determination that a pure requires. Everything the Inglimo had to provide, it was the practical understanding and the organization. Similar work could be done more openly among the great number of those who had fled from Mozambique. Around this time, many of these refugees were eager to get back and get in on the action against the system that had forced them to leave. They ignored just how to go about it. The training problem was not only 122 meant the military aspect. The shortcomings of the education system Portuguese meant that our movement desperately lacked men of trained executives in all fields. We could see that the success of the armed action to come creates would for the people the need for technical qualifications varied and with a certain level of basic education. Moreover, the state of ignorance in which almost the entire population had been held interfered with the development of a conscience policy and would even more clearly hamper the development of our country after independence. We had, and we have the task of making up for years of neglect assiduous, under the Portuguese domination. Also a pro-military gram and education program were they designed simultaneously as essential aspects of our struggle. As a first step in our education program, a secondary school, the Mozambique Institute, was created in 1963 in Dar es Salaam to provide education to Mozambican children who had already left Mozambique at the same time as scholarships were procured in foreign institutes of higher education for those of refugees who had the appropriate qualifications. The persecution and suppression of the NESAM had drove out the majority of the few Africans who had RU4 follow their studies beyond primary school to interior from Mozambique. A few of them were would like to join the struggle immediately and employ the qualifications they already had, but we sent others continue their studies and obtain qualifications which would be useful in the future. The Mozambique Institute spread rapidly. Built to seat only 50 students, it was enlarged to accommodate 120 in 1968. Moreover, the Education Department of Frelimo was able to serve the organization of the Institute to help prepare an education system for use within Mozambique that, as soon as the military program is sufficiently advanced to provide the necessary security. On the military level, the first task was to train the core of our future army. We contacted Algeria, which had just won its independence against the France at the end of a 7-year war which involved already nationalist groups from the other Portuguese colonies. His Algerian leaders agreed to include Mozambicans in this program, and the first group of about 50 young Mozambicans went to Algeria in January 1963, shortly followed by 2 other groups. 123. About 70. To continue this training, coordinate the groups and prepare them to fight inside laughing at Mozambique, it was necessary to find a country close to the region of the envisaged combat, which allows us to establish at least one camp on its territory. It's necessary to point out that this is a very serious problem. All country, which agrees to become the host of such a military force silence, even temporarily, faces difficulties considerable. It is first of all the internal problem posed by the presence of an armed force which is not directly under the control of the country. Then there are the problems, diplomatic and security issues that must be faced as soon as that the government against which the military preparations are directed discovers the existence of such a camp. So, when Tanganyika agreed to help us, it took a very brave step. There is a certain irony in the story about the location of our first camp, near the village of Bagamoyo. Because the name Bagamoyo means heartbroken and comes from the time of the slave trade, when this village was one of the main starting points towards the East Coast slave ports. Later, this same city became the capital of the German imperialist adventure in East Africa. This name has now acquired for us a completely different meaning, because it is here, in Bagamoyo, that we were able to take the first concrete steps to crush servitude in our country. Once the first groups had undergone an even more rigorous training at Bagamoyo, they returned secretly in Mozambique and prepared the action and training other young people. In May 1964, weapons were introduced into Mozambique and stockpiled ammunition keys. The military also has a major role to play in mobilization and education campaigns. Activists learn more than just military science. As much as possible, they are taught Portuguese and the basics of literacy, those who have already had some education often serving as teachers to their comrades. The EDUCA political education is a very important part of their training. And through it they gain some experience of speak in public and work in committees, at the same time that they learn the basics of political debate and the historical and geographical context of the struggle. So the army itself becomes an important agent of the mobilization, political station and education of the population. 124. The other main aspect of Frelimo's work is, during this period of preparation was a program of diplomacy and information. The objective was, on the one hand, to break the silence that shrouded Mozambique, to debunking the myths spread by the powerful services Portuguese propaganda, and on the other hand to mobilize international opinion in favor of the struggle in Mozambique, to obtain material support and to isolate Portugal. This involved active participation in organizations' international conferences, sending delegates to international conferences, organizations and representatives in various countries. To facilitate this work, permanent offices were set up outside Tanzania, particularly in Cairo, Algiers, and Lusaka. To propagate the information, newspapers were prepared for conferences and meetings, articles were writings, and from the Dar es Salaam office began publication of a regular bulletin in English, Mozambique Revolution, while a bulletin in French came out periodically. Only from the Algiers office. The problems and many points. For a movement, the period of preparation creates more tension than the time of action. When the fight begins, solidarity is generated in the face immediate danger from the enemy. The movement can also prove itself, it can show the results of its work and the practical justification of its policy. As it proves itself, the enthusiasm and confidence of its members grows, while at the same time, outside interest and support increase. During the time of clandestine work, on the other hand, we see few things of the party, except its name, an office, and a group of exiles who claim to be national leaders, but whose integrity is always subject to question. It is while a movement is particularly vulnerable to internal dissension and external provocation. For Frelimo, in its first 2 years, this potential danger was aggravated by the lack of experience joint work of its leaders. TI was also missing to many of its members an understanding of the modern politics. On the other hand, the problem of maintaining unity was facilitated by the fact that there was no 125 other parties. After the Union of 1962, our problem was not to bring together important rival groups, but to prevent factions from developing within the left. The heterogeneous nature of the members involved certain dangers, as well as advantages. We came from all corners of Mozambique, each with our own ways of life, different languages and different ethnic groups were represented, different races, different religions, different social and political backgrounds. The opportunities of conflict were limitless, and we recognized that we had to make a conscious effort to preserve unity. The main form this took was education. Since from the very beginning, we pursued political education to combat tribalism, racism, and religious intolerance. Portuguese was retained as an official language by convenience, given that no African language in Mozambique has extended usage only to, for example, Swahili in Tanzania. The work, however, is often continued also in other languages, and the fact that people from different regions are constantly working together encouraged their learning. From the start, the military units were always very mixed in their composition, and the experience of working with people from other fit tribes much to lessen tribal friction. Frelimo is an entirely secular organization. Within it, all religions are tolerated, and a wide variety practiced. There was, in spite of everything, shortly after the formation of the Frelimo, a tendency of certain individuals to claim that they represent Mozambique and to form organizations puppet stations. This seemed mainly due to the conjunction of certain personal ambitions and maneuvering Portuguese and other interests threatened by the movement of liberation. Very early on, the Cozaru, Comite Secreta de Restauração de Udinamo, who then made place in the New Udinamo, which was then divided into New Udinamo Accra and New Udinamo the Cairo, both have since disappeared. In addition, emerged a new Unami, now vanished, a new Manu, and yet other variations on the same theme. The individuals forming these different organizations were often the same. Then, in 1964, a group called MORCO, Mozambican Revolutionary Council, was formed, which later changed to Karima and which almost immediately undergoes other shocks, since the President and the National President, the Secretary General and 126. The Secretary Plenipotentiary excluded each other. There is now a branch of Karima in Lusaka and a branch in Cairo which seem to be separated by ideological differences. Karima Lusaka has recently undergone a new division, the result of which was the formation from another group called União Nacional Africana de Rambizia. The UNAR aims to weaken the Frelimo's work in the area between the two main rivers of northern Mozambique, the Zambezi and the Rovuma. By the most charitable estimate, the leaders of the group must be naive to take seriously the rumors, ventilated by the Portuguese, that they would be ready to return the northern third of the country to Malawi if, by this maneuver, they could assure themselves of perpetual control over 2/3 of Mozambique, from the Zambezi to the south. It is significant that the headquarters of the UNA are either at Blantyre, and that the leaders enjoy the protection and of the cooperation of some important personalities of the Malawi Congress Party. Karima Lusaka is the only one among these groups which attempted an action inside Mozambique. In 1965, Karima supporters began a military action in the province of Tete, but they were crushed immediately. It seems that no implant worktation has been made, upon which to base such action. Result state of the repression that ensued, some 6,000 people fled to Zambia, and the government of Zambia thought at first that, as the action had been carried out at the instigation of Karima, they were supporters of the Karima. After questioning them, however, they surrendered. Realized that these refugees had not heard of Karima, and that those who were linked to a party were members of Frelimo. Fortunately, none of these puppet movements was serious enough to interfere with the work inside the Mozambique, since most consisted of singlement into an office and a small group of supporters demanding the. At that time, however, when all that the Frelimo had to show the layman, it was a group of officials, there was a risk that they might have caused greater damage. The proliferation of small groups embarrassed countries that offered to support the movement's means of liberation, since it was not easy to say right away which groups had real support within Mozambican smile. Another difficulty, particularly acute in these pre-127 Early stages of development, when many members of the movement know each other little, is the danger of infiltration by Portuguese agents. And this is related to problem of puppet groups, insofar as these can use a member of the main organization to try to sow discord, so as to win a section. The complexity of the patterns that are at the back plan of the dividing pipes makes it difficult to prevent individual neuroses, personal ambitions, differences. These real ideologies merge with the tactics of enemy secret service. A movement cannot allow him to become too paranoid, otherwise he will become alienated possible support and will fail to reconcile the positions differences that must be reconciled somehow to maintain and develop a broad base. Of another side, it must guard against the most common types of infiltration most dangerous organized by his enemies, by spending unnecessarily vitally time and energy to this process. The best response to puppet groups, agents, to spies, to fiery propagandists, is a movement lie loudly. If the leadership is united and based on support mass in the country, if the program is realistic and popular, then the damage that such external efforts may cause will be marginal. At Frelimo, although in some cases a specific action can be taken, our general policy is simply to rely on the main work in progress, ignoring small provocations. A political biography. As long as the management outside the country can preserve a reasonable degree of unity, the work principle inside Mozambique will be able to continue without failing. The way it has been done during these years, culminating in the outbreak of armed struggle, and some of the problems of movement development meant, can be examined in more detail throughout the personal history of Alberto Joaquim Chip and. My father was a Capitão Mor, a head of lineage village life in a society without central political institutions tralized. But sometimes the Portuguese used to 128. Give their orders through him although he was not a regulo, a leader imposed by the Portuguese. 2. Once my father was taken to visit Lisbon, once in 1940 and again in 1946, and one could say that from some way he was even a member of the administration. Portuguese language, but in secret he was against them and, in 1962, he became a secret member of Frelimo, when we were still working clandestinely in the province of Cabo Delgado. I decided myself to join the fight, because every man must be free, or, if necessary, fight to be free. Since my childhood, I have seen the meaning of Portuguese diet, when I was 12 years old, in 1950, and that I was in primary school, they took me and forced me working in Muida, cleaning up the town. Then the Portuguese began to hunt down my family. 2 of my brothers fled to Tanzania. They escaped after being arrested for forced labor. It was in 1947. I was 9 years old. Then my sister and her husband also escaped forced labor. All this what? But I stayed in school. I took exams. I become master. When I finished primary school, I was 16 years old. More later I was given a teaching job. Then I got a best position in Muida in primary school. I stayed there for 6 years. I heard of a liberation organization in 1960. It was the M.A.N.U. Some leaders worked among us. Some of them were taken by the Portuguese at the Muida massacre, June 16, 1960. After this experience, I had an even stronger sense of the necessity to gain our freedom. And when anyone else was thinking about what had happened, she was starting to act too, and she supported the MANU. Then in 1962, when Frelimo was formed in Dar es Salaam, its leaders invited some delegates from the interior of the province of Cabo Delgado to discuss with them. The people who had previously supported the MANV began to support Frelimo, exactly like now. After the formation of Frelimo, I became an organizer within the province of Cabo Delgado. Here is how we worked. We had formed a agricultural activity in Muida, and when the leaders of Frelimo learned of it, they sent delegates inside the province to ask the leaders of our cooperative. 129. Who had been supporters of the MANU to support the Frelimo. These spoke to the Frelimo delegates of the reasons for the formation of the MANU and were agreed to use the cooperative as long as possible as a means of political organization. The pre-first year of formation of the cooperative, we had few people. Then, the second year, we cultivated cotton. We called our cooperative Mozambican Voluntary Cotton Society. But the authorities Portuguese people said we couldn't use the word voluntar, because the blacks, they said, could not will do anything of their own free will. They allowed us yet trying to work and we started. It was in 1957. And our cooperative developed. Beautiful suddenly joined her, and so the Portuguese company, at Muida, became short of manpower, and we started. I went to sell our cotton, even to this company. We leaders worked hard and voluntarily, we did not take any percentage of the harvest, we had no cash benefits. All of us, the leaders giants, had our own fields for our own subsistence. Then this Portuguese company complained to the authorities that our cooperative was in fact an organization anti-Portuguese politician. In 1959, the leader, Lázaro Cavandam, was arrested and sent to Porto Amelia. But we were not demoralized, we continued. Then the massacre happened and they banned our movement cooperative. At the end of 1960, Lázaro came back, and we discussed on how to find new ways of working. The authorities said they would not allow any organization with many members, 30 was the maximum allowed. We agreed with this and founded a 25-member cooperative to grow rice. Their first year, we had a good harvest, we had money in the savings bank, enough to pay wages, and we also bought a tractor. In 1962, after the formation of Frelimo, the people began to give active support. We had many contacts with DAR through secret messengers, and we started issuing membership cards. We began to organize the people. Some were arrested and we again fell under the suspicion of the government. This time was different. Now the Portuguese wanted our groups to work for the destruction of the 130. Frelimo. They said we had to send men to DAR to create confusion. We sent our vice president, and the Portuguese gave him money for his trip. But we gave him a different task. Pension. We gave him a letter for the leaders to DAR to explain why he had money, and this money, we told him to give it to Frelimo, and we found the money for his trip ourselves. So in reality this man went to DAR as a delegate to the first Congress of Frelimo, while claiming the Portuguese that he was their agent. He returned after Congress and told the Portuguese that there were conflicts in DAR between different groups within Frelimo. Then he returned in September as our delegate. But this time it went badly. The Portuguese were not naive enough to accept what he had said like that. They sent our comrade again, but they sent also another man to spy on her. When our comrade came back, he went back to the Portuguese and told them that nothing had changed. The groups in DAR continued to disagree with each other, but the real spy had meanwhile given a very different and true report. Also after the second return of our comrade, the Portuguese began to arrest and interrogate our comrades. It was in January 1963. In February, they arrested Lázaro, the president for Frelimo in our area, and the next day they arrested said our comrade who had been delegated. After that, there were many arrests, and the agents of the PIDE were everywhere. Many died in prison, others returned in broken health. We had a comrade who worked in the office of the administration tour in Muida. He warns us by letter of those who were going to be arrested. On February 13, early in the morning, the from Muida came with the armed police to the Mission Catholic where I was a teacher. But we, Lourenço Raimundo, also secretary of our cooperative, and I, had decided not to sleep there. We decamped when we heard the sound of trucks coming. We stayed all day in the bush, and when the night fell, we walked towards Tanzania. We stayed from the 13th to the 18th, and then the night of the 18th, we crossed Rovuma to enter Tanzania. We arrived at Lindi, and there a representative of the Frelimo came to meet us. We told him what was arrived. At that time, many refugees came also, because of Portuguese repression. We held a 131 meeting and decided that some members of our CUS should return to Mozambique, because we knew it was our duty to mobilize people, and that without us, people would have no leaders. We decided that the younger partially educated should go to DAR for further training, while the older ones should return to Mozambique and hide there to continue the mobilization. In DAR the leaders asked us what we wanted. Lions do. We said, join the army. They asked us then if we didn't want scholarships. We said, no, we want to fight. And our leaders took contacts with countries ready to help us, and the first was Algeria. In June 1963, we left for Algeria and we trained there until the spring of 1964. On the June 4th, we received orders, 24 of us, to meet counter the president of Frelimo. This tells us that we were chosen for a mission. The next day we left for Mpura. On August 1st, a representative of the Frelimo ordered us to leave that night. We crossed the border, and there, inside the province of Cabo Delgado, we found waiting for us the weapons and equipment for my group, 6 machine guns French, 5 Thompson, 7 English guns, 6 guns Frenchmen, 12 pistols, 5 boxes of hand grenades from 12 each. We took them and headed for the south, through the forest, but with orders not to start before our leaders tell us. We should not attack Portuguese civilians, mistreat tribals, stealing, we had to pay for what we ate. There were 3 groups in all. My group had the order to go to Porto Amelia. The second, under the conpict from Antonio Seto, went towards Montepios, and the 6th group, that of Raimundo, went towards Muida. It was hard for us, because the enemy was patrolling day and night along the roads and even along the mins of bush. At some point, my group had to wait 2 days before we can pass. We had good contacts, but because of Portuguese patrols' gazes, it was understood that at dangerous points, a man only we would receive. We suffered from a lack of food. And we had to take off our boots, for fear of leave traces that the Portuguese can follow. We walked barefoot. It was hard. Another time there was a group bandits at work, men who had been at the 132 MANU or at the UDENAMO, and who refused to join Frelimo. They had simply degenerated into bandits. They had killed a Dutch missionary. We had been to a place about 5 kilometers away. The whole Portuguese forces, supported by the Air Force, were busy there, because of the missionary. We took a risk. We made contact with the mother mission of the Hollandaise, and we explained to them what had happened and that Frelimo was an honest organization and against this kind of act, killing missionaries. This was useful, because then the missionaries persuaded the Portuguese that he was so and that they were not to kill people by revenge. We advanced towards Macomia. From there we were going to continue towards Porto Amelia, because the Portuguese set up a blockade and mobilized the people against bandits. Bandits used to plunder the Indian shops, and the Portuguese said that we were like that. It held us back. The Indians informed the Portuguese on our trail. We arrived at the conclusion that we had to start the fight. We were already a 15-day walk from the Tanzanian border. Also there, in Macomia, unable to go any further and wanting begin, we sent messengers to the other 2 groups for information, and also to DAR, for there give the details of the situation and explain the dangers of delay, while armed bandits were around. Death messengers, we learned that the second group had encountered difficulties and had been unable to Montepios, but Raimundo and his group had managed around Muida. On September 16, we received orders from DAR to start September 25. It was at a meeting of our group leaders. We decided that everyone should go to his zone and start. Through organizations tours, we projected that the people should rise up in same time, a real national uprising. For defend people after that, each group should form militias and explain things to the villagers, at the same time when it was necessary to sabotage the roads, and, naturally K are the Portuguese soldiers and the administration. Here are the outline of the plan we made. 133. 7 War. Today's mission, comrade, is to dig the foundations of the revolution and grow a strong people with a PM, a bazooka, a 12.7, from the poem Indicating a Moral to a Comrade by Marcelino dos Santos. The armed struggle was launched on September 25, 1964. The Portuguese army expected an attack, but had underestimated our capacity and our objectives. She assumed that our strategy would be based on continuous harassment number of Portuguese forces over the frontier, having aimed at putting pressure on the Portuguese authorities to reach an agreement. In other words, the Frelimo, protected by the sanctuary of Tanzania, would attempt a series of incursions across the border. To protect against such an action, the Portuguese army deployed a large force along the shore of the Rovuma and had evacuated the population living at the border. Third Frelimo, however, had prepared, not for a harassing action, but for a people's war against large scale against the Portuguese armed forces, a war that would eventually result in defeat or surrender of the Portuguese. This underestimation of our intentions was certainly profitable in the early stages of the war. The Central Committee had instructed the forces of Frelimo to mount simultaneous operations in different parts of the country, all inland. They were not going to invade the country, like the Portuguese were waiting for him, but in reality were already there, grateful the Portuguese positions and gathering new recruits. They triggered a number of actions on the 25th. 134. September, attacking a series of administrative posts and soldiers in the province of Cabo Delgado. In November, the struggle extended to the provinces of Nisa, Zambezi, and Tete, forcing the Portuguese to disperse their troops and precluding the possibility of an effective counter-attack or supported. Facing action in 4 provinces at the time, the Portuguese army was unable to mount offensive expeditions, without letting other positions bear vitals. Result, Frelimo was able to consolidate its strategic position in the provinces of Nisa and Cabo Delgado, which had been the objective of this first phase of the war. Units operating in the provinces of Zambezi and Tete were then withdrawn and temporarily grouped in the provinces of Nisa and Cabo Delgado, to increase the offensive capacity of Frelimo and to ensure that the gains made in these provinces are maintained and that a solid internal base is established for political and military action. On the other hand, the Portuguese could not withdraw their forces from the provinces of Tete and the Zambezi, for in doing so they ran the risk then to face a new offensive in these regions. In this way, the enemy was forced to keep great forces immobilized, while all the forces of the Frelimo could be used for action. The success of these first operations opened up the way to intensify recruitment and to improve our organization. On September 25, 1964, the Frelimo had only 250 trained and equipped men, who operated. They would work in small units of 10 to 15 men each. By mid-1965, Frelimo forces were operating already with units of the strength of a company, and in 1966 the companies were organized into battalions. Good 1967, the Frelimo army had reached a strength of 8,000 men trained and equipped, not counting the malicious popular and trained recruits who were not yet armies. In other words, in 3 years, Frelimo has increased his combat power by more than 32 times. On the Portuguese side, the growing increases in size of the army and the military budget are certain proof of the impact that the war has already had. In 1964, there had some 35,000 Portuguese troops in Mozambique, at the end of 1967 they were 65,000 to 70,000. In the middle of the year 1967, the National Assembly in Lisbon voted a law authorizing the lowering of the age of conscription 18 years and extending military service to 3 years. 135. Or even 4 in special cases. At the beginning of 1968, it was announced that even those who had been considered previously found unfit for military service, as the deaf, the dumb, the infirm would be mobilized in auxiliary services, and that women also could be accepted in these services. In 1963, the total military expenditure of Portugal and settlements together were 193 million. In 1967, for the sole defense of overseas territories, the allocated budget was $180 million, and in April 1968, it was officially increased by $37 million, which makes an expenditure of $217 million for the colonial wars. These are the official figures provided by Lisbon, and since Portugal has good reason to minimize its military expenditure both in the eyes of international opinion and for internal use, it would not be very reckless to assume that Portugal can now spend something like £1 million a day to defend the people of the overseas provinces the people of the overseas provinces. This escalation of Portuguese aggression corresponds to an increase in Portuguese losses. Let's compare, for example, the losses they suffered during the first months, January and February, of the years 1965, 1966, and 1967. Soldiers killed. 1965. 258. 1966. 360. 1967. 626. The Portuguese naturally estimate their losses at one figure lower than Frelimo, and comparing the two series of figures, one must take into consideration a certain number of points. First of all, with regard to their own losses, the Portuguese always assign a surprising number of deaths from accidents. 1. They announce these accidents a long period of time after he are actually produced, and they ignore the death of African puppet soldiers. Regarding the losses of the Frelimo, however, they count all the Africans killed, and they therefore always include a large number of civil pects. This apart from any direct falsification which can take place. For its part, when Frelimo estimates the number of the Portuguese killed, often he can only count 1. An American journalist, Stanley Meisler, witnessed such a case of falsification. 136. The number of those who fall, without being able to verify what it corresponds to, and so injuries can often be counted as killed. The official Portuguese estimate of losses given to the mid-year 1967 was 378 soldiers dead, 212 killed in combat and 166 as a result of accidents and illnesses, and 3,500 injuries. Judging by their monthly reports, however, they had to arrive at a figure this low, consider only a much longer period shorter than that which has elapsed since the start of the war. Yet even with these major contradictions, Portuguese figures confirm that Portuguese losses increased with the development of the war. The SJ.F.A. Portuguese Army Information Services have announced that during the first 3 days of 1968, 13 Portuguese soldiers, including an officer, were killed in Mozambique. A number of factors contributed to the success for Frelimo forces against the Portuguese army, much more numerous and much better equipped. On the military front, the Portuguese face all the problems of a regular army fighting forces of guerrillas, and a foreign army of occupation fighting in hostile territory. First, only a small fraction armed forces can be brought into action. The governed colonial man had to employ large numbers of men. My interests in the protection of cities, economic interests, lines of communication, and the defense of the population confined to protected villages. Thus, on the 65,000 Portuguese soldiers in Mozambique, only 30,000 approximately are used against our forces in the provinces of Nisa and Cabo Delgado, and even among these, all are not available to sue against us, since many are reserved for the defense of strategic points and population centers in this area. Secondment, the Portuguese are fighting on a ground which they are born badly against an enemy who is native to this land and knows him well. Much of the country in these northern provinces is heavily forested, which provides a good cover to the guerrillas and their bases. Often the only way to penetrate the bush is to follow narrow paths, where a group of men must advance in file India, constituting a suitable target for ambushes. Under such conditions, heavy armament, such as aviation and armored vehicles, is of little use. The political aspect is even more important. 137. Because the struggle is essentially a political struggle, in of which the military is only one aspect. To justify their presence, the Portuguese must affirm that their army defends Mozambique against external aggression. Yet such an imposture is impossible to sustain convincing way, because the forces of Frelimo, without exception, are made up of Mozambicans, while the Portuguese army is almost entirely composed of Portuguese troops within its ranks a number of sole puppet African dats little more than 1,000. When she uses African troops, these are surrounded by ground Portuguese dats that prevent desertions. Then the people themselves are in their overwhelming majority hostile to the Portuguese. To prevent him from cooperating with Frelimo, the Portuguese army organizes in protected villages surrounded by barbed wire and guarded by Portuguese troops, the equivalent of the camps of groups set up by the French during the war in Algeria and strategic hamlets in the Americas Canines in Vietnam. This can temporarily cut off the towns. Frelimo Lagua, but that does nothing to reduce hostility to the Portuguese, and as soon as an opportunity the population of these protected villages is revolting. War also creates problems within the Portuguese government. It confronts not only the war in Mozambique, but he is also fighting on two other fronts, Angola and Guinea-Bissau. Same time, he must keep forces of repression in São Tomé, Cape Verde, Macau, Timor, and also in Portugal Gal, where opposition to fascism, though severely weakened bled by 40 years of repression, has never been flatly crushed. Government human resources and in silver have been extended to the limit by wars thousands of miles away, wars for through which the population pays, but for which, for the most part, it can't hope to win anything. This throws oil on the fire for the internal opposition and at the same time weakens the government defenses against it. For try to fill the military gaps produced domestically by the departure of large numbers of troops overseas, the government invited the West Germans to establish military bases in Portugal, one of which has already been Trout in Beja and home to 1,500 German soldiers. Such a measure can strengthen the military position of the government lies, but it weakens it politically by introducing a 138 foreign military force to help hold it against his own people. The government of Portugal is not a government popularly, it was established and maintained by force, by the army and the secret police. And he still demands sacrifices growing people. And is true that some Portuguese little wind benefit enormously from the war, and the families of the soldiers on active duty in the colonies receive a small financial aid. But the price of blood grows steadily is lying. In 1961, 500 Portuguese soldiers were killed in Angola. In the first 3 years of the war alone in Mozambique, the Portuguese admit a total of almost 4,000 killed or injured, while estimates by the Frelimo give something like 9,000. In 1967, on the three fronts together, there were 10,000 dead or wounded. The effect on the population can be judged by the fact that the government has deemed it necessary to introduce a law prohibiting Portuguese men over the age of 16 to leave the country without permission from the military. Inside the army itself, there is still evidence more certain that indicates the low level of morale. In 1966, it was estimated in Portugal that, since the beginning of the war's colonial times, there had been 7,000 cases of desertions and boarders in the army. In Mozambique, a certain number of Portuguese soldiers deserted and joined directly Frelimo forces are lying. A few of them were motivated primarily by fear, unease experienced in the colonial army and by the treatment there imposed by their superiors, but some have deserted because of their fundamental opposition to the regime of Salazar and to war. One of them, Afonso Henrique Sacramento do Rio, gave his reasons. On the one hand, because I disagree with the dictator Salazar's resignation, on the other, because I did not obey orders to burn houses, to massacre the Mozambican population and to destroy crops. Another, José Inácio Bispo Catarino, gave an account conditions in the Portuguese army in Mozambique Revolution, revealing not only why certain soldats were deserting, but why more still didn't not, because of their ignorance about the war, about the FRELIMA, and the strict surveillance of the officers. 139. Our officers tell us nothing about the war. I do not have never knew directly that we were fighting the troops of the FRLMO. I knew what the FRLMO was, because I used to secretly listen to Radio Moscow. I knew that the FRLMO guerrillas had killed many Portuguese soldiers, and I knew it was true, because I could see that many of my colleagues were killed. I deserted because we, the Portuguese, forcibly take land that belongs to Africans. Now the owners want their land. For what should we fight against them? I can't come fight on the side of the Portuguese, because I know that what they do is wrong. I saw many of my companions being my sergeant died in front of me, and many others, all died for a cause that is not their. I often spoke to my soldiers, telling them that they should pretend to be sick, so as to be evacuated on Nampula. I organized meetings with some of them whom I trusted, and I explained to them that we were suffering for a cause that was not ours. I gave them the example of our sergeant who died for nothing. We met anywhere, when we were sure not to be heard even in the bathroom. 2. Interview, in Mozambique Revolution. If in reality relatively few desert from active service, it requires a certain level of political awareness and determination to desert under such conditions. Many do their best to avoid combat. Of the deserters told us that often when soldiers are sent out to search for Frelimo, they hide just in the bush for a while and then return to camp with some appropriate story made for their senior officers. There were also cases where companies openly refused to go patrol areas where Frelimo was known to be strong. The observations of the population and of our peace confirm such stories. Portugal seeks help from its allies to overcome his many problems, but even for that he is hampered by the conditions and nature of war. The assistance comes mainly from the countries of the NATO and from South Africa. The United Nations, however, has condemned the policy of Portugal and criticized OTAN and other countries that support it. Moreover, there is a part 140 substantial opinion within the other countries of the NATO which is opposed to the forms of repression brought by Portugal. Result, USA and Europe of the West are forced to stand at a certain distance. The Portugal takes advantage, financially, for the armament and the training facilities, of the NATO alliance, and especially experience in the war of guerrillas of countries such as France, England, and the United States. The seat military stance, however, must be disguised as demands fulfilled by Portugal as a member of NATO, and officially should not be used in Africa, outside the OTAN. Although a few armaments of NATO are certainly used in the colonies, the main advantage that Portugal derives from the NATO is that he takes great care of his military needs at home, leaving it free to use its pronar resources in colonies. Although these are still insufficient, it would be politically difficult for any of its NATO allies to enter directly meant in the colonial war by sending troops to the use of Portugal in Africa. On the other hand, South Africa is relatively impervious to international opinion and does not claim to admit a democratic opposition within his territory. Its ability to help Portugal, however, is limited by its own difficulties. She already has a strong army and strong police busy maintaining its own white regime against the indigenous liberation movement. Moreover, it openly sends troops and arms in Rhodesia and its commitments there are called upon to develop. The traditional links between South Africa white and the Portuguese are much less narrow than those between white South Africans and white Rhodesians, and greater involvement in Portuguese wars would add extra effort for his army without raise a lot of enthusiasm on the part of the population whitechen. The same conditions that make war difficult for Portugal act in favor of Frelimo. Because the Portuguese troops are immobilized in the defense of various fixed strategic positions, the guerrilla forces always have the initiative in choosing the when and where to mount an attack. The strengths of Frelimo are fighting on their own ground, on a reign they know, among a people who know them and supports them. A defeat for the Portuguese means that 141. The struggle is spreading to a new region, and that as a result they need to bring more combat troops there, further weakening their overall position. A defeat for Frelimo is more easily reparable, since it involves only a temporary reduction of force in an area. Any progress in the war means much more to Frelimo than mere territorial gain. The war has changed the entire interior structure of the zones which it has profoundly affected. In the liberated zones, the various operating systems have been abolished, the heavy taxes disappeared, the repressive administration was destroyed, the people are free to cultivate the land according to their needs, campaigns against illiteracy have started, schools and health services were established, and the people are engaged in the political debate, to take its own decisions. So embryonic that these developments may be, the change was felt in one way or another by almost everyone who lives in these areas, and gave them even more reason to combat. Each area released in this way is a reservoir of new recruits for the fighting forces. In the villages, people's militias are formed which immediately strengthen the power of the people and take over from the ordinary forces of Frelimo for numerous defense tasks. Through their cooperation with the army, they also extend the offensive capacity of Frelimo as a whole. The Frelimo army and the population are closely linked. The people are a constant source of information and supplies the Frelimo, at the same time as it is a further source of danger for the Portuguese. The strengths of Frelimo essentially live off what they produce in combat areas, and what needs to be transported east on foot through the bush between the small centers that have been established. Consequently, Frelimo has no vulnerable supply lines or strategic positions, military or economic, to defend. The loss of one small base or a single harvest area is not very serious. She doesn't matter beyond the loss immediate resources. The longer the fight lasts, the more obvious its base becomes. Popular, the more support for Frelimo grows, the more there is confidence in Frelimo's ability to succeed, and the less Portugal's allies trust his hopes. With the progress of the struggle, material aid to Frelimo 142 is increasing, while Frelimo itself is becoming more formidable. Thus each victory further increases our chances of getting even more kills and reduces the ability of the Portuguese to counter our activities. The nature of Frelimo forces. To understand the real nature of war, it is not sufficient to consider these general factors, common to almost all people's wars of forward left. More specific points on the composition, organization and leadership of the army are important. The army is representative of the general population, in that the vast majority of guerrillas are country uneducated at first, illiterate and often incompetent, able to speak a word of Portuguese, but there is equally a part of them who have received some education within the Portuguese system. The majority comes naturally really areas that are currently affected by the fight, because that is where large education campaigns, political cation and training programs are possible. There has, however, been a steady stream of people since the south, from the whole of Mozambique, who escaped for join the fight, and in the beginning, many people came from the refugee camps, who had fled from all the districts of Mozambique to escape repression. Join came to us as soon as a structure to accommodate them was created. In the army, we mix people from different regions, so that each unit includes representatives of different tribes and different regions who fight together. In this way tribalism is actually fought within our forces, and an example is given to the rest of the population. It's not the only way the military opens the way to social change. By accepting women within its ranks, it has revolutionized their social position. Of the women now play a very active role in the management popular militias, and there are also many its guerrilla units made up of women. Through the army, women began to take on responsibilities. Skills in many areas, they learn to stand up and speak in public meetings, take an active part in political life. In fact, they make a 143 important work of mobilizing the population. When a unit of women visits a village for the first time which is not yet sufficiently committed to the side of the Frelimo, the sight of armed women standing up and talking in front of a large audience causes great surprise, and even unbelief. When the villagers are convinced that the soldiers in front of them are indeed women, The effect on astonished men is often so strong that the influx of recruits is much larger than the reception capacities of the army, or that the loss that their departure would entail for the region. The army helps raise the standard of education so much than that of general political consciousness. Everywhere that it is possible, we teach recruits to read, write, and speak Portuguese, and even, when an organized program of teaching cannot be set up, they are encouraged to help each other learn these basics. In truth, the Portuguese authorities are increasingly suspicious against simple peasants who speak Portuguese, because they know they more likely learned it in the Frelimo army than in a Portuguese school. The army also organizes various special programs, areas of training, such as radio work, accounting, ITY, typing, as well as subjects more closely war-oriented. Finally, the army cultivates and produces its own food wherever possible, unloading thus the population from the burden of sustaining it, and spreading at the same time the lessons of his example. In these respects, the army directs the people, but more still important is the fact that the army is the people, and that it is the people who form the army. There are members Frelimo civilians engaged in all types of work among the population, but the cooperation extends beyond that, to the broad mass of peasants who are not members of Frelimo, but which supports the fight, ensuring the protection of the army and to aid of all kinds in the left. They in turn help activists whenever they can. The words of the militants themselves establish, better than all, these realities. Joaquim Maquivel, Zambezi Province. I come from the province of Zambezi, I am Juabo. I fought in the province of Nisa, where the people are Nyanja. They welcomed me like Agils. I worked among 144 Ajuas, the Macuas, who welcomed me as if I were their son. He, P.J. Miguel Ambrosio, company commander of the province of Cabo Delgado, I fought in the provinces these Zambezi and Nisa, far from my own region and of my tribe. I fought in the country of the Juabas and the Lomays. The Juabas, the Nyanjas, and the Lomays have welcomed even more warmly than if I had been from their region. In the west of the province of Nisa, by example, I met Comrade Panguin. Even though he either from the south, we could not have distinguished him from the people of the region, he is like a child of the region. The people understand that we are all Mozambicans. The people is united and helps us. Otherwise, for example, we couldn't enter enemy areas. I'm the people which gives us our information on the movements of the enemy, on his strength and position. Likewise, when we let's start working in an area where we don't have food, because we haven't had the chance yet. Nian to cultivate, the people help us and feed us. We help the people. Until militias are formed in a region, we protect the people in their fields against the action and reprisals of the colonists. Nihilists. We organize new villages when we have to evacuate people from an area because of the war, we protect them against the enemy. He, P.J. Rita Mulambua, activist from Nisa province, in our units there are people from all regions. I am with Ajuas, Nyanjas, Makans, and people of the Zambezi province. I think that it's good. Before, we didn't think we were one nation. The Frelimo showed us that we were one only people. We united to destroy the Colorado Portuguese nihilism and imperialism. The struggle has transformed us. The Frelimo gave me the opportunity to study. The colonialists did not want we were studying, while now, in this detachment, in the morning we train and in the afternoon I go to school, learn it read and write. The Portuguese don't let us study, because if we had it done, we would have understood, we would have learned things. It is for this reason that Frelimo wants us studied, so that we know, and that thanks to our knowledge we understand better, that we understand. 145. We are fighting and that we are serving our country. 2. F.I. Natasha Diolinda, activist from the province of Manica and Sofala. When I entered the army, the Frelimo put me in a course on the organization of the gameness and gave me military training. Then I went to work in the province of Cabo Delgado. Our detachment held meetings everywhere, explaining the policy of our party, the reasons for the struggle, and also meant the role of Mozambican women in the revolution. Mozambican women participate in all activities revolutionary cities, they help the fighters, they play an important role in the production, they cultivate, they also receive military training, and they understand fight, they join the militias that protect the people and the fields. 2. Fi. It is clear from these comments that the role of the army goes far beyond the simple fight against the Portuguese. Like the party, it is the force that builds the nation. It prepares not only soldiers, but future citizens, who pass on what they have learned to people among whom they work. Leadership is not based on rank but on concept of responsibility. The leader of a particular group is considered the man responsible for this band. Many of those who are responsible today had never been to school before entering in our army, they were illiterate, without formal education, when they joined us at the start of the war. They have acquired their ability to lead through their practical experience than combat and political work, and thanks to the pro-army education grams. There were a few who had received some instruction, but very little, even among those who occupy the most important positions and today have gone beyond elementary school. Our experience, that of activists and leaders, developed with the struggle. In 1964, the army was composed by small groups of men, often poorly armed and poorly supplied, able to mount only ambushes, small-scale attacks and raids. The army fought against terribly superior forces. The following account of a man who is now National Political Commissar and member of the Central Committee, gives an idea of what 146. What the war was like when it started, people engaged in it were, and how they were able to expand their activities. Part of this man's previous fight against the Portuguese educational and economic structure has been covered in previous chapters. The present story starts right after the time he was forced to escape from Mozambique. Raul Casa I Ribeiro, our comrades from FRLMO found me and educated me. 3 months later, I asked to join the FRLMO. From then on I was member of the FRLMO and I started to work. I went to one of our party bases to do my training, and since that time I have fought. We had to face too many difficulties. There were times at beginning when we didn't even have food. There was moments of hesitation, but the work of political education taught me how to accept sacrifices and continue the fight. The party trusted me and gave me resources. Responsibilities. I studied hard. I was in charge of education other comrades in the units. Then I was charged the sabotage of the Tet-Maturara railway line and other operations. We had a very small detachment and very little material. The enemy sent an entire battalion to destroy us, but they failed. They attacked us but they always suffered heavier losses. 8 times they surrounded us when we only had 5 bullets. They were shooting at us, but we were sheltered. Thinking they killed us, then kill us did not respond to their shots, they advanced. When they arrived 3 or 4 meters from us, the comrades who had the bullets opened fire and killed one of them. The Portuguese were scared and withdrew, we giving us the opportunity to escape without them knowing. Soon after, they started shooting for an hour, shooting each other even on top of each other. Others. Then we found the body of a South African Boer who had been with the Portuguese and that they had killed. This is how the enemy sows the wind and reaps the fart. In this fight, we recovered an MG3, 6 magazines, 1 offensive grenade, 2 defensive grenades and a dagger. It is through these small operations, by dealing with 147 difficult conditions with courage and initiative that our army was able to grow to its current size and strength. As indication of the rapid development of guerrilla action, here is a press release concerning an action that took place on August 2, 1967 and which was later confirmed by an account reported on Portuguese radio. It 3 planes and an ammunition depot completely destroyed, the burnt gasoline depot, almost all buildings meant near the ruined aviation camp, tens of Portuguese soldiers killed or wounded, such is the result of a mortar attack in Mueda, carried out by the forces of the FRELIMO on August 2. The gunfire raged for 2 days. Communique of FRELIMO. The organization of the Army. After the start of operations, the Army grew maddeningly new recruits from areas of action. To make effective use of these forces which were developing, the organization had to be improved quickly. The Army itself was organized into battalions, divided into detachments, companies, and units. That means that while small-scale operations can still be carried out over a very large area of the country, we also have much larger forces for larger-scale actions, such as attacks against Portuguese posts or against the air base of Mueda. The steering system also had to be adjusted to keep up with the changing conditions of war. At first, combat zones were divided into military regions, each of them having a regional command. But during the first 2 years of the war, there was no central command, except for the Department Defense and Security, headed by a secretary silent just like the other departments of the organization. The secretary took care of all the details of military work. Be silent, and though from time to time he delegated his authority to such and such of his colleagues in the army, there was no established division of responsibilities. The system worked relatively well as long as the guerrilla forces were very small and that their action was weak and limited. But as soon as 148. That the number of guerrillas in combat increased and that war regions expanded, a more elaborate system was necessary. It was to be based on a central command. Effective, because in the first years of the struggle, we noted that, without a central authority, it is impossible to coordinate and supply the various forces which operate in remote parts of the country. At the Central Committee meeting in 1966, it was decided therefore that the Army had to be reorganized, with a high command that would operate from a headquarters fixed. This decision led to the formation of the Council National Command, now headed by the Secretary of the Department of Defense, DD, his deputy, who is political commissar of the Army, and 12 other leaders responsible for sections: 1. Operations, 2. Recruiting, training and training of executives, 3. Logistics, supply, 4. Recognition, 5. Transmission and communication, 6. Information and public military organizations, which also publishes the mimeograph journal 25 September, written by FRELIMO militants, 7. Administration, 8. Finance, 9. Health, 10. Police station policy, 11. Personnel and 12. Military security. Thus the Army now has its own administration system. National administration, on the same models as the Thracian civil and parallel to the latter. At local level also, the Army now has a structure that is clearly defined. In each province there is, 1. A provincial chief, who is also the undersecretary of the province, 2. One deputy provincial chief, 3. A political commissioner, 4. One chief of operations. Through this new organizational method, each manager giant has a clearly defined area of responsibility in which he must use his initiative, but he also has meant of an established channel to contact the top commandus lying. This system was put into practice at the beginning of 1967 and almost immediately communications from the provinces began to arrive at headquarters with more great regularity, weapons and equipment began to flow more quickly to combat zones, the recruitment increased and plans for new campaigns, new and more extensive operations against the enemy became knells. In a situation like this, where the country is in a state of war and where the army inevitably has power or very extensive, there is a potential danger of conflict between civilian and military organizations. In our 149 system, however, it is rendered minimal by the fact that they are both accountable to the body politic FRELIMO, which is made up of civilian and military elements. Relations between political, military, and civilian bodies can be described in terms of a clear hierarchy, where the some are subordinate to others. Political decisions are taken by the body politic, by its supreme organ which is the Central Committee. The Army, like the different regiments, works in accordance with the decisions taken by the Central Committee, but the leaders of the army themselves, as members of the Central Committee, also help to make political decisions. The meetings of the command military events, which take place fortnightly, are normally incorrectly chaired by the chairman or the vice-chairman of the Frelimo, which ensures that between committee meetings central, close coordination of political decisions and military is maintained. At a local level, in the countryside, the popular militia plays an important role in connecting people, civilian and the military. These militias are made up of members, activists from the civilian population, who pursue their occupiers' usual patients and which, at the same time, although they are not integrated into the guerrilla army, perform certain military tasks. Their main role is the defense of their region. If there is a danger of attack from Portuguese forces, they can be mobilized as auxiliary armed force. When there is combat in an area, they coordinate their activities with the guerrillas, force when necessary, and provide them with information on the peculiarities of the place. When the forces guerrillas have liberated an area, the militia can take over main organization of defense, production, and supplies, freeing up the main forces for that they can move to a new area of fight. In regions where there has not yet been active armed combat, militias are formed secretly. Their task is to prepare the ground for the forward struggle. Rilla, to mobilize the people, to monitor the Portuguese forces' gazes, to provide supplies and aid to the guerrillas ROS infiltrating the area. In a sense, these popular militias are the core of the armed struggle. The guerrillas lead the offensives. Vs main and do the main indirect combat, but it is the work of the militias which allows them to operate. 150. The development of the fight. After the end of the initial phase of our offensive and the withdrawal of our forces in the two northern provinces, a period when everyone apparently remained on their positions followed, which lasted throughout 1965 and a good part of the year 1966. During this period, the Frelimo controlled most of the territory and villages in the north of the country. The Portuguese controlled the towns and retained a number of fortified bases where they were relatively safe. The main roads were disputed. The Portuguese were still trying to use it for transport troops and supplies, while Frelimo constantly mined and ambushed there. Portuguese were unable to carry out an effective offensive, because when they left their bases and entered in the bush looking for our forces, they were falling in ambushes. On the other hand, Frelimo was not yet strong enough to carry out bigger attacks against the Portuguese positions. Yet during all this time, Frelimo was gaining strength, consolidating its position, military and political formation, training new recruits and gradually eroding Portuguese strength through many small actions. In the second half of the year 1966, the growing strength of Frelimo became manifest, and our forces were able to begin to assault the Portuguese bases themselves. Between September 1966 and August 1967, more than 30 Portuguese military bases were attacked, and at least 10 during the last 3 months of 1967. Many of these bases were harshly damaged, and some of them were evacuated after the attacks. For example, the Moniamba substation, at I west of Nisa province, was attacked on August 15 and evacuated. It was reoccupied, but abandoned again after the second attack, August 31. 10 days later, a strong Con-20 Marines were sent to reoccupy it. September 13, the post of Nambud, Cabo Delgado, was attacked. And buildings, 3 vehicles and radio equipment were destroyed. Mueda Air Base, an extreme target important and strongly guarded by the Portuguese, was bombed twice, and 5 planes were completed there. Men destroyed on the ground. During 1967, the combat zone was extended to all the regions. In the province of Cabo Delgado, R. 151. Forces advanced to the Lurio River and surrounded Porto Amelia, the capital, consolidating at the same time their position in the rest of the province, which was now almost entirely in our hands. In the province of Nisa, our forces advanced to the line Marapamala, and approached the borders of the provinces, those of Mozambique and Zambezi. Towards the south, they maintained control of the Cater area, between the provinces of Zamzii and Tet. Meanwhile, to the west, they created the necessary conditions for the resumption of Bat in the provinces of Tet and Zambezi, a region of great importance for its agricultural and mining resources. The Portuguese worked to improve their tactics anti-guerrilla and in particular tried to take advantage of the experience of their allies, of NATO, the Great Britain in Malaysia, the United States in Vietnam and the France in Algeria. Afonso Henriques Sacramento do Rio reported. This instruction was given to Portuguese soldiers during the first part of their 6-week training month. The soldiers learned the theoretical basis of the anti-guerrilla warfare in courses punctuated by exams. These courses were usually given by officers who had undergone special theoretical and practical training. During the Algerian War, several Portuguese officers had received military training in Algeria given by French specialists in subversive war too. Many other officers had been sent to the United States. Where they had taken courses in commandos and marines and had studied all the techniques used by the U.S. military against the Vietnamese people too. One of the effects of this is that the Portuguese army operates now rarely with units of lower strength to that of a company, so that when these units are attacked, even if they suffer heavy losses, they retain sufficient numerical strength to prevent their guerrillas to reach one of their main objectives, the seizure of arms and ammunition. Nevertheless, the Portuguese still suffered heavy losses when they tried to leave their bases and advance ever so slightly against the guerrilla forces, who simply fully retreat to the moorpoint where they can attack in an advantageous position. As a result, the Portuguese had increasingly resorting to air warfare, knowing that it 152 is not easy for us to acquire and transport the type of heavy equipment needed against such an action. They carried out raids against bases, villages, schools, health posts, they bombarded areas of culture, and have made attempts in some places to destroy the vegetation that protected our guerrillas. The hurts caused by these raids were suffered almost entirely by the civilian population, and we have given priorities to the organization of the villagers' protection. We are increasing our ancient strength. In October 1967, one of the 3 planes that bombed the area of Maripa was shot, and the others were forced to withdraw. Faced with a series of military setbacks, the Portuguese parties have experimented with different extreme guerrilla warfare, a mixture of terrorism and psychological warfare, the main purpose of which was to force or persuade people to withdraw their support at Frelimo. On the psychological level, in 1966 and 1967, they mounted propaganda campaigns at the radio and through large-scale leafleting. These leaflets were generally well printed, on paper brightly colored, with bilingual text, Portuguese/language African, describing the conditions of deprivation and misery in the Frelimo areas and the prosperous living conditions fatherly and agreeable in areas under Portuguese administration cheerful. These leaflets carried large pictures illustrating this contrasting or caricaturing Frelimo as doing the life in exile at the expense of the rest of the population. In their propaganda, they also tried to exploit the division's natural tensions among the population, accusing Frelimo to encourage the ambitions of one tribe against the neighboring tribe. EMS. The distance that separated the Portuguese from the population, however, greatly reduced the impact of these campaigns. Loincloths, as well as the high degree of illiteracy and the of existing material equipment, the leaflets and the radio could have a large audience in themselves. Besides, the falseness of the content was not difficult to drill. People remembered well enough that under the Portuguese regime, there was no prosperity, and that there where Frelimo was active, people had noticed by themselves that its members and leaders came from of different tribes and different religious groups. The Frelimo has the great advantage that its political work is conducted mainly through personal contact, through speech. 153. Through meetings, for example, and that it is undertaken in a convinced by people who are part of the population ordinary relationship. And above all, there is no temptation to twist the truth by promising the impossible. We admit that the war may be long, that it will be certainly difficult, that it will not bring prosperity and happiness by magic, but that it brings something what improvements, and that's the only way to get one day to live a better life. The message to the people Mozambican, sent by the Central Committee on September 25, 1967, noted, for example, there are many difficulties. The guerrillas must often go whole days without eating, have to sleep outside in the cold, and often have to walk days and even weeks to make an attack or ambush. The people also suffer at this stage of the struggle of liberation, because the enemy intensifies his repression for try to terrorize the population and prevent them from supporting the guerrillas. There are many difficulties. The fight for freedom is not easy. But the freedom we want winning deserves all these sacrifices. Mobilization work is done mainly through towards direct contact, but it also relies on the literature and radio. Press releases and messages, like the one cited above, are reproduced and distributed in camps and at meetings. Simple tracts, mimeotes, also circulate, describing, for example, a pattern exploiter driven out by Frelimo. There are also broadcasts, regular sessions, broadcast by Radio Tanzania, which since 1967 are powerful enough to reach the southern border from Mozambique. In the liberated areas, we distributed fogged-up radio sets to allow the people to listen these shows. Programs include news in Portuguese and African languages, reports about the struggle, political messages and talks, education programs on hygiene and public health, revolutionary songs, traditional music, and popular. Having obtained very few results from the propaganda direct, the Portuguese tried to develop techniques more elaborate. In 1967, for example, they implemented before an African puppet in the province of Tete, the pre-feeling like the leader of a nationalist party. They have organized public meetings where he appeared with 154 Portuguese officials and asserted that the Portuguese were ready to grant independence peacefully to his party, but not to the Frelimo bandits. This campaign had some early success, but as the explanations Frelimo activists relied on the fact that there was no manifestation of the good faith of the Portuguese, the people began to become skeptical and most people stopped going to meetings. Faced with the failure of their action, both military and persuasive, the Portuguese counted, in an increasing way, on terror, trying to scare people into supporting the Frelimo. Seeing that the forces of liberation lived like a fish in water, they wanted to boil water to cook the fish. Since the war, throughout Mozambique, and not only inside the combat zones, there have been batterings. Killed to identify nationalist sympathizers, and many suspects were arrested. The majority of they were peasants and manual workers, people natives according to the terminology of the Portuguese. Weren't not brought to justice, nor condemned, they were imprisoned, born, interrogated, tortured, and often executed in secret total. Even to their families, nothing specific was said, all they knew was that the person had said published. Among these suspects, there were also a few intellectuals. Tools, people known beyond Mozambique, so that we couldn't afford to make them disappear without giving rise to international protests. So the poets José Craviranha and Rui Nogar, the painter Malangatana Valente, short story writer Luís Bernardo Hanwana. The Portuguese authorities brought to justice only those a few prominent men, making their affairs public and seeking to give the impression that all their pursuits against nationalists, saboteurs, etc., were conducted in the same legal way, in broad daylight. But even these trial demonstrations did not conform to standards of legality in force in non-fascist countries. When the first trial took place in March 1966, 9 of the 13 accused SES were acquitted for lack of evidence, but the GO government refused to accept this verdict and ordered a new CAF trial before a military court. This tribunal, acting on specific government instructions, said guilty those who had previously been acquitted and increased the sentences which had struck the other 4. The sentences themselves had no meaning. 155. Because they all included security measures, which meant that the term of imprisonment could be postponed indefinitely. A delegation of international lawyers, nationals and all foreign journalists were prevented to attend this second trial. However, the Portuguese partly achieved their objectives. Tiv, because the international protests were directed specifically against this trial, and the fate of these 13 readers helped divert attention from the real problem, the fate much worse for many anonymous Mozambicans who hadn't even had a semblance of a trial and who had either been killed or imprisoned under conditions much more severe. In combat zones, the campaign of terror is much more widespread and more indiscriminate. Reprisals are directed against the population as a whole. When it cannot reach the villages, the Portuguese army resorts to air raids, but where the soldiers can approach people, more personal forms of terror and torture are used. This type of practice is well known to those who have studied the methods of fascist armies anywhere. Extreme brutality, however, generally does not have the desired results. It confirms the people in their hostility to the Portuguese and, in fact, often leads to acts of desperation. Challenged. Such a policy is therefore not only cruel, she is tactically insane. The Frelimo army, in contrary, receives firm and constant instructions to attack economic and military targets. Judgments activists indicate how they understand this policy. Joaquim Maquivel, he in our units and in our miss we often encountered Portuguese civilians without weapons. We didn't hurt them. We them asked where they came from, we explained to them our struggle, our suffering, we received them with kindness. We did it because our struggle, our war is not directed against the Portuguese people, we fight against the Portuguese government, against those who turn their weapons against the Mozambican people, we are at war with those who hurt our people. We know it's not the whole people Portuguese who exploits us, but only a minority which also exploits the Portuguese people themselves. Among 156. The Portuguese, there are also people who are exploited. The Frelimo cannot fight the people, cannot fight the exploited. 2. Miguel Ambrosio Cunha, commander of Company He. We never thought of murdering civilians. Portuguese, we do not terrorize the civilian population guys because we know who we are fighting and for what. For this reason, we have never planned an attack on Portuguese civilians. If we had wanted it, we could have. Civilians live close to us, we had the opportunity, but our objective, our target is the army, the police, the administration. Our program, our invariable orders clearly establish meant that we must not attack civilians, but only those who are with the army, that is to say those who follow or are part of it. The only terrorists in Mozambique are the colonialists. This policy is important for the future, when we will try to establish a society which can absorb the differences rents populations who live in Mozambique without resentment racial, but it also has immediate practical benefits. At the start of the war, for example, the Portuguese authorities distributed weapons to the inhabitants of the colonizados and to white traders in certain areas so that they use them against Frelimo. These people then saw that unarmed civilians were not harmed, but that those who used arms against us were treated as an appendage of the army, and the result was that the majority of Portuguese civilians refused to accept weapons. The fact that the Portuguese forces did not accept this attitude sometimes raised the Portuguese civilians themselves against them. For example, when the Portuguese forces entered a village where they knew that Frelimo had passed, and when they found that the civilians had suffered no damage, they accused them of collaborating with Frelimo, arrested and punished them, their own settlers. Tet and the new offensive. When the Frelimo military forces withdrew of the province of Tet after the first phase of the 157 war, underground militants remained to lead the political mobilization and preparing for the time when this front would be reopened. At the end of 1967, when the victories won in the provinces of Cabo Delgado and Nisa had been consolidated and that our forces in these two provinces were pushing south, conditions were created for the extension of the war in the province of Tet. Finally, in March 1968, the first military operations residential began. This new phase of the war is particularly important, because of the military and economic plans that the Portuguese swallow facts for this area. Het is a key region of Mozambique. The Great Zambezi River passes in the center of this province. The province contains considerable economic sources and is crossed by important lines of communication, especially the road main linking Salisbury to Blantyre, on the north-south axis. This province is located roughly in the center of the country. The Portuguese planned from the start 2 lines of defense. The first was the Nacalamaniamba line, which our troops had broken when they extended their operations rations in Macanhelas, in the extreme south of the province of Nisa. The second line of defense is the Zambezi River. There is a large concentration of troops along this river, and in addition, the Portuguese plan to install 1 million settlers in the valley to constitute a barrier against our forces. So, strictly speaking, the entire length of the Zambezi Valley is extremely important. The TET region has also acquired significance, considerable economic impact resulting from the recent development plan development linked to the Cahora Bassa Dam. Het conceals some of the richest land in Mozambique, and agriculture is quite well developed there, particularly raising cattle and other livestock. There is also important deposits of minerals which have been until now little used. The plan calls for the development of all these resources, in particular by setting up Portuguese settlers along this line of defense. The barrage itself will provide energy to a range of industries based on the products of the region, as well as the water for new agricultural projects. The Cahora Bassa site is therefore clearly one of the most important targets in this phase of the war. The region is also crucial in the broader context, large alliances in southern Africa. To the south, the province 158. De TET bordered Rhodesia, and therefore the progress of our struggle are of considerable interest to the forces of liberation of Zimbabwe. Africa's involvement of the South itself is, however, of immeasurable importance. Date even greater. South Africa takes a large share in the expenses for the construction of the barrage and expects to absorb a considerable part of the energy it will provide. So here, in TET for the first time, we are in direct conflict with South Africa. She is already so worried about her interests that she has sent troops to help guard the dam site. Our forces observed a battalion of South African troops at Kayako and several companies in Chico, Meg, and Zumbo. The South African army is extremely well equipped with the latest Western weapons, and undoubtedly the presence of such troops will make the fight much tougher. But it has been clear for at least 2 years now that the Portuguese are seeking more direct assistance of South Africa, and we knew that as we advance south, the threat of South Africa would increase. The fact that we are already facing true South African peace is a sign of the speed with which the war progressed. It indicates our strength and weakness of the Portuguese. Moreover, the presence of the South Africans did not prevent it from taking the offensive at TET. On March 8, we set up several operations simultaneously: one ambush near the village of Kasuanda, ambushes in the Furankungo, Fingui, and Vila Vasco areas of Gama, an attack on the enemy post of Malavila. During these operations, at least 12 Portuguese soldiers were killed, including a sergeant, and in Malavila, 4 buildings manse, a truck and a water tank were destroyed. 159. 8 New Mozambique. The aim of our fight is not only to destroy. It is above all to build a Mozambique, where hunger will no longer exist and where all men will be free and equal. We understand let's fight in arms because we have to first destroy the Portuguese colonial system. Only then will we be enabled to use our work for ourselves and the wealth of our country. Message from the Central Committee to the people of Mozambique by Kane, on the occasion of the 3rd anniversary of the triggerment of the struggle, September 25, 1967. One of the main lessons to be learned from almost 4 years of war in Mozambique is that the liberation does not simply consist in ousting the Portuguese authority, but also to build a new country, and that the destruction must be undertaken at the same time as the colonial state is being destroyed. We have come to this in principle before we started to fight, but it's only in the development of the fight we learned how fast and complete was to be civilian reconstruction. It's not about make some tentative arrangements and wait to control the whole country to decide how we will govern. Now is the time to develop new structures and make decisions that shape will be the model of our future national government. One of the first results of the war is the elimination of the colonial state where its forces of repression have disappeared. Law, administration, and economic operating systems. Portuguese weapons are disappearing in the wake of the Portugueses. On the ruins of the colonial state, a new type of power emerges that corresponds to the forces that brought the revolution. Before the war, two authorities coexisted, colonial authority and that of the traditional chiefs, subordinate. 160. Born and integrated into the colonial system, but still keeping some autonomy. When colonial power is destroyed by a guerrilla victory in a region born, this leaves an administrative void. The power of leaders, however, has its origins in the traditional life of the country. It was based in the past on a popular conception legitimacy, not strength. For the future, this therefore potentially poses problems of tribalism and regionalism. In its pre-colonial form, such a traditional government played its role fairly well within laughing from a limited area, providing a suitable shape organization in the interest of the majority. But even in these cases, this power, limited in its scope and based on a small local unit, cannot constitute a foundation satisfactory for the needs of a modern state. In other regions, such power had elements of feudalism, allowing exploitation of the peasantry which, masked by metaphysical and religious pretensions, was accepted. The survival of such systems is obviously an obstacle to the progress of a revolution which aims to social and political equality. The effect of colonialism, was to pervert all the structures of power traditionally, encouraging or creating self-contained elements readerize or elitists. In its session of October 1966, the Central Committee of the Frelimo re-examined the problems of tribalism and regionalism and vigorously condemned the tendencies tribalists or regionalists manifested by certain Komarov in the performance of their work, solemnly reaffirming that such attitudes are contrary to the interests of the Mozambican people and prevent the people's liberation struggle. The Central Committee stressed that the battle against tribalism and regionalism is as important as the battle against colonialism. Such a battle being the guarantee of our unity, nationality and our freedom. In fact, when the chiefs had allied themselves with the power-poor Portuguese, there were few problems. Voz de Revallico reports, for example, two certain chiefs, afraid of losing their feudal privileges, after the victory of the revolution and the installation of a popular government, allied themselves with the colonialists. Chief Nhapale of the Mutarara region, province of Tet, was one of those. 161. The population reacted against him, and to show his protest against the attitude of its leader, came to massy it. The Regulo too was told that he would be punished and that Frelimo would bring him to justice. The head of the Frelimo unit then contacted to the people and the Regulo, saying, Regulo Nhapale, we are members of the Frelimo. We came because we heard tell you were leading the people badly. Then he turned to the assembly, this, Regulo has burned alive two innocent people. Centes, two patriots. Do you want to keep such a leader? The people answered no, and, encouraged by the presence guerrillas, summarily tried the leader and sentenced to death. Nhapale was executed. In other cases, when leaders had remained neutral or even when they had sided with the struggle, the progress of revolutionary power had the effect of making gradual disappearance of traditional power. Fact, where traditional power did not actively support the colonial structure or did not oppose the revolution, the changes had to go through positive developments, by the emergence of new forms of power, new political ideas. The main weapon in this struggle is general and political education, conducted through practical experience, as well as in meetings, discussions, and courses. The army, we have already shown, is a powerful change vehicle. In the army, everyone lives and goes with the entire people of Mozambique in a completely new structure. The army can spread ideas and set an example. Here too, however, there is another potential danger, which was also discussed during of the same October 1966 Central Committee meeting. In a report of this meeting, we stated, the Central Committee also considered the attitude of comrades who think that there are two types of activists in the Frelimo, those who are in the army and those who are in civilian life. He considered that such an attitude manifests on their part a great lack of understanding of the character popular, national, and unitary organization led by the Mozambican people, and he reaffirmed that all the members of Frelimo can be called, and must therefore be 162 ready to perform any task, whether it has or not a military character too. Here again, the solution must be based on education and practical organization. In the liberated areas, the political structure is the left. In the villas, popular militias are created which depend on the local organization of the party and the military direction of the area. Power rests with the Fourths nationalists and revolutionaries. In addition, economic life is organized in such a way that the producers work in cooperatives under the local management of the left. This removes the chief from his traditional role as organizer. Economic life and at the same time put an end to the exploitation of the peasantry by a privileged group. It should also be emphasized that this process is not a party dictatorship. The party is an open organization, and its members come from the entire population, the majority being, like the majority of the population, the peasants. Its role is to provide a political framework above the local level. There is no deep distinction between the party and the people. The party is the people engaged in political action. Public meetings, held by the local party, are an important part of life in the liberated areas. In these meetings, those who are not party members can learn more about Frelimo and the fight, can voice their opinion, ask questions and participate in the discussion. Political education work, example, and the explanations given by the members responsible and political commissars, and the fact that the struggle is led by elements of the toiling masses, all of this contributes to creating the conditions for the disappearance of the traditional tribal and often semi-feudal power and to replace it with new forms of power. At this time, the administrative life of the villages was reorganized on the basis of popular committees elected by the whole of the population, and the way is prepared to extend this district-level system. The void left by the destruction of the colonial state has posed a practical problem that had not been clearly considered by management. A series of services has disappeared with the Portuguese administration, in particular services of commercial nature, while the people continue to exist and need such services. The shortcomings of the colonial administration caused her to never respond to a 163 large number of social needs that yet the population felt strongly. So, since the first victories of war, a great diversity of administrative responsibilities returned to Frelimo. You had to serve a population of some 800,000 people. First of all, their material needs had to be met, a supply adequate in food provided, and other important items such as clothing, soap, or matches NIS, then it was necessary to establish medical and educational services, and organize administrative and judicial systems. For a time, the problem was acute. We were unprepared for the job before us, and we lacked experience in most areas where we needed it. In some areas, the shortage was very serious, and when the peasants did not understand the reasons, they withdrew their support for the struggle and times all left the area together. During the 2 years after the start of the war, the battle to set up services in the liberated areas and to educate the population was at least as important than the military battle. In 1966, the crisis was overcome. The most serious shortages had been overcome, and embryonic structures for commerce, administration, health and education had been put in place. The new Mozambique was beginning to take shape. Political structures. Emerging political structures follow the pattern which characterizes democracy in the party, and Frelimo, as the driving force of the liberation struggle, became the government in the liberated areas. The structure essential nature of the party had been formulated in 1962, during the first Congress, but, since at that time there was no liberated territory and no possibility of action. Political legality in Mozambique, the original model was oriented towards a clandestine organization. This structure was then developed to effectively fulfill the function of legal government in areas that were come under our control. The Congress is the supreme organ of Frelimo. He is made up of representatives elected by the people. The delegates to Congress of 1962, of course, were necessarily elected. 164. Only by a very small minority of the population, who was in contact with the various political organizations and who could, either by working underground or prepared that it was established abroad, to escape surveillance sphere of the secret police. The Congress elected a Central Committee of 20 members and entrusted this committee with the responsibility complete to lead the liberation struggle. The Central Committee therefore had both the legislative, judicial and executives, a situation that began to cause problems when the party grows to become the great and complex organization it is today. One of the first tasks of the Central Committee was to create a political structure inside Mozambique. Until 1964, all activity had to be clandestine, which meant that even at this time only a small minority of the population, politically the most advanced, could be there engaged. As soon as a few areas were liberated, however, the party could become open in these regions, like a public legal body, of which any adult Mozambican could to be a part of. There, the party provided itself with a cohesive structure. Representative income TTLL Shanaf the masses. The smallest party unit is the cell that includes all members of a particular Tsika 1 ITY. The next level Vant is the District Council, which includes representatives members elected by the members of all the cells of the district. Then the District Council elects representatives to the council. Provincial seat, and the provincial councils in turn elect Congress delegates. At each level, decisions are taken on the basis of discussions, and if there are differences these irreducible by opinion, the position is decided by a vote, the minority having to submit to the decision of the majority. While contributing to national policy, the body's party premises have responsibility for local government. The exact structure of it varies from region to region, given that the existing parapolitical structures, traditional and modern, have been integrated into the structure of the liberation movement. In areas where cooperatives VES have been established, the cooperative committees perform several functions of local government, and this system, which is expanding rapidly, is likely to become an important factor of local government in the future. In meanwhile, different systems coexist, each managed according to the specific conditions prevailing in the locality conflabbergasted. At the level of the Central Committee, the work of the party, at the 165, both as a liberation force and as a government provisional, was organized into a number of departments. Lies. The administration department takes care of the daily problems of organization, the transport of the material, purchase and sale, import and export property, the preparation and distribution of payment cards members of Frelimo, and the updating of the list of members, the control of the movements of the civilians of the FRELIMA, with provisions for food, clothing, accommodation and housing, the issue of currency and, if necessary salary, travel documents. The External Affairs Department is responsible for ITY of relations with organizations and governments strangers. He makes arrangements so that the representatives both travel abroad, participate in meetings or simply visit other countries to explain our positions and discuss our problems. He has the responsibility ITY of permanent centers in Dar es Salaam, Lusaka, Algiers, Cairo, and New York. He deals with questions foreign diplomatic aid and support. The Finance Department is responsible for managing organizations' funds. The assets of the organization come partly from Mozambique, contributions from membership, donations, contributions, and export proceeds, and partly from abroad, donations offered by governments and by foreign or international organizations. All party programs must be financed by these funds. The Department of Information, Publicity, and Propaganda deals with everything related to information of the Mozambican people on the work and objectives of the Frelimo, on the situation in Mozambique and its context in the rest of the world. Its function is also to counter the enemy's propaganda campaigns. He shares also with the Department of External Affairs the task of informing the rest of the world about Mozambique and our struggle. He prepares and circulates written information, maintains contact with the international press, libraries, academic institutions, and other organizations, interested parties and individuals. The Department of Social Affairs originally dealt with origin of the refugees who had come from Mozambique to Tanzania, in particular by trying to collect and distribute them the basic products necessary for their life. When the war began, this department extended its activities to the interior of Mozambique, dealing with the problems of 166 large sectors of the population who had had to displace their places of residence because of the fighting or whose homes had been destroyed. First, he took care of feeding and clothing these people, and tried to organize basic medical services. In the long term, however, that meant helping them resettle and build new houses, to become self-sufficient again as quickly as possible. With the development of war, work among refugees outside Mozambique was redirected, in the sense of persuading them and helping them to return to the liberated areas, to rebuild villas there, and take part in the fight. Similarly, the Department of Education initially mainly concerned himself with organizing courses at outside for students who had managed to escape from Mozambique. Then, with the creation of the liberated regions, its first objective became the establishment of schools and training courses to serve the population within from the country. The effect of the war and the progress made during the first 2 years after 1964 made rapid outdated political and administrative structures set up in 1962. The party grew to adapt to new circumstances, new departments were created and the initial departments extended their activities. But some key changes were necessary, which only Congress had the power to achieve. According to the party statutes, a Congress should have been summoned in 1965, but different problems forced us delayed it until 1968. At that time, the developments of the struggle were such that it was possible to hold the Congress inside Mozambique, in an area liberated from the province of Nisa, and delegates were able to come from every province of the country, even from the provinces of Lourenço Marques and Gaza in the far south. The delegates fords at this Congress had been elected through the network of local party organs, which operated in an open manner in liberated areas and secretly in areas under Portuguese control. In both cases, however, they were elected in the area they represented by the population of this zone. So this Congress was much more democratic. That the first and its reality was much closer to that of a fully representative national body. The decisions it made were related to its composition, they represented a step forward towards a more 167 democracy and a displacement of political influence towards the party inside Mozambique. The main constitutional change to adapt the structure of the party to the new circumstances was that of the composition and role of the Central Committee. Anteriorment, this included only those responsible for the departments and their deputies, and he held powers legislative, executive and judicial. Congress expands the number of members of the Central Committee to 40, to include also the provincial secretaries, members elected by the provinces, members elected by Congress and representatives of mass organizations. Almost all of these new members were resident party leaders permanently inside Mozambique. The Congress also limited the function of the new committee central to the legislature. To take on the role of the executive, a new body was created, the Executive Committee, including the President, the Vice President and the Secretary's departments. A politico-military committee was created to deal with the urgent problems that could arise between two sessions of the Central Committee. It is made up of the President, Vice President, Provincial Secretaries and Secretaries to the Defense, Security, Internal Organization and the Department politically. The procedure for electing party officials was clarified. The President and Vice President are elected by the Congresses on the proposal of the Central Committee, and their mandate lasts until the convocation of the next Congress. Lesson Sandstone should take place every 4 years. The organization of regional governments was discussed and systematized. It was confirmed that each province has a provincial council and a provincial committee. The economic organization. Production is very important and immediate. It is necessary for the survival of the population, of the army and of all the civil services. In this context, food is obviously the first need. With the overthrow of the colonial system, the COMPA, which had imposed the production of cash crops either by plantations or by the cultivation system. 168. Compulsory tour, withdrew. The people were free to organize their agriculture as he wished and to focus his efforts on their own needs. The result was that after the war had liberated a region, there was a return to production of staple crops, such as maize, cassava, the mijay, beans and groundnut. But the war imposed additional demands on producers. Even though soldiers grow their food wherever possible, there are inevitably large sectors of the army which cannot be self-sufficient. Moreover, to avoid reprisals from the Portuguese, it was also necessary in many areas to evacuate the peasants and settle them to new villages, where you have to supply them until the first harvest from their new fields. In some areas, part of the harvest is regularly destroyed by the action of the Portuguese. So, simply to meet food needs in the regions released, it is therefore necessary to produce a surplus. The people are constantly encouraged to clear more land for cultivation and to grow more food. This campaign was so successful that, despite the risks and upheavals of the war, there are today more cultivated land than there was under the colonial administration. Even after the first year during the war, we produced more food than before. Now in some areas, like Angazala, 80% of the land cultivated today had not been exploited previously. The biggest impetus for production was clearly caused by the abolition of the companies, and by the fact that the people henceforth benefit from his work. 2 other factors are also important. The first is work du Pidgety, who advised, encouraged, and explained the needs of the fight, and who provided essential equipment, such as the hose and the pangas. The second, related to the first, is the development of new organizational methods, mainly cooperatives. In areas that had experienced a cooperative movement before the struggle, the organization reappeared quickly and spontaneously as soon as the colonial forces were driven out. In other areas, the idea was introduced, and party members had to help people start cooperatives. Instruction to keep accounts was particularly important. Between the liberated areas there are differences considerable in the stage of development that the system cooperative has reached. In some, all production may 169 be organized collectively. In others, the trained individually in fields, to satisfy the needs of the families, but the village, as a whole, worth of other fields in a cooperative, to produce a surplus for the army or other groups unable to produce. In some areas, the people did not form cooperatives at all, mainly because there is a lack of necessary knowledge on how to organize them and keeping accounts. In these cases, a surplus is produced by a system in which many villagers cultivate individually an additional field to produce the food necessary for collective needs. Frelimo is currently studying the different ways residential to develop agriculture, improve yields, to diversify crops and develop the production of export crops. The high plateau of Nisa is suitable very well for vegetable products, and we hope to produce a wide variety of fruits and vegetables that will cover the diet of the population and will eventually provide a source of income for her. Apart from the surplus that must be obtained to satisfy our own needs, an additional surplus must be produced for export, to provide us with the means of importing essential products, such as clothing, things we cannot hope to produce ourselves, even on a significant scale for a long time period again. Here is what we were able to export in 1966. Tons. Cashew nut. Sesame seeds. Peanut. Castor oil seeds. 500, 100, 100, 10. We are trying to increase seed production of oil for export, and at the moment some co-workers are experimenting with the reintroduction of cotton as export crop. Tobacco is grown quite widely in some liberated areas, but so far, we lack technical knowledge for properly handle the leaves, and the tobacco was used alone in its raw form for local consumption. We have now sent a few people to abroad to train them in this field, and we hope. 170. We will soon add tobacco to our exports. During the past 2 years, we have also made research on different types of gum that grows in northern Mozambique, to make it another source of income. The other aspect of this attempt to produce goods export is the struggle to reduce imports. With the exception of regions where the war has severely collapsed production, population is, or may become, self-sufficient for food products, but the clothes, mants, agricultural tools, salt, soap, and other products for daily use should all be provided. In this moment, we import these products in careful quantities. Limited, to distribute them through cooperatives, consumption VS, created to replace the work of the commercial network which collapsed when the Portuguese left the areas. However, due to our resources insufficient and transport problems, it is not possible to maintain an adequate supply of this manner, and we are researching the production methods such products within the country. The salt is already extracted in the northeast of the country. Soap can be made from vegetable oil shot if we can get the seedlings necessary and have part of our population trained in this process. Traditional craftsmanship is encouraged to provide immediate needs for furniture and agricultural tools. Simple schools. Handicrafts can also become another source of export. The Makonde people in particular are famous for its woodworking and carving. Below the influence of the Portuguese, their tradition has somewhat despondency, both under pressure from the missionaries who encouraged artists to produce imitations of the works European clerics, and under the influence of traders who demanded mass production of trinkets for the market sightseeing. In 1967, when Frelimo organized for the first time exporting several hundred carvings from the interior of Mozambique, most were stereotypical in nature, but there were also several original pieces of considerable artistic value. We immediately tried to encourage artists who had produced them and to explain to others that a job of this type, although slower, had much more value than the production of mere trinkets. We have also explored how to sell such books to real collectors from Europe or the United States, and 171. We are trying to arrange the production and sale of these parts in such a way that their producers derive good profits. Education. As soon as Frelimo was set up, we gave the absolute priority to 2 programs, the military program Silence and the educational program. We have always attached such great importance to education is that, first of all, it is essential to the development of our fight, since the commitment meant and the support of the population increases as soon as its understanding of the situation develops. Secondly, the future independent Mozambique will have a pressing need educated citizens to move forward on the path of development expansion. The Portuguese education system has been desperately unsuitable, not only because it concerned a very small number of Africans, but also because education given to this small number did not correspond to the needs from Mozambique. We had to start from scratch, as well to provide structure than to establish content. Schooling in most African countries uses a system designed to meet the needs of the Europe of the end of the 19th century. And is now recognized, even in Europe, that this system is outdated, and that a large part is inappropriate. In Africa, he never answered, and certainly does not currently meet the real needs population. All colonial education was essential, destined to produce a small Europeanized elite which would either serve or replace the government colonial, to preserve its values. All efforts were made to cut these people off from their origins, in part because that most Europeans despised all aspects of African culture, partly because the elite would represent thus a lesser threat to the European government. Colonial regimes were completely unaware of the existence tendency of indigenous methods of education, and acted as if there had been no education, before the Europeans don't open schools. It is now accepted, even outside Africa, that this 172 constituted an extremely narrow conception of what is education. Theorists generally divide education today in two types, formal education and informal education, and all societies have always used both types of education to varying degrees. Informal education includes obvious training given by older children, the emulation of older children by the youngest, attendance at ceremonies, listening, storytelling, observation, and helping adults cope folding of daily tasks. This type of education includes learning moral values and good conduct appropriate, correcting breaches of accepted standards mance, by warning, derision, punishments, and by praise of admired behaviors. In simple rural communities, this system education is appropriate to prepare the young adolescent to adapt to the day-to-day life of his society. But as soon as that society grows and that the means of production rudimentary become insufficient, it is necessary to develop more formal education systems of the gameness. In several parts of Africa, such a situation occurred several thousand years ago. The first type formal system appeared, the so-called initiation school, common to so many African regions, with its society secrets performing identical functions. Each secret society brings, in its initiation rites, a certain amount of social knowledge and education which makes the individual capable of coping with his environment. Immediately, the bush schools of the Poro and Sandi, for example, are highly developed institutions. Lopez, where the initiate is formed, according to a strict discipline, to obey the rules of society and the social regulations of the greater community. Ti is put in a series of situa hardships, short sleep, hard work, long walks CHES and uncomfortable dwelling place, which, like the outward-bound European schools, are intended for him learn both moral qualities and practical skill. That training may include traditional law and customary, exemplified by mock courts and trials, and often, art, craft techniques, agriculture or hunting. Singing and dancing groups usually play an important role in the life of these initiation schools. The great virtues of this pre-colonial African education Nile were that she was directly in touch with the needs of society, that she was fully integrated into it, and 173. That it applied equally to all. There were cases of special introductory courses for particular groups, like soothsayers, sorcerers, craftsmen, but these existed side by side with the universal system, of which they were only a specialized part. The societies in which such systems were however limited to small areas and functioned on a relatively simple economy. When again complications were introduced, they became inappropriate quotes, because new types of knowledge, new qualifications were required. Missionary schools, residential and colonial governments, despite all their defects, offered Africans the possibility of obtaining some of the qualifications required to be at the top tier of the new conditions. On the other hand, however, the Africans were forced to sacrifice their values and their social customs, to reject their past. This produced an extreme tension both at the level of individuals and of the company. In most cases, this rupture was admitted, or well, then European culture was totally rejected. There were, however, Africans to understand that one could separate European technical skills and European values. A first attempt to implement this awareness was the establishment of independent schools of the Kikuyus in Kenya, after the mission schools refused to accept circumcised girls. But this new schools did no more than try to combine the European school programs with traditional society Kikuyu. What is needed is more than a combination direct. A new factor is involved, the development of an independent national state. Indeed, neither the system of traditional education, nor the colonial system are designed to meet the needs of this new entity. A fresh start is needed. But a departure must start somewhere. We can learn from other astures, including European culture, but we cannot graft them directly onto the R. It's for this reason that some understanding of our own cultures and our own past is essential. Many of things in our traditional education are outdated, but some aspects, art and some moral values example, can help form a basis for new society that we are trying to build. As John wrote, only where man feels air 174. Third and successor of the past, it has the strength for a new continent calf. The immediate context within which we work lawns is that of a combat of national liberation and social revolution that accompanies it. This is what must nurture the new aspects of the educational service that we let's develop. So that society changes with knowledge. So we must be prepared for education to changes. In the short term, however, there are services urgent practices that must be rendered. We have need for educated executives at all levels and in all disciplines. We must raise the level of education of the mass of the population, which is appallingly low. We have to fight illiteracy and ignorance. We have to start working on this now with this that we have at our disposal, and develop our theory and our system, working. As soon as the war liberated a few areas, small primary schools start with very rudimentary equipment. In 1966 there were 100 such schools in the province of Cabo Delgado only, providing for needs of approximately 10,000 children and with an average teachers varying from 250 to 1, to 25 to 1. At the end of 1967, 10 nborns began to set up schools in the province of Nisa, and at the end in 1 year, 2,000 children received their education there. Because of the terrible shortage of trained personnel, many born to them have studied only at the primary school, and the education given in these schools is therefore necessarily of a rather rudimentary nature. But she is at least responsive to the needs of children in the context of their own culture and national combat. They learn the Portuguese, since it's our common language, but also the history and geography of Mozambique. The main subjects taught in these schools are reading, writing, arithmetic and civics. For the latter, students receive knowledge about our country and its past, about the war and the objectives of Frelimo, and on the rest of Africa and the world. The need to be self-sufficient and finally try to work with other people for the common good is taught both through practical work than in the classrooms. As far as possible, schools farm their own fields and make their own clothes. Mends and equip them, while to overcome the lack of births, we can ask the children most advanced to help those who are less advanced, to join the 175 adult literacy campaigns, or to undertake other tasks in areas where they have received quality at school. The primary school curriculum constitutes a part-only work done by the Department of Education Catayan. At the same time that we keep silent about the problem very strong illiteracy, we suffer from a lack almost full of trained people, in almost all the areas. The Education Department should try to remedy by organizing an education of a higher level, high and varied specialized courses for young people selected, who have already received a basic education. A part of this is carried out by the Mozambique Institute, which still operates in Dar es Salaam, although the estate and scope of his work has changed considerably since its founding in 1963. Originally established as a center practice, which developed rapidly in secondary school for Mozambican refugees, the institute was funded by departure with a grant from the Ford Foundation, but this one CI having been withdrawn the following year, he had to obtain other resources, and is now supported by various countries and organizations. The largest funds come today from Scandinavia. Soon, the institute became financially responsible also primary schools, established to provide education of this level to Mozambican refugees in Tanzania. It was therefore natural that when the war began threatened, the institute be called upon to find funds for the new primary schools in Mozambique, and for other new programs made necessary by the war and the creation of liberated regions. These latter were taking a number of new courses organized by Frelimo in association with the institute and is developing LOPT with the help of some of the staff of the institute. The first course was a course for nurses, preparing RAND to take part in the new medical program of the Mozambique. This was followed by the setting up of a course of politics and administration for those who worked in the local government of the recently liberated regions. In 1968, a course was added for school teachers primary. This is what the Frelimo services were capable of to do so far, but, in addition, Frelimo and the Institute cooperate in the organization of schooling in Mozambicanes abroad, so that these can receive academic and technical education of a higher level. 176. Advance. However, the education organized by Frelimo, whether it takes place inside Mozambique, in Tanzania neighbor, in a Mozambican community, in a lightship or a foreign institute, must be an integral part of the national struggle. This point, from the start, has constituted a firm orientation of our policy. All the students must consider their training as a means of adjust to working in Mozambique. They must be ready to return at any time where they are asked. We have had considerable problems with students who pretended not to understand, or who refused to accept this policy. The reason is, in part, that the educational program started before the armed struggle. Thus some students who were studying abroad or in high school, had no experience or war or life in the liberated regions, so that they appeared to them, both as things frightening or unreal. Several students sent to abroad in 1963 refused to return at the end of their studies, and a number of secondary school students violently opposed their return to Mozambique. They asked to be sent immediately outside to pursue further studies. These difficulties led us to lose a number of educated people. Truths which could have rendered useful services. But this also led us to adopt an education policy cation firmer and more lifelike, to make bigger efforts to integrate studies into control and to prevent in the future the formation of groups that demand privileges special lighters at the expense of the mass. Several change practical elements are planned for the future. As much as possible the young people chosen to go to study more extensive outside of Mozambique will only be done after have spent some time working either in the military, or in the civil services. Then we will put more emphasis on short studies in particular fields, such as the courses for nurses or administrators in Tanzania, or short technical studies abroad. Thirdment, all students will be asked at the end of their classes to return to Mozambique for a term on duty. A greater effort will be made to keep the contact with those engaged in long studies abroad and to encourage them to do what they can do for the fight, spread information and elevate people's interest in Mozambique. The most important of all is that an even greater effort be made to 177. Improve teaching capabilities within the Mozambique, so that more people can receive their education there. Health. Like most African countries, Mozambique has very serious public health problems, tropical diseases such as malaria, schistosomiasis, the disease of sleep, yaws are endemic, and there are epidemics periodicals of smallpox, typhoid, yellow fever, and other highly infectious diseases. Port Health Services gay men have done very little to improve the situation. Out of cities, 11 are practically no health centers. The vaccination campaigns have been insufficient and even seldom attempted in more isolated rural areas. Almost all hospitals and qualified doctors are located in the few larger cities, to heal the patients who pay, that is to say in fact only the population European and a few others. An indication of the Portuguese knowledge is that Mozambique has one of the highest infant mortality rates in Africa. The immediate effect of the war was to make the situation even worse. The few health centers that Portuguese had established in the north were immediately withdrawn. Rapid population movements and the appearance significant numbers of refugees have made the population nation the prey of epidemics, while the fight and the Portuguese air raids added war casualties to the already large number of those in need of care medical. Frelimo had to organize its own service of health, starting almost from nothing. The problems were, and are still huge. The result of poor education administered by the Portuguese is that there is not a single qualified African doctor throughout Mozambique and that there are few orderlies and nurses. So the program medical had to tackle two tasks at the same time. It immediately arrange some kind of medical assistance inside Mozambique, with the resources that are going to be found, and at the same time make arrangements to quickly train more medical personnel. 178. An administrative structure was devised, according to which liberated areas were divided into regions and districts medical. In each there are a certain number of health facilities, ranging from a simple first aid post to the small clinic where small procedures are performed surgical. These centers are interrelated, so that a case can be transferred from a small unit to another larger and better equipped, if necessary. The medicines and equipment are still sorely lacking, and some of the first aid posts are periodically missing only basic antiseptics and bandages. Despite this, the majority of the population is now better served life as it ever was in Portuguese times, when there was no organized free medical service. There is another area where Frelimo has already done more than the Portuguese, that of preventive medicine. From the start, she was considered a great priority, and great wrongs have been told for o temer of vaccines. In 1967, a number of local campaigns against typhoid, tetanus, and tuberculosis have been carried out. And a mass campaign against smallpox was started, during which, in September 1967, more than 100,000 people had been vaccinated. The main problem was, and still is, that of obtaining sufficient enough vaccines. Administratively, the Service of Health has the great advantage of working with the structures of the party, through which such campaigns and their reasons can be explained to the whole population. If we had the necessary quantities of vaccines, it would be possible to vaccinate for this reason the whole of the population in a relatively short period of time. Another aspect of preventive medicine is the education health service, and here again, the service benefits from a close integration into the party, the army, and the education service. Health education is given in schools and in the army with teachers and activists who help to spread the basic knowledge of hygiene among the entire population. While working to improve the conditions of the prefects, the medical service studied the health problems of the people and collected its own medical statistics, from when those collected by the Portuguese proved inadequate, so as to help planning in the future. The personnel, like the equipment, are still, and will continue to be a big problem. The nursing course. 179. Given in association with the Mozambique Institute, already awarded diplomas to 2 classes, and a certain number of students is abroad to study medicine. 2 white Mozambican doctors working with the Frelimo played a very important role in the planning health service and training programs, but there is not yet a single qualified doctor in the liberated areas of Mozambique. There, as in all other fields, the lack of people with the qualifications basic cations to start specialized courses prevent terribly the progress, and from this point of view, the future of the medical program will depend on the success of the work between taken in education. There is now at least one structure and a program that will ensure an improvement of the situation and who will be able to break down the qualified rings as soon as they become available. Social and cultural development. The result of the struggle has already caused deep changes in the lives of the people of the liberated areas and semi-released. These changes go much further than the mere removal of colonial structures and their influence. Forms of government, organization social and economic have been introduced which are entirely new, deriving their origin only in such a way marginal to the traditional African YIE and in no way colonial system. In the culture, perhaps, the traditional elements are stronger, because in this area they are not in conflict tradition with the development of the nation. The government Portuguese tried to block not only life politics of Africans, but also all its traditions, art, languages, customs. This does not want to say that the traditional way of life has disappeared, she has survived as a kind of assertive underground culture. Life, looked askance and openly despised by the authorities. With the expulsion of the Portuguese, there was a natural rebirth, which in some cases has been encouraged overwhelmed by revolution. In schools and camps military, traditional songs and dances are practiced quests. In production cooperatives, art and craftsmanship. 180. Nat are developed. Although still inside a frame traditional, there are a number of developments new. For example, in the camps, young people not only practice the dances and songs of their own tribe, but learn those of others, while in the /FAMPs, new ideas and new techniques that are introduced from both different regions of Mozambique and beyond. Then the fight itself leaves its mark on culture, providing new themes to songs, new themes to art. For example, the Frelimo gorillas appeared among the many characters that the sculptors Makhand perform. Apart from the encouragement of traditional arts Afrikaans, Frelimo also caused an influx of ideas from different cultures. The Portuguese, for as much as they brought new ideas to Africa, only brought those from their own country. Now the source is much broader. In the camps, the thousands so many can learn the songs of the Russian Revolution, read magazines from Cuba, see images of life in Vietnam. At the MOZAMBIQUE Institute and in the camps where it's possible, documentary films from all over the world are projected. During their education and training, student activists are sent to a whole series of countries, from the United States to the People's Republic of China, and in a certain way make these countries known to their let us pay when they return. Right now, in the conditions of war, with the lack of resources and possibilities budded and with the lack of education, these developments had little effect beyond schools and the military, but in these sectors already, people know more about the rest of the world than before the struggle. Before the struggle, writing and reading were aspects of life almost unknown, of the population outside of the biggest cities. No literacy campaign, no production or distribution of literature had been developed enough to have changed this situation in a significant way. The attitude of the people began to change. Schools and adult literacy work you have shown that written words are things that can and should belong to ordinary people, in the countryside as well as in the cities, and there is now a great desire that is far from being satisfied. Many still cannot read, write, or speak Portuguese, but some can, and among them a large number use. 181. Their abilities creatively and also for practical goals. There is the magazine produced by the militants for activists, called 25 de Setembro IL, to which everyone is free to participate. In this review, poems, stories, and political analyses are published, the opportunity given to a large part of the people to see their printed and discussed work stimulates and develops their skills. These activities have also given new meaning to the work of more sophisticated writers. When Cravirinha and Noemia de Sousa wrote their eloquent denunciations of Portuguese colonialism, they were not read by the people for whom and about whom they were writing. Now the work of a good Frelimo poet will be read in the camps by the militants, by the people from the exploited masses who in the past were simply a subject of a poem for poets of whom he had never heard. Now those who can read to aloud for those who cannot, and wealth of literature is within the reach of all those who have a minimum knowledge of Portuguese. The gap between the intellectual and the rest of the population are satisfied. And that, in turn, brings a new dimension to political poetry. Which lost its wailing tone and gained a new revolutionary flame, as in the poems of Marcelino dos Santos, Jorge Rebelo, Armando Guebuza, Sergio Vieira. The essence of this new dimension is summarized in these excerpts from poem by Jorge Rebelo, in which he calls on a comrade to talk about the dreams of revolt and of these dreams, which become war, because so, he will forge simple words. That even a child can understand words that will enter every house like the wind and will fall, like hot coals in the souls of our people. As the poet ends. In our country, the balls begin to bloom. The culture of revolution develops only slowly, lies and takes its place alongside traditional culture. 182. But the social changes that are the basis are advancing much faster. With the development of structures entirely new, political and economic tours, the lives and looks have changed fundamentally. The position of women is one of the most striking about it. In African society, as in Portuguese, the woman had a more or less secure position. Throne. The extent and nature of the subjection varied greatly. Move from one region to another, in some cases, like René Dumont emphasizes this in his discussion of the problems my Africans of today, Black Africa is badly tied, she suffered a type of economic exploitation, having to bear the shock of the work necessary to destroy the whole society. In others she suffered from social restrictions and was denied any influence in the family or in the wider community. Now training to produce more forces everyone to share equitably the daily work, and the role that women play, in the Mozambican Liberation Army and the party, changes attitudes towards them, bringing men to respect them and give them a new voice in business management. Josina Abiathar Muthamba, a female activist, describes this. Before the struggle, even in our society, women had a lower position. Today, in the ENGLIMA, the Mozambican woman has a voice and a role important to play. She can express her opinions. She is free to say what she wants. She has the same rights and same duties as any militant, because she is Mozambican, because in our party there is no I don't have of discrimination based on sex. FL. This development was in no way imposed on women. From the top. It is largely due to the action even women who still continues now. By example, when I spoke at a meeting at Mozambique at the beginning of 1968, and that pen started asking me questions, a Dune women's unit stood up and complained that the women did not receive training to become officers. Sirs, so that all the officers were men. Why is this so? She wanted to know. The reason, it was because no one had thought of making female officers. The result of his criticism in any case was that it was decided that 183 women in the future could become officers, when they would have the necessary qualifications and experience. This example illustrates the general pattern of change society in all areas. The struggle gives the initial impetus, and while management is often called upon to provide the means to promote new changes, the movement very often comes from the people. At the same meeting, there was another example of this. We were discussing production, and the villagers described what they did to increase it. They had not organized a cooperative, but cultivated additional individual fields to produce a surplus. They told us that they wanted to organize themselves into a cooperative, but that they were unable to do so, because they knew nothing about accounting. They asked it is up to the party leaders to provide them with someone who could teach them what they needed to know, so that they can take this step on their own. The change in the position of women is also indicative of the more general transformation of attitudes. The customs, beliefs, and superstitions that justified usually different kinds of inequality and exploitation disappear with the practices they encouraged. Of the first causes of this situation was the destruction of the colonial government, the main author of inequality and of exploitation. It is the result acquired in a fifth from the country. In these regions the population can testify to the progress, despite the difficulties caused by the war. This is how three simple militants who fought in different parts of the country are expressed: Gabriel Mauricio Nantimbo, now there is the war. If I compare the present and the past, I see that in my region people have a better life, they have difficulties, but eat better. The companies do not come not steal them. There is no more forced labor. Our people is free. We can say that war liberates the people. Joaquim Maquivel, the war changed the situation of people. In places where war has already broken out, population is no longer beaten, there are no more taxes for exploit, the people are no longer humiliated, there are difficulties, but that is the price of victory. Rita Mulambua, female revolution transforms our life. Before I was ignorant, now I. 184. Speaks in front of everyone in the assemblies. We saw me united. We discuss our problems among ourselves and that strengthen our unity. The Second Congress. The Second Frelimo Congress held in the province of Nisa in July 1968 highlighted the various changes already described. The decisions that were taken are the guarantee that these changes will continue face. The fact that Congress was able to meet inside the country was proof of the success of the military program. Because this event was prepared for months, it was announced publicly. He brings together in one place all the management, military and party executive, and despite all that, he took place without Portuguese interference in a territory that the Portuguese still claim to control. The results of our political organization were greatly appreciated by the presence of delegates from all over Mozambique, even from the far south. For the first time of our story, Mozambicans from all over the country were gathered to discuss together the problems of the whole nation and to make decisions that would affect its coming. The delegates came from tribes and religious groups. Different gods, there were women who participated the same as men. These are indications of the distance traveled over the past 4 years. Although we hold our Congress within the Mozambique, we were able to invite a number foreign observers. There were 2 representatives from Afro-Asian Solidarity Organization, a representative of the MPLA, a representative of the ANC, South African and a representative of the ZAPU. In addition to elections and constitutional changes previously described, Congress discussed every aspect of the struggle, clarified political issues and took many concrete decisions. The delegates of each region and heads of departments presented reports describing their work of recent years and the schemes but prepared for the future. These reports served as the basis for a broad discussion on each subject, during which each delegate could ask questions, criticize and 185. Make suggestions. A series of resolutions was then drafted and presented to Congress. These resolutions provide a clear overview of our policy and goals for the next 4 years. Essentially, these resolutions reaffirm the need for armed struggle and the important simultaneous development of regions which, as a consequence of the armed struggle, fall under our control. They also indicate progress towards organizational efficiency, organization and administration, laying the precise foundations for administrative structure and clarifying the function of the different organs. But the topics discussed were so non-clear that we can only give an exact image of it by citing part of the resolutions themselves. Resolutions on armed struggle. 1. The Portuguese government is a government colonial fascist who maintains the myth according to which the Mozambique is a Portuguese province and therefore is an integral part of Portugal. TI does not always recognize not the right of the people of Mozambique to independence national dance. Nationalist demonstrations are violently repressed, destroyed by massacres, imprisonments, tortures, assassinations. Under these conditions, and to face all the mysteries of colonialist oppression and repression, the people of Mozambique has decided to resolutely take the path of armed struggle, waging a decisive war for independence, penance or death. 2. The Portuguese colonialists dominated and exploited the people of Mozambique for a very long time. Today they still have control of the means of production in the regions of Mozambique that they continue to dominate. Their military force is powerful. Besides their army, they have an air force and a navy. Despite the rapid growth of our military power, the Portuguese army is even more powerful. On the other hand, we still have great material needs. We need weapons, medicines, means of transport, etc., that in the present phase of the struggle we must get abroad. We need technicians. Thus, with regard to the supply of equipment and the training of 186 technicians, we will depend for some time more outside help. Moreover, the geographical and political situation of our country, given the political situation in neighboring countries, Swaziland, South Africa, Rhodesia, Malawi, makes difficult extension of the war to the south. For transportation war material in the Zambezi provinces, from Mozambique, from Manica e Sofala, from Inhambane, from Gaza and Lourenço Marques, we have to overcome a lot of difficulties. All these factors, taken together, cause the imbalance free from the forces that exist between us and the enemy. Good that politically stronger, we are still military weak. In order to get victory we don't have no other way out than to tip the balance in our favor, but it will require us to great effort. Our war will therefore be hard and long. 3. Our struggle is that of an entire people. She demands the full participation of all popular masses. For this reason, it is necessary to intensify the mobilization and the organization of the masses in the liberated areas, as well only in regions where the armed struggle has not yet started. The direct participation of all in the armed struggle is, therefore, one of the main objectives of the effort to mobilization of the people. In the current phase of our struggle, the bulk of our armed forces is made up of regular guerrilla forces, but the popular militias are an integral part of the population. They complement the strengths of guerrilla. They have a defined territory on which they operate. Rent. All people, young or old, male or female, must be part of the militias. People's militias must also respond to production, surveillance, and defense needs. In liberated and semi-liberated areas, popular militias in particular, perform the following tasks: 1. Transportation of equipment and patients, 2. Reconnaissance and patrols, in areas where they work, against the infiltration of troops and agents enemies, 3. Combat, when the enemy invades the area. 187. People's militias fight in engagements important when needed. The organization of popular militias is a form importance of the integration of the masses into the armed struggle. In this way, at each place, sufficient forces are created. Strong, militarily trained. People's militias are therefore reserve forces. 4. In order to more fully and effectively realize the participation of Mozambican women in the struggle, a detachment female chainment was created. Its main functions are: 1. Mobilization and organization of the masses, 2. Recruitment of young people of both sexes for the fight army, 3. Production, 4. Transportation of material, 5. Military protection of the population. 5. The phenomenon of desertion is not a characteristic specific tick of the liberation struggle of Mozambique. There are desertions in most countries, even in times of peace. In the national liberation movement of Mozambique, desertions have many causes. Many comrades have joined the fight because they truly have a nationalist consciousness and policy. But there are some whose feeling national is low. There are others who, after having transviolated the laws, are afraid of the punishment inflicted by the self-Portuguese rights. So, in order to escape punishment, they engage in the nationalist movement. The people who behave like this often give up. They are unable to withstand the hardships of fording life rilla, and they can hardly gain consciousness nationalist and political. Therefore, they desert. And once they have left the movement, they invent themselves excuses to justify themselves. Some spill all sorts of your false rumors to discredit the leaders, to separate them of the masses and weaken the struggle. Others go to Portuguese. Desertions are serious crimes. The deserters are enemies of the Mozambican people. 6. Prisoners of war are of political importance. Only for us. We have to treat them well. Through them we can get information about the enemy. We 188. Must re-educate them as much as possible and, according to our interest, release them if necessary. You may be using prisoners like hostages, to be exchanged for our comrades who can find in colonial prisons. In this way we show the world that we are fighting colonialism Portuguese and not the Portuguese people. We will break it, combat morale of the enemy army and encourage the desertion of his soldiers. The Second Congress therefore decides that the Frelimo must continue to apply a policy of defense against enemy soldiers taken prisoner. 7. Our war is essentially a political war. That, and its direction is defined by the party. The army of people are an integral part of the party, and the strategic plans are drawn up by the higher leadership of the party. In order to conduct the struggle properly, all leaders must take part in the armed struggle. It is only in following the development of the fight step by step, that the may be able to solve common problems. Plexes that arise every day. The People's Army performs its tasks in accordance with the policy defined by the Frelimo. Resolutions concerning the administration of liberated areas. 1. The purpose of the administration of the liberated areas is to break down popular power. We cannot consolidate the defense of the liberated areas only by administering them correctly as lying, We can then promote their development and the economic and social progress of the people. Let us thus lay the foundations for a victorious development of revolutionary armed struggle for national liberation. The leadership of the administration of the liberated areas will be supported by committees at the various state levels by Frelimo, province, district, locality, etc. As stated in the general regulations. Popular steering committees, elected by the people itself, should be created whenever possible to oversee general tasks. The provincial committee, the district committee and the locality committee, each their level, must direct the establishment of these committees' popular directors and must provide them each time. 189. They need and as much as possible, the technical assistance necessary. 2. The Second Congress maintains that it is only when provincial structures will function properly that it will be possible to correctly administer the liberated areas. For this reason the Second Congress decides that clear guidelines will be given to the various organizations provincial so that they can carry out their an adequate control system of provincial bodies events will be organized, the leaders of Frelimo will undertake frequent year visits to the provinces, the different positions in each organ of the province must be properly and efficiently completed, the necessary sections will be established and their work shall not be under the administration of the province, the training of technical staff whose provinces need, will be accelerated. Further, the Second Congress resolves that the provincial budget will essentially depend on the production from the province. All necessary efforts will be made so that the Mozambicans who sought refuge abroad then feels back to Mozambique. Judicial committees will be created to ensure the execution enforcement of laws. Resolutions concerning national reconstruction. 1. The Second Congress notes that the development of a new way of life in the liberated areas is a demand of the struggle for national liberation. Areas liberated will constitute the material basis of the development of our revolutionary armed struggle for national liberation. In this sense the increase in production is of a particular importance. It is necessary that we gradually produce the material goods we need for development of our armed struggle. We must promote the development of agriculture, industry, small industry by always directing our activities according to the 190 interests of our people's revolution. At the same time as production, we must develop trade, both inside and outside. We must also drive the development of education and health services. We must also promote our culture by developing the positive values of our customs, my regional ones which are now enriched by our effort to create a new reality, a united Mozambique and free. All of these aspects of our efforts to rebuild national are closely linked, and for our work to be effective, it is imperative that all areas of our business are perfectly coordinated, otherwise all our efforts will be in vain. To continue our work, we must overcome different difficulties and solve many problems, sometimes very pressing as the dispersal of the population in small groups very far from each other, the lack of means of communication, scarcity of executives. To deal with these problems, various measures will be taken in order to a. Promote, whenever possible, the reintegration population growth, b. Encourage Mozambican refugees from neighboring countries to return to Mozambique to participate in the tasks of national reconstruction, c. Intensify the training of the managers necessary for the execution of the tasks dictated by the revolution. Whenever deemed necessary and indispensable, foreign technicians will be recruited who agree to respect the political line and program of Frelimo. 2. More specifically, the Second Congress of the Frelimo decides in the areas of production and trade, a. To develop agricultural production, in such a way that we get everything we need, food as well as raw materials for making for soap, tissue, etc. b. To develop the technical and scientific level of the production, c. To consolidate more and more the defense of the fields cultivated, d. To develop the organization of agricultural cooperatives, commercial and industrial. 191. In the field of education, a. To accelerate the development of primary schools, b. to develop teacher training programs many primary schools in order to quickly increase their number and their technical level, c. to promote intensive literacy campaigns stationed among the mass of the population, men, women, young and old, d. to organize special courses for the rapid improvement meant the level of knowledge of the militants, e. to encourage young Mozambican women to undermine at least their primary education, f. create production centers in each school to achieve self-sufficiency, g. to establish a system which enables students interrupt their studies temporarily in order to participate education and literacy campaigns, h. to participate, wherever necessary, in a different tasks of the national liberation struggle, will be the deve security all Mozambican students, I. to promote the development of training schools policy. In the domain of health, a. promote worldwide campaigns intensive to obtain medicines and equipment medical, b. to promote the establishment of medical centers in areas that will be liberated later, c. to organize the transport of medicines and materials medical real in the various regions. Resolutions concerning social affairs. The development of the Mozambican Revolution necessitated SIDE to pay particular attention to the conditions social of the masses. A correct direction that emphasizes satisfaction of the social needs of the masses also makes it possible to raise their revolutionary spirit and at the same time makes it possible to avoid that the difficulties, normal in times of war, become significant obstacles in the progress of the war of national liberation. Therefore, the Second Congress decided 192. That we will take the necessary measures to improve the material conditions of the masses in the areas of war, particularly with regard to the satisfaction of basic needs, such as salt, soap, and clothing, that we will create at the provincial level, institutions of social assistance, intended to study and propose the solutions to the problems of social relations especially in relation to marriage. Special attention will be paid to women of activists, trying whenever possible, to settle them in the provinces where their husbands fight, and by encouraging those who are abroad to return to the country, to install, whenever possible, women pregnant and mothers with small children in areas with greater stability, that Frelimo, in cooperation with LifeMo, establishes will clear the plans by which the latter will take care orphans. The same care will be given to children of single mothers, so as to give them the opportunity to participate in the struggle, to create conditions to allow to help and rehabilitate war invalids. Foreign Policy Resolutions 1. The people of Mozambique have undertaken a struggle army against Portuguese colonialism and imperialism, for its national independence and for the establishment of a social and democratic order in Mozambique. This struggle is part of the worldwide movement for emancipation peoples, a movement which aims for the total liquidation of the colonialism and imperialism and the construction of a new society, freed from the exploitation of man by the man. For this reason Frelimo has created and developed ties of friendship with peoples, organizations, and governments who fight for the realization of these objectives. Tips. Frelimo has established relationships with nationalist organizations in the Portuguese colonies and with the organizations progressivizations of African countries still under domination foreign nation. Frelimo is in relation with the progressive organizations of Afro-Asian and Latino countries Americans. Frelimo has relations with all the countries. 193. Socialists and with the progressive countries of the West. The Inglimo is a member of the following international organizations: A. CONCP. Conference of National Organizations Lists of Portuguese Colonies, B. OUA. Organization of African Unity, C. OSPAA. People's Solidarity Organization from Africa and Asia, D. OSPAAL. Organization of Solidarity of the People Parts of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, EWCP. World Council for Peace. The Second Congress declares that the Frelimo and the people of Mozambique will continue to develop and strengthen their alliances and contribute to the maximum world movement of peoples fighting against the nihilism and imperialism, for economic emancipation, political, social and cultural of peoples and for the construction of a new society, freed from the exploitation of man by man. 2. The struggle in which the people of the Mozambique under the leadership of Frelimo against the colony Portuguese nihilism and imperialism, enjoys the support and of the sympathy of the world. The Second Congress highly appreciates the assistance given by the peoples, organizations, and governments of the African countries to the liberation struggle of the Mozambican people in particular through the African Committee for Liberation. The Second Congress emphasizes in particular the assistance provided by the TANV, the people and the government of Tanzania, under the leadership of President Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, to the anti-colonial and national liberation struggle of the people of Mozambique, led by Frelimo. Among African countries, the Second Congress emphasizes also the high contribution given to the struggle of the people of Mozambique by Algeria, the RAV, and Zambia, by through the OUA or bilaterally. The Second Congress highly appreciates and salutes aid provided to the people of Mozambique by the socialist countries lists from Europe and Asia, help which has been a great goal to the success of the Mozambique Revolution. The Second Congress appreciates the assistance provided in the fight of the people of Mozambique by the revolutionary people and the Cuban government. 194. 9. International relations. We are in Africa because it is our right, our duty, and our interest. But we are also in Africa for the benefit of the world generally free. He, Alberto Franco Nogueira, Portuguese Minister of Foreign Affairs. In AfriSUE, the line that separates the South dominated by whites in the independent states of the North is hardening. In Africa UE of the South the policy of one apartheid by developing police operations for the apply. The long period of passive resistance is there basically finished, it was killed by development of the violence of repression. The South African state has also cemented its grip on Southwest Africa, thus defying the United Nations. In Rhodesia, the rebellion white settlers brought the territory firmly into the South Africa's zone of influence and put an end to the hopes of democratic progress towards majority rule right. The Portuguese authority, which appeared isolated during for a long time, considered retrograde and inefficient by the other powers, has now established political ties, close military and economic relations with other governed minority groups in southern Africa. Opposition movements have recently suffered a significant transformation. Stirring methods peaceful and constitutional are now official to them partially denied. This results in the development of activities underground and techniques of armed revolution. These movements naturally turn towards Africa. Independent as an ally in their struggle. If the seat stance is provided, it attracts reprisals from the government's white mans. Zambia in particular is placed at a critical place, its borders touch Mozambique, Angola, and Rhodesia. She has already undergone a number of attacks by the Portuguese Air Force against the villas. 195. Border guess and was openly threatened, several taken over by the Rhodesian and South African authorities. The conditions for a general confrontation are developing and cannot be contained to Africa alone. With one staircase the end of hostilities, sudden political changes and important become possible, the great powers are intertwined and the struggle becomes a global problem. The return to the forefront of the Cape Road, because of the closure of the Suez Canal, has accentuated the significant international development of southern Africa, as pointed out embarrassed several journalists and politicians, but it is not only one aspect of the situation. Europe had interests economies in Africa long before the period of expansion political Zion, and during the colonial period these had reached considerable proportions. The movement for independence only affected this relationship in a way marginal. France and Great Britain invest still considerably in their former colonies, and in some cases, they actively develop them. It is not uncommon for independence to have facilitated economic contacts with other countries, and, recently, the USA and the Japan have largely benefited from it, as have many Western European powers. Western companies have invested particularly large sums in Africa. Then Southern. In 1965, in South Africa alone, the foreign investment totaled $4,802 million, of which 61% were British, the USA coming in second place with 11%. In addition to these commitments financial, there are political and strategic interests. The African states, like the rest of the developing world, meant conflicts between great powers seeking to interpret events everywhere in the context of the Cold War. This leads to absurd misinterpretations. The journalists and politicians describe African areas simply in terms of shifts towards, or away from one of the blocks of global influence. The West considers with excessive suspicion any renunciation of capitalism traditional. We see a communist plot behind every nationalization, behind every social justice program. In the Portuguese territories, the situation is aggravated. VED by Portugal's own position in Europe and in Western alliances. Portugal is itself the object massive investments. Formally, he is a Q1 member of the AELE and NATO. This complex situation is exploited to the full by the government. Portuguese vernacular. At a press conference in 196. March 1968, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Alberto Nogueira, made a long statement containing the main points of Portuguese propaganda aimed at the West. The naval penetration of the USSR in the Indian Ocean lives allow it to occupy a large part of the space abandoned by the British, and many bases and ports will be closed to Westerners. We are in Africa because it is our right, our duty, and our interest. But we are also Africa in the interest of the free world in general. If the bases, islands, ports, residential airports and coasts were not in the firm hands of the Portuguese, we can to wonder in whose hands they would be. But in any case these new masters would not offer the West the guarantees that we are in a position to offer, if we want it. Nogueira has extensively developed this theme in his book The Third World. 1. The argument developed is, briefly, that independence in the colonial territories will be followed by chaos, and the threat of a seizure of communists. Then the African provinces of Portugal constitute one of the last bastions of protection of the Western civilization in that part of the world, and that, therefore, it is in the interest of the whole West to help Portugal stay in Africa. It's a plea to obtain additional support in the wars. Colonial residential of Portugal. Indeed, this search for help has had a decisive influence on the foreign policy of the Portugal from the time of the first fight in Angola, in 1961. Since then, foreign investment in housing have been deliberately and actively encouraged. The hands were tightened with the other white regimes in Africa. Western allies were encouraged to increase their military commitments in the metropolis. As Portugal's position becomes increasingly critical, his affirmations and appeals become more brutal. There is some doubt, however, as to the best how to attract foreign support. Should Portugal introduce worsened confidence in one's ability to take advantage, or on the contrary should he brandish the threat of failure? This will depend to a large extent on how far its allies believe in the general disaster predicted after his departure, or of up to what level Portuguese presence serves their profiter interest. 1. Johnson. Publications, 1968. 197. It is not surprising that this policy has proven much success with minority governments residential from southern Africa. Although the Portuguese theory of assimilation differs from the South African doctrine of separate development, the practices of the two governments are very close. Dr. Nogueira himself has said after a visit to South Africa, "We are part Geons and we fight for the same principles." The three main white powers, South Africa, Rhodesia, and Portugal, are openly military allies. Mentally, politically, and economically. This covenant is perhaps informal, but it quickly becomes one of the most important elements of the general situation. Of these three countries, South Africa has the more advantageous. It is by far the richest country, she has the best equipped army and police force, and currently other countries serve as a shield against an independent Africa that could help its own liberation movements. Portugal and Rhodesia are clearly the potential takers of such an alliance. But South Africa has good reason to propose it. Without the protection of these buffer white states, its own position would be much more difficult to maintain. Its interests' economic loans are also better assured if it maintains friendly governments in neighboring countries. Mozambique, although not indispensable, is for so important to her. For more than 50 years, a large part of the workforce in its mines comes from Mozambique, and the pursuit of profits from its wealthy industry sorts of gold depends on this source of good labor market and easily controlled. Perry Anderson, in The Portugal and the End of Ultracolonialism, gives the reasons sounds. It is the irrational nature of the gold industry in South Africa which makes this process necessary, hiring of immigrant labor. Rand ore has a SI low gold grade and it is found at such depths, that under normal conditions, its extraction would be far to be viable. To get a ton of gold, you have to work approximately 160,000 tons of ore. Mines where the mineral was richer, and more accessible were abandoned in Australia and the United States. South Africa derives much of its strength politics because it is the world's largest producer. 198. Golden. Although its economy would not be disrupted by the loss of its gold exports, any threat to its gold industry should be considered a serious threat against her delicate political position. Even if she could replace the Mozambican workforce, in the eventuality where the latter would be refused to him, it would then be much more dependent on its other sources' labor force and more vulnerable to political changes. Takes in their countries of origin. The economic interests that South Africa holds currently in Mozambique are considerable. Most important among them is certainly the dam of Cahora Bassa, which will bring him big income on his heavy capital investments, if the project is ever performed under the current terms of the contract. Its economic interests in Angola are more varied and older. Angola, also because of its situation geographic, can significantly affect the question of Southwest Africa, where the extremely important are currently all under the control of South Africa. It is therefore hardly surprising that in the present situation, South Africa is increasingly embroiled in the struggles of its neighbors. Relations between Mozambique and Rhodesia are characterized by mutual dependence. Since the unilateral Declaration of Independence, UDI, the existence of a benevolent government for Mozambique was a crucial factor in the government's ability to deflect sanctions. The natural route of Rhodesian trade passes through Mozambique. Beira is the nearest port of Salisbury and Bulawayo, the main Pal River, roads, railways of Rhodesia cut the coast across Mozambique. Mozambique that, for its part, benefits from all this. 10% of its product gross national is derived from transit services from and towards Rhodesia. Cooperation between governments in southern Africa has developed since nationalism became a more immediate threat to the continuation of the domination of white minorities in this region of world. Even before 1964, the Portuguese tended to believe that South Africa would help them if the situation is actually dangerous. In 1964, Wilf Nussi wrote in the Northern News, a Zambian newspaper, on August 24, about a visit to Angola, which there were frequently. 199. Heard the following comment from the Angolans. Of course, if we have a real war, South Africa South will come and fight for us. In the same year, shortly after the start of the war in Mozambique, Portugal was looking to obtain a diplomatic agreement ratifying this assumption. The Johannesburg Star reported the October 6, 1964, according to reliable sources close to the Ministry Portuguese of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Alberto Franco Nogueira, Portugal is ready to sign an agreement with South Africa regarding relations between the two countries. In 1965 a trade agreement was announced between the Rhodesia and Portugal. This announcement was followed by a series of contacts aimed at strengthening economic relations between the two countries. In 1965, the commerce was relatively unimportant, it amounted to 1.9% of imports and 3.1% of exports from Mozambique. But in the years that followed, two governments made concerted efforts to develop. In 1966, a mission of industrialists and banks Portuguese choirs visited Rhodesia, and in the same year B.H. Musette, Rhodesian Minister of Trade and Industry, gave a speech at the Mozambique Trade Fair in which he called for a massive increase in economic relations between Mozambique and Rhodesia, During the same period, a vigorous effort was made to forging stronger political ties. In June 1965, Clifford DuPont, then Rhodesian defense minister, returned visit to Costa Almeida, Governor-General of Mozambique that 2 months later Almeida returned the visit and made the following comment: on all official occasions program of the visit, an attempt was made to clearly underline the good relations that exist between Mozambique, province of Portugal, and IA Rhodesia. On every occasion I received proofs of sympathy and consideration without equivocal. Diário de Moçambique, August 23, 1965. In 1965, representatives of the three countries met during political discussions, and the World wrote on September 14. According to information obtained in diplomatic circles in Lisbon, a secret deal was signed between Portugal, Southern Rhodesia, and Africa of the South, agreement for the defense of White Africa, this part of the African continent where European domination overlies. It would be an agreement for the organization of a defense against nationalist and communist subversionist. The links have been tightened since, in 1967, we 200 signed between South Africa and Mozambique the agreement end for the Cahora Bassa Dam, and, on the political front, that the South African Defense Minister, Mr. Pete Botha, went to Portugal in April to talk defense. These agreements have already borne fruit. Rhodesia certainly gets help, deflecting sanctions, through its alliance with Mozambique. Mozambique accepts Rhodesian currency and passports and, according to an article from the weekly Manchester Guardian, from December 12, 1967, half of Rhodesian needs in oil achieve this through Lourenço Marques. There are South African troops and planes in Rhodesia. This is no longer a secret for anyone, and there is plenty of evidence that Mozambique is receiving military aid, in smaller proportions. From the start of the war, we saw and heard South African fighters at sides of the Portuguese, a guerrilla unit discovered after on a patale a dead soldier wearing an identification chain on his wrist proving that he was South African. The Portuguese deserter, Alfonso Henrique Sacramento do Rio, claimed he had seen a Southern Rhodesian commander came to study anti-guerrilla methods in the Army Portuguese. There are pressure groups in South Africa that demand greater involvement in the war in Mozambique. The Sunday Tribune in Durban, for example, published a series of articles on Mozambique, trying to solicit sympathy for the Portuguese cause and to set up a fund to provide comfort to Portuguese soldiers. Thus demonstrating, our purposes and reasons common sounds of maintaining civilization in Southern Africa. I.e., Aida Parker, December 31, 1967. Mr. Vorster, Prime Minister of South Africa, made a significant remark in the course of 1967, when we questioned him about his policy towards his northern neighbors. We are good friends of Portugal and Rhodesia. Good friends don't need pacts. Good friends know where their duty is when the neighbor's house is in fire. This remark was made explicit in the article in the Tribune quoted above. He good words, well expressed. Now let's throw an eye with our neighbor, Mozambique, a neighbor who's it's burning for sure in the north. There, in the north, 45,000 Portuguese soldiers fight and some die. 201. To repel the terrorists equipped by the Reds who infiltrate from Tanzania. Southern African countries are certainly the ones are most immediately affected by the outcome of the struggle in Portuguese territories. Between Portugal and these countries, there is however no official formal alliance yet. Honey. On the other hand, as a European power, Portugal has a series of neighbors and it is officially allied with them, politically and militarily. Portugal is part of NATO, and propaganda and diplomacy Portuguese are largely directed towards it. In theory, the fact that Portugal is a member of the NATO should not affect his African wars, since, under the current terms of the treaty, the equipment and funding from NATO should only profit in the area of the OTAN of which the colonies are not a part. In fact, Portugal benefits both directly and indirectly straight from the covenant. First, the army fee Portuguese in Portugal are covered by OTAN leave it freedom to dispose of its military resources in Africa. Stay clean. Then, its officers are trained by the NATO and they are not forbidden to go and fight in Africa. Moreover, the absence of effective control allows it to send, although it is illegal, considerable quantities weapons of the OTAN in Africa, especially small arms. If we examine the weapons captured, it would be easy to prove this fact. Being a member of OTAN indirectly helps Portugal. It establishes bilateral links with the other member countries, which sell him arms or help him to manufacture under license in Portugal. Since the atrocities committed in 1961 by Portugal in Angola and to which there was a lot of publicity, these arms agreements have been criticized by liberal opinion in the countries concerned. And in some of them the governments have officially banned the export of arms for use in Africa. In 1961, the British Prime Minister said, replying to a question from Parliament, in deciding whether to negotiate an arms sale or of the granting of an authorization to export arms to the Portugal, we must take into account its military requirements. Normal residential as an ally of NATO. But provide capital equipment to Portuguese overseas territories falls into another category, and this delivery is currently suspended. 202. However, he did not elaborate on how the British government would ensure the non-use in Africa of equipment supplied to Portugal. In 1966, the West German defense minister expressed in the same sense, the Federal Republic of Germany has sold to Portugal, from its surplus, 40 aircraft of the Fiat G91 type. Sale took place on the basis of the principle of mutual aid between members of I-0. 10. Delivery is subject to clause stipulating that aircraft must be used exclusively meant in Portugal, for defense purposes in the framework of the O Pact. 10. Not a word whatever the true motivations of the declaration's British or German government regulations. It is obvious that the Portuguese authorities do not interpret them in the same spirit as English or German public opinion. Ask. About the sale of the Fiats in 1966, a carrier word of the Portuguese Ministry of Defense stated, the transaction was made in the spirit of I-0. 10. Aircraft were accepted to be operated within the limits of Portuguese territory solely for the purpose of defense. The Portuguese territories extend, in Africa, to Angola, in Mozambique and Portuguese Guinea. JJ, Flying Review International, April 1966. The NATO itself is somewhat equivocal on the question of what precisely constitutes the area influence of NATO. A statement from the ministerial meeting of the Council of NATO from December 1957 reported, we are concerned with the maintenance of peace, conditions of stability and political and economic well-being that in a continent of such vital importance as Africa that we hope that the countries and peoples of this continent, who have the same concerns as us, will join their efforts to those of the free world to promote these tasks. Historical, economic, and other friendly ties which unite certain European countries and Africa would make such cooperation particularly desirable and effective. Not a word. Reading this statement between the lines, it would be daring to believe that some members of the administration 203. Organization of NATO don't look too closely at this, that Portugal makes arms which it receives. Even if the powers of OTAN do not share full opinion of Nogueira on the strategic value of the work carried out by Portugal in Africa, they do not certainly consider the strategic value of Portugal himself. France, West Germany, and the USA all have bases in Portuguese territory and are developing their military commitments in this region. Two reports pages highlight a link between these interests and the military aid provided. France, which sells the helicopter to Portugal Alouette used in Africa and which builds for him frigates, was granted one LNI mission detection station islands in the Azores. The Times, March 24, 1966. The decline in the controversy between the Americans and the Portugal about One Africa contributed to the outcome of a tacit agreement in a completely different area. Labor Tien of the American air bases in the Azores, the installations lations and the personnel of these bases infuse approximately $5 million per year in the local economy of the Azores residential, and since 1957, Portugal has received $300 million in U.S. military aid. The government Salazar will not hesitate to leave NATO and break his ties with the United States if Portuguese interests in Africa are not prohibited. George Sherman, Washington Evening Star, August 20, 1965. Apart from its relations with OTAN, Portugal has others. Close ties with Western Europe. His privileged relations with England go back to the Treaty of Windsor of 1386. TI is still recognized as being Britain's oldest ally, and traditionally he carries out a large percentage of his trade with the latter. Much of the communication network existing communication in Portugal was financed by Capi British Rates, the company of the electric trams of Lisbon, with a capital reserve of £790,000 is an example. Moreover, the British have a large part of Portuguese industry, partially or completely. The creation of the AELE and the admission of Portugal as a member have only strengthened the ties existing economic relations with Great Britain and have particularly favored Portuguese exports to this country, whereas in 1960 Great Britain attracted 13.6%. 204. Of Portuguese exports, in 1964 the latter amounted to were at 15.8%. For Portugal, its membership of the AELE appear mainly used to strengthen its existing links with the country's members but also to get closer to them. The trade with Sweden has increased significantly, and the flow of Swedish investments and the provision of technical assistance have grown in importance, facilitated by the organization that is the AELE. However, the EFTA countries are not the only European powers to have important interests economic in Portugal. West Germany provided a support whose significance has grown in recent years. Before the founding of the AELE, Germany from the West had almost supplanted Britain in its trade with Portugal. In industry more recent, German capital is at least as important than British capital. The Grundig factory of Braga and the fiber factory in Oporto are two examples of the kind of industry that German investors support. Parallel to this recent and rapid development of investments, there has been a significant increase in German military participation in Portugal. A example, the air base of Beja, at a cost of 25 milboek lions, which was 75% funded by Germany, which must house German troops and planes. Economic assistance itself is in some cases directly related to military aid. One of the most important German factories is an arms factory in Braco de Prata. Even if it has no direct link with the needs military, economic assistance has a considerable effect on the course of the war. Portugal, whose level economy is one of the lowest in Europe, with income per capita is low and constantly suffers from a lack of domestic capital, could never have sustained one war effort without these constant injections of capital rates, foreigners. Openly fascist state, with an administration old-fashioned and a clearly repressive colonial policy, the Portugal could become an embarrassing ally for the West. But in international meetings, it is treated again as an ally. As such, Portugal benefits not only hardware assistance, but also support diplomatic. When the question of its colonies is raised VE to the United Nations, all Western powers 205 have, since 1961, always voted with him, against the great majority of member states. Some statements made by Western diplomats point to a link between this political support and economic commitments already described. In 1967, Mr. Garcia, on behalf of the USA, told the subject of the draft resolution submitted to the General Assembly role of the United Nations. My delegation has strong reservations about the importance that the draft resolution gives to factors other than the old-fashioned politics of Portugal. The United States are particularly concerned by the coercion carried out on activities of economic and financial interest strangers. It is worth noting that prior to 1961, the USA had never voted with their other Western allies, but had supported motions condemning the policy colonial Portugal. It was in 1961 that we began to observe the results of the new Portuguese policy of open doors in the field of investments. if increased investment in settlements Portuguese, so modest, can influence such a policyment, it is not surprising that the sums much larger your investments in South Africa, push the West to oppose even more the movements which seek a radical political change in this region of Africa. Since the future of South Africa could be affected by the changes in the Portuguese colonies, its high interests in South Africa weigh on politics of the West against Portugal itself. Western policy regarding South Africa is, however, always marked by ambiguities and divisions. Let's go. There are politicians who said that in the long term, the desire to preserve the status quo in regions where such extreme social and racial inequality prevails, not beneficial to the West. On the one hand, it could lead to such levels of violence and destruction that there may well be little to salvage, else hand, the ultimate failure of apartheid and fascism supported by the democratic West would mean a significant setback of Western influence around the world. There is also individuals and groups who suggest giving a certain weight to moral considerations, and which demonstrates that by supporting Portugal and South Africa, the West must give up any right to pose as a pawn of freedom and democracy. Among them there are religious organizations, bodies like the 206 American Committee on Africa, the Anti-Apartheid British and Scandinavian Diet, and various Press-Liberal and Socialist Union. Conversely, a number of political leaders have openly and explicitly defended the thesis of support for existing regimes. Sir Alec Douglas-Home, former British Prime Minister, visited South Africa in early 1968, and soon after his back, he made a speech in which he declared, I did not hide that the main objective of my visit in South Africa was to set out the following thesis, and to do on time, that, first, the balance of forces and influences in the Middle East, gateway to Africa, was evolving. That, secondly, the Soviet Union was adopting a new maritime strategy, which would take her to the Indian Ocean. And that, thirdly, in these circumstances, Great Britain and South Africa had a common interest in ensuring the freedom and the opening of trade routes bypassing Africa. That the Simonstown Accord was within reach hand to guarantee the security. Speech made at dinner of the South Africa Club, May 21, 1968. Governments, however, are more cautious in their official positions. Western diplomacy pays insincere tributes to multiracialism and to democracy, while governments continue silently to act against both. Great Britain reaffirms its alliance with Portugal. She stops selling arms to South Africa, but makes no attempt to reduce other types of trade. She asks sanctions against Rhodesia, but refuses any threat of military action, invoking British interests in gambling in South Africa as an excuse. She professes desire to see majority rule in Rhodesia, but no one, and not even discuss aid to African organizations who are fighting for exactly that purpose. France will replace Britain as an arms supplier to South Africa. It sends oil to Rhodesia, while de Gaulle proclaims himself the champion of the Third World. The United States sends arms to Portugal. In 1966, the CIA provided it with 7 B-26 bombers. Germany J-1 Agni del West helps him make his own weapons. The United States, France, and the Federal Republic of Germany all have bases in Portuguese territory. All these countries have large companies that invest heavily in South Africa, Portugal, Mozambique and Angola. Clearly, whatever the diplomats may say, the weight of the Western alliance is placed on the board of the white dictatorship, and not on that of the movements of release. Facing the alliance of Southern African governments supported by the Western powers, the movements of liberation must consolidate the forces working in their favor. The first richness of a liberation movement is the population of the country where he works. The first task is to ensure unity in the movement and within the population. Frelimo's successes are mainly due to the fact that there is only one liberation movement in Mozambique, and that the people were able to unite there despite the tribal, religious, and other phalanx. Beyond, unity of action is necessary between the forces fighting the same enemy. In the case of Frelimo, this means to ally itself, first and foremost, with the movements of liberation of the other Portuguese colonies, the MPLA in Angola and the PAIGC in Guinea-Bissau. The concept of this cooperation dates back to 1920, when intellectuals African radicals from all territories were founding Lisbon the Liga Africana. Towards the end of the 1950s, when it became clear that only military action would lead to liberation, another type of movement would become born necessary. In 1961, the CONCP was founded, Conference of the Nationalist Organizations of the Portuguese Colonies His. Frelimo joined it in 1962 after its foundation. The steering committee of the CONCP is composed leaders of each party. It meets every 6 months to organize the work of the other organs of the CONCP, the Executive Secretariat and various committees' permanent sessions. While being a forum for discussion and of cooperation, the CONCP make a number work at the request of member parties in the fields of research, diplomacy, and information. She regularly publishes reports on the settlements Portuguese and on the progress of the fight in each between them. It coordinates the diplomatic efforts of the different members, empowering their representatives to speak to the name of the movement in international conferences or within international organizations. The war is waged against the existing regime in Portugal. And this regime is neither democratic nor representative of the true Portuguese people. There is strong opposition. 208. Clandestine to the government inside even do Portugal, LLECI is another field of cooperation. Forces fighting the dictatorship in the colonies and the forces fighting in Portugal are opposing the same enemy. The Front de Liberación do Portugal has an office in Algiers, like the CONCP, and contact is maintained between them. If a government of a radically different nature could replace the dictatorship, it would be possible to obtain independence through peaceful negotiations. Portugal's closest allies are Rhodesia and South Africa, and therefore the next step must lead us to a unification between the members of the CONCP and the forces struggling in those countries. The Liberation Committee of the OUA allows contact with all release movements, but so far there was no close organization supervising the movement's means of liberation, although there is growing recognition the more the correlation of nationalist struggles in southern Africa trial and that the movements concerned collaborate more closely. The best example is the military campaign company in Rhodesia jointly by the ZAPU, Zimbabwe African People's Union, and the ANC from Africa of the South, African National Congress. This question involves the broader question of the unity of Africa in general, because of the important role played by the OUA and the independent states bordering the areas of fight. The need for this unity and the factors that are unfavorable raise complex questions, but that is not the purpose of this book. However, with regard to outlines liberation, there have been developments deserving a comment. In recent years, the design of role that independent Africa should play in the struggle has transformed. In the first years of independence, some of the new African leaders, and in particular Kwame Nkrumah, have done tremendous work to spread the ideal of a strong, united and independent Africa and who would also be a formidable threat to governments. Remaining minority interests. At that time, however, we did not realize the importance of internal problems and the extent of external opposition. To the extent that the independent states were grappling with the former difficulties that arose, a more realistic approach, apparently less ambitious, has grown. We have recognized that a general offensive against South Africa was not a solution. The struggle must be undertaken inside, using guerrilla tactics and relying 209 on a widespread underground popular movement. Independent states cannot help by intervening militarily, but they can provide much more valuable in the form of equipment and diplomatic support. The development of a political ideology in countries such as Tanzania, Guinea, UAR, and Algeria has them helped to take this direction. The OUA and member states ERS have done important work in achieving of unity within the liberation movements themselves. Their refusal to recognize dissident groups and efforts made in regions where more than one movement already exist, to encourage them to cooperate, were considerable contributions to the fight. A bigger job is necessary in this sense, but there are already examples where splits were avoided thanks to this action. The OUA also helps liberation movements to be recognized and to establish contacts with other parties of Africa. As a government organization, the OUA officially excludes liberation movements of its debates, but admitting them as observations tours, it partially solved this problem. The great powers which have associated themselves with the Portugal and South Africa also have interests in the rest of the world. Therefore, all countries that feel to some extent threatened by these interest threats, are natural allies of the liberation movements in Africa. This means firstly the other countries in developing. Frelimo and other members of the CONCP have established links with organizations Third World Stations. They are all part of the Committee Executive of Afro People's Solidarity Organization Asians, OSPAA, and the MPLA is more member of the Secretariat. Frelimo and the other members of the CONCP are part of the Secretariat of the Tricontinental and of the Executive Committee of the World Council for the Peace. We have also established relationships with many countries individually. An exchange of ideas by particularly fertile exists with countries which, like the North Korea, North Vietnam, and Cuba share the Third World problems and have already had to fight or are still fighting for their national identity like us we do. The socialist I's are firm supporters of the movements. Liberation lied. Frelimo maintains relations cordial with most of them individually and received considerable material assistance from them. 210. Although most Western governments are not well disposed towards our struggle, many peoples of the West sympathize with our aims, and we do every effort to establish contact and cooperate with them. In America and Western European countries organizations concerned with the Third World and religious organizations have also helped us in our educational and medical grams. Even among the Western countries, there are exceptions. Countries Scandinavians in particular have made valuable to education. Apart from the material aid, the gains on the plan diplomacy are the most immediate benefits that one can find in worldwide cooperation. In this field the goals of Frelimo are obviously to isolate Portugal and be recognized as a movement of liberation. We can count some successes. SURL within Africa, the African Organization of Telecommunications and the Economic Commission for Africa have decided to exclude Portugal and to admit place Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, and Angola. The OUA decided that these countries should be represented by their liberation movements, thus giving them new opportunities to work with the rest of Africa on common issues. The United Nations is clearly a forum important for diplomatic pressure, and 1960 marked an important turning point in our relations with this organization. During this year, the General Assembly decided that the Portuguese overseas provinces had to do part of the non-self-governing territories. Portugal was admitted to the United Nations in 1955, when the General Assembly accepted his candidacy, recognized the transformation of its colonies into provinces and that Portugal therefore had no territories not autonomous. Since its formation, Frelimo has delivered several petitions to the Committee of 24 on territories not autonomous. The latter proposed several motions condemning Portugal, calling for sanctions against him and the support for the liberation struggle. These motions were passed by overwhelming majorities, but Western opposition has made the execution of these recommendations impossible. Even thanks to this, the debates have at least made it possible to develop information on the situation and to help us bilateral from all kinds of countries. The UN is also a place where the battle for recognition is fought. In 211. 1966, Mario Andrade, in his capacity as Executive Secretary of the CONCP, proposed to the Committee of 24 not to consider Portugal as a nation refusing to apply the Resolution 1514 on non-self-governing territories, but much like a foreign power trying to prevent, by military force, a people to exercise their right to independence. Acceptance of this proposal would mean that United Nations sanctions could be decided against Portugal considered an aggressor. In 1967, the Special Committee made a number of recommendations mandates which were to enable the various bodies to the ONV to lend assistance to the liberation movements wherever they are engaged in government and the development of part of their national territory. Related to this was the effort to prevent Portugal from receive assistance from international organizations. In particular, the World Bank was urged not to cooperate with Portugal. In connection with these propositions, one periodically raises the question of whether the liberation movements should constitute themselves as governments in exile, which would result in the removal of certain barriers preventing singing their recognition and participation as members in international organizations. Frelimo does not, however, agree with this point of view, mainly partly because it obscures the main role of movements of liberation in world affairs. Government in exile is also a misleading and contradictory title. Dictatory. In the liberated areas of Mozambique, the Frelimo is in fact the government, an acting government. Held within the limits of the national territory and not a government in exile. Frelimo does not want to claim seat of the government of all Mozambique before the Mozambican nationals cannot take part in the shin of such a government. The Second Congress showed that we have come a long way towards achieving this condition, but in itself this should give us a greater authority in international circles, without that we need to claim a misleading legal title. 212. 10. The future. When the millet turns green in our fields, it is because that F1, you first prepared the soil and watered the seeds with the sweat of our labor. The future is always built on the daily work of our hands and our brain. 1968, message from New Year of the Central Committee to the militants of the Frelimo. The disappearance of Dr. Salazar from the post of Prime Minister being from Portugal has provoked much speculation in the West. Tooth on the future of Portuguese policy in Africa. Many correspondents have suggested that the change was going to pave the way for some peaceful solution. We never shared this optimism. Because, although he has all appearances of an individual dictatorship, the regime of Salazar was truly an oligarchy. The personality of the dictator served as a mold for the outward appearance of the government. Power was held in the back by a small group of large landowners, industrialists and military leaders. Caetano's authority, as successor of Salazar, rests on the same basis, and therefore, even if he wanted to, it would be impossible for him to make significant changes in a direction that would not take into account the interests of this minority sant. Actually, there were very few things that, in Caetano's political activity, allowed to suggest that he would hope to change the existing structure into what it has essential. TI itself took an important part in the construction of the Salazarist state. He was its theoretician, his legal mind. He was one of the most inventive apologists of Portuguese colonial policy. Our judgment was confirmed in the months following SDH accession to power by announcing that more troops was going to be sent to Guinea, followed by the affirmation of Caetano that the policy in Africa would remain unchanged. A few journalists have also suggested that although 213. That the succession of Caetano would not bring a changement of existing government policy, it could incite violent uprisings in Portugal itself, events that would affect the situation in Africa. Even under Salazar, the Portuguese state was not so monolithic that it appeared. There were factions in the governmentis lying. Moreira's movement in the early 1990s 60 was only one example, which did not remain entirely hidden from public view. There has always been also more radical opposition from anti-fascist parties, those who acted in exile and clandestinely in Portugal. Whether the current machinery of oppression was seriously weakened. The latter would certainly try to take advantage of the situation, and if they could succeed in seizing power, we are convinced that they would discuss the question of independence with us. Unfortunately, such an outcome seems very unlikely to us at this time, because of the immense force of the army and the police. If divisions' importance were developing within the leading group, the result would probably be a new coup to the army and the establishment of a military dictatorship, a state of emergency. We cannot, therefore, consider in no immediate alternative but to continue the war. The question is, for how long? The Portugal is one of the poorest countries in Europe, an HAA population of only 9 million. He already has 150,000 troops overseas and spends almost half of its earnings in the war. The number of troops sent abroad and the defense budget have both increased rapidly in recent years. Effects of war are felt more than ever inside laughter from Portugal. In addition to the increase in national service and the increase in taxes that hit harderment the poorest part of the population and the least powerful, we have witnessed a general economic decline which causes concern to leading businessmen and Lisbon industrialists. Until about 1966, the war had the apparent effect of stimulating the economy, but as soon as 1967 the real situation began to appear. The increased decline in national income, noticeable in the early 1960s, was due on the one hand to the wide opening made by the GU respect to foreign investments and on the other hand to the normal effect caused by a war, which tends to terminate the request. In a country as underdeveloped as Portugal, however, most of this demand, 214, can only be satisfied by foreign goods, and the growing pressure on indigenous production from the unproductive demands of war begin to be obvious. Must be added to the economic demands of war the fact that despite its great efforts, Portugal is slowly losing. The biggest part of Guinea is controlled by the PAIGC and the fight slowly spreading into Angola and Mozambique. These factors have caused doubts at the highest level. Salazar himself admitted, about 6 months before his attack, January 11, 1968, if the troubles there, in the African provinces, continue for a long time, they will diminish our ability to prosecute. However, the determination to continue remains unchanged. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Nogueira, unequivocally affirms in the Third World, all over the world, even among our adversaries and those who criticize us, no one does not expect us to change our policy, person does not believe that we change it, and our position is considered firm and final. The divisions within the government are not based on whether to keep the war going, but on how to continue it, and that boils down to the problem of aid. Without economic support and military that Portugal receives from the West and in particular South Africa, Portugal's war effort probably would have already collapsed. Among its various allies, South Africa is the one that promises the most, then that the future of Mozambique may well affect the future of South Africa's policy of apartheid. However, more Portugal counts on South Africa, more this last naira increases its influence on him and on his territories Africans. Although both countries are police states, they have little in common other than lust and their desire to perpetuate their domination over black Africans. There is no consensus in Portugal and South Africa South about the development and nature of their association. Cation. Lisbon must also face a certain pressure from the share of whites in the Portuguese, pressure now related to the problem of South African intervention. There are even factions among the whites in the colonies. Denies. For a long time, part of the public was irritated, influenced by the tight control exercised by the metropolis over its overseas citizens, and above all by the high taxes that had to be paid to the government. 215. Central. Now that they need the Portuguese army to ensure the maintenance of their privileges, such dissidents' teeth remained perfectly silent. On the other hand, if the Portuguese army would prove unfit for the task, they could to press for another solution, an association close relationship with South Africa, for example. And then there are those who advocate a neo-colonial solution. Dependence granted to a puppet African leader would leave privileges and economic interests intact. Cunha Leal, politician member of the LEL opposition in Lisgood, supports this view. There is little hope all time a solution will come from any of these groups alone. Of course, there is some logic in the position of Salazar against legal opposition. Café, with its weakness economic, Portugal would be unable to maintain its interests in a neo-colonial situation. The old scheme colonial government did not allow the creation of a class-privileged African average who could take over in a certain way. The loss of African territories to annulled establish the political and economic basis of the present state. African puppet rulers have already been used to try to undermine the authority of Frelimo in certain districts, and we can expect to see this technique applied even more widely, but it is very little true similar that Lisbon goes so far as to grant independence nominal dance to the whole country. On the other hand, ties with South Africa will certainly tamely strengthen, and their widening will vary more from South Africa's perspective on the situation than that of Portugal. The increase in military aid South African may slow the progress of the war, but we don't believe it will change its final course. The South African army is well trained and well equipped, /J times it is considerably smaller than the army from Portugal, and a large part of the soldiers are permanently assigned to South Africa and Southwest Africa. Moreover, part of the army ready currently assisting the Rhodesian army. Our guerrilleros are now organized enough to face the threat of limited South African participation in war, and South Africa is not in a position to concentrate all its armed forces in Zambia, even if she wanted to. Although we are gradually winning the war and that we have every reason to believe that we will continue to win it, we are well aware that the 216 final victory is still a long way off. Portugal indeed has a number of advantages. He has a huge army equipped with modern weapons. There is, in Mozambique, in least 60,000 fully armed Portuguese soldiers, against our current army of 8,000 guerrillas, most of whom are only equipped with the bare minimum and have insufficient weapons. Portugal enjoys the full support of South Africa, the richest country on the continent, and receives useful support and assistance from all rich countries of the West. Certain geographical and social factors are also in his favor. Mozambique is a huge country, and more we free up regions, the more we expand the areas of combat, the more communications become difficult. It is one of the reasons why we can only move forward slowly. If the limits of action are pushed back, your logistics must be organized properly at the back. In this area as in all others, the lack of qualified personnel affects us. Inefficiency is one of our biggest problems, and it exists both because the people had no organizational training and because that he did not have a political education allowing him to understand why certain things need to be done. Thus, before we can operate with a minimum effectiveness in a new region, an education effort important must be accomplished. Paradoxically, the war drags on in this way will be in the long term an advantage for our further development. For war is an extreme action. Political moment, which tends to bring about changes faster than any other instrument, and in a country as underdeveloped as Mozambique, the rapid social change will be essential after independence. However, at present, war is an anguish, it makes people homeless, it causes famines, it diverts energy and talent from development projects, because of it people die or are injured. We did not choose war to obtain independence national. We have been forced into war. But since at the moment we have no choice, it is worth the difficulty in recognizing and exploiting the constructive aspects of armed struggle. Liberation is not for us the simple fact of expelling the Portuguese, it means reorganizing the life of the country and place it on the path of solid national development. Dispossessing the Portuguese of political power is one of them. 217. Necessary condition. Since the Portuguese have constantly meant opposed to social progress and only encouraged economic developments that could benefit a small, almost entirely foreign elite. But the liberation movement will not be able to claim a success as long as the people have not achieved with him what the Portuguese deny him, a tolerable standard of living, education, cultural and eco-development conditions. The opportunity to participate in one's own governance is lying. This is why the question how long will the war last is not as important as it seems. Whatever happens, that we have to continue for 10 or 20 years fighting meter by meter until Lourenço Marques or the Portuguese give up and go away in a few years, our problems will not end with independence. The longer the war lasts, the less acute they will be. Because the achievement of independence does not change people's attitudes and colonial law overnight. Nihil in essence destroys all the qualities that allow the success of democracy. Supporting the illiterate, the law authorizing silence discourages initiative, the sense of individual responsibility visual and instead develops an attitude of non-cooperation with the government. Among the few Letbury, it encourages an elitism that imitates the complete of the colonial government. In the liberated areas, these influences that we must fight parallelment to our fight against traditional problems like tribalism, superstition and general low level of political and economic understanding. The emergency provoked by the conditions of war forced us to reconborn these problems very early and showed us the huge importance of political education. Consequently, the attitudes begin to change in the liberated areas. There are always local divisions, misunderstanding, corruption and a lot of simple inefficiency, but they decrease. People are beginning to realize that their future is now in their hands. That's why we will consider the long war that awaits us in a way relatively quiet. If the Portuguese government gave up in Mozambique tomorrow, this work should be started throughout the rest of the country. If they persist another 5, 10 years or more, he will have progressed much more. Since the purpose of war is to build a Mozambique again, and not just to destroy the colonial regime, we must all have ideas about the manner in which the nation to come should be organized. 218. But this problem is too far in the future so that we can discuss it formally at this stage. Our policy regarding immediate matters you can give some indications for the future. Their structure of Frelimo can also be considered as the embryo of a national body politic. The very essence of this structure is that the ideas must come from the people, that the members of the Central and Executive Committee are elected freely and may therefore change. The electronic body total increases all the time as new regions are liberated and new leaders appear. Feels at all levels. In 10 years, the executive body can have completely changed. Also, speaking of the future, I can only express my personal convictions. I cannot predict what a central committee which does not yet exist. The government of any developing country has as an official goal the achievement of economic progress and social whose bases are broad. I believe that one of necessary conditions to achieve this goal is the elimination economic and social forces that favor minorities. By this, I am not thinking only of minorities racial, they will automatically lose their privileges special with the establishment of an African state. Many respects, a greater danger exists in the formation of new groups of privileged Africans, the scholars, by opposition to the illiterate, factory workers, as opposed to the peasants. Paradoxically, to avoid concentration wealth and public services in a small region of the country and in the hands of a few, it takes a strong central organization. This would make it possible to distribute the teachers and doctors across the country singlesment by not authorizing too many workstations available in a certain region. Similarly, the industry regulators could be forced to consider the labor force and not just the commodities sayings of transport. New industries could develop where the people are to work there, more earlier than located in existing cities that already have years ahead of rural areas. Prices and salaries residential could be regularized in the country, taken in its together. These measures in themselves would help to equalize income distribution. But, in addition, it would be necessary to keep the wage ceiling low enough. That is particularly important in the case of government personnel. Mentally. Because once the people who have power. 219. Politics in a country, have a privileged economic position they stop sharing the problems they owe. Rapid economic development will be needed to realize any Sabal plan. It will be necessary to improve agriculture and create many small industries of transformation so that we can satisfy our essential needs and reduce imports. I do not think however, that these activities should take precedence over mineral extraction projects and on the establishment of heavy industry. These can be slowed down beginning to allow planning so that the benefits are properly distributed, and they will certainly be hampered by our lack of qualified personnel. But they will not be neglected in the name of sui theories, the importance paramount to the development of agriculture. In the field of education, we will need, I believe, two parallel programs. On the one hand, there should be a massive campaign for adults and children to give the whole population a minimum of education. Public hygiene, political and economic bases, literacy would form the main content of this program. On the other hand, it will be essential to provide courses specialized techniques for a few people in order to recruit the personnel necessary for the conduct of the various pro-development squads. One of the important things in these cases is the fact that these courses must be linked to the needs from Mozambique, and secondly that the few people selected to follow these courses not receive other special privileges, apart from that of an education superiortion. It will not be easy to achieve the forms of progress described, and I have expressed these ideas only as a successful guide. Hint of the way in which I myself see the continuation of our struggle after our victory in the war. At present, most of our energy must be directed towards our victory in this war. Only one thing is certain, we cannot go up the time. The changes taking place in the north are irreversible, and even in the south, where we do not fight not yet physically, the myth of Portuguese strength is destroyed. The very fact that over a fifth of the country the colonial state was eliminated has already radically changed the prospects for all Mozambicans and perhaps even long-term for all of southern Africa. 220. Appendices AJ. 1 New Year's Message, 1968/1969, by Eduardo Mondale. Heroic Mozambican People. Comrades. As we enter the year 1969, we wish in the name of the Central Committee and the Executive Committee of the Frelimo, salute all the militants and all the Mozambican people who, from Rovuma to Maputo, find themselves engaged in the task revolutionary to fight against oppressive and fascist forces Portuguese. We also wish to express our admiration for the courage and selflessness with which you have faced the difficulties cults that have accompanied our lives since the outbreak of the National Liberation War, September 25, 1964. The heroism that you have all demonstrated during these 4 years is well known, all over the world. It is why Frelimo has won the respect and sympathy of the poor people who love peace and freedom all over the world. The year that is ending has been for us Mozambicans a year filled with great successes, despite the difficulties that we passed. Indeed, it was during 1968 that, for the first times, our army undertook large-scale beating the forces of the enemy, attacking his garrisons, destroying his barracks, recovering arms and ammunition, killing and wounding many enemy soldiers, capturing a few. The enemy has already lost the initiative for ground action on the most operation fronts. This year, the action of our guerrillas has been such that the Fourth's enemies had to resort to cowardly aerial action as only way to act against us. During 1968, our forces cut most of the ground lines of communication used by the enemy in the provinces of Cabo Delgado and Nisa, roads, railways, etc., to cope with the intensification of the air action of 222. The enemy, our army, did not content itself with using arms anti-aircraft which, however, were so useful during these 4 years of struggle. Our forces did more. They launched attacks directly against the airfields themselves, destroying many planes on the ground. This is the case of the action carried out last August, during which 12 enemy planes were destroyed at Mueda airfield. It was also during this year 1968, in March, that the Frelimo resumed military action in the very important province of Tet, where imperialist and racist forces are trying to establish their last economic and military redoubt to defend their interests in the rest of southern Africa. On this new front, our forces continue to advance, despite the intense concentration the enemy's forces, reinforced by the direct aid of the racial South African whites. A few days ago, the world press revealed that the enemy, in complete confusion before the action of our guerrillas, bombed civilian populations in Zambia, provoking as for a counter-attack from which resulted the death of some Portuguese soldiers on the territory of this neighboring country. There is no doubt that with the intensification of the political work carried out by the Frelimo and with the increase in war material that we capture the enemy every day, the armed struggle in Tet will be crowned with even greater success in this new year 1969. Frelimo's agenda in Tet is, Cahora bassa delenda est, Cahora bassa must be destroyed. The year 1968 also witnessed the progress that we have made in the area of agricultural production, increasing both the Maca MBAs and by organizing cooperatives, as well as successes we have achieved in the fields of education and health. It was also during 1968 that different supreme leaders of Frelimo have gone through the various regions in armed struggle, in the exercise of their functions. In February 1968, I visited the province of Cabo Delgado, accompanied by a Swedish journalist who subsequently published several articles in some European and African newspapers on our struggle and on life in the liberated regions. In April, Comrade Uria Simango, vice president of Frelimo, visited the province of Cabo Delgado, accompanied by several members of the Central Committee TRAL. In April-May, Comrades Mariano Matsinha, Marcelino dos Santos and Samora Machel, respectively heads of departments of political organization and defense, and myself have visited the province of Nisa. During these visits and when other companies in struggling provinces, the problems that preoccupy the popular masses when they carry out the sacred task of giving impetus to the national liberation struggle. 223. Were discussed. The lessons learned during our missions are very rich sources of experience that will last our whole life. The most important lesson I have learned is the fact that our people are really fed up with Portuguese colonialism. And because he is tired of suffering, he will fight until he wins. The people hate the Portuguese colonialist. Finally, it was during this year 1968 that the Frelimo held its second Congress, the first to be held on the national territory final. The results of the Congress are well known. Note, all times, some of the most important results of the Second Congress of Frelimo. First, the reorganization of the leading body of Frelimo. Prior to the Second Congress, the governing body was unique, the Committee Central, which had three functions, legislative, executive and judiciary. The Second Congress established three separate bodies to carry out these functions, the Central Committee, which went from 20 to 40 members, composed of members elected by the Congress and by the councils provincial, and whose exclusive responsibility is to make laws for movement, the Politico-Military Committee, which is responsible to study and solve the urgent problems of the struggle and submitting reports every 6 months to the Central Committee, the Executive Committee, consulted by the chairman, the vice-chairman, and the secretaries of the departments and whose main responsibility is to direct the fight, by carrying out the policy established by the Committee Central within the orientations drawn up by the Second Congress of the Frelimo. We are already reaping the benefits of the reorganization of the structures residential supreme. The growth of the Central Committee, which doubled its initial number, led to the integration of militants with different experiences, including some of those who work politically and militarily slow in the line of fire. The presence of these new members has enriched the half-yearly work of the Central Committee and reduced the distance that was beginning to feel between the members of the former Central Committee and the grassroots activists. On the other hand, the fact that the Executive Committee has only executive functions strips its members of the halo of inaccessible authority, a contradictory element for a movement revolutionary and popular like Frelimo. The effect of this new situation was greatly felt during the first meeting of the new Central Committee, in August 1968, during which a strong fresh air blew from new members. The problems presented were discussed with a franchise worthy of a movement in struggle, and the conclusions were unequivocal. It would be dishonest of us to end this message. 224. Not to mention a few issues that plagued our organization. During the year 1968. It would have been abnormal for Frelimo to have been so successful session against the enemy without suffering a few setbacks. Unhappyment, there are no roses without thorns. During this year past, the enemy was not content to confront us on the military field, where he still suffers constant punishment. The habitual cowardice of the Portuguese government forced it to resort to laugh at a whole series of tricks to try to counterbalance the defeats he suffered on all fronts. We have already spoken of the indiscriminate use of aviation against the innocent and defenseless nations, including the Portuguese government, is prodigal, completely ignoring the rules of military decency. To hush up. In these attacks, it is naturally the people who suffer, and especially women, old people, children, and invalids. Portuguese airmen have fun bombing with bombs to napalm everything that is alive or has economic value, people, livestock, chickens, etc. The aim of the enemy is to exterminate our population and destroy the property of the people. In addition, during the past year the enemy has also attempted to weave contradictions between the people and the leaders of Frelimo, between managers and units, between teachers and the students on the one hand and the leaders of the movement of the other, with the aim of creating confusion and weakening the struggle. To produce the maximum possible effect, the enemy used all what was within reach: tribalism, regionalism, racism, and even the Christian religion. At certain points in our travail, where we did not expect it, the enemy won some temporary victories. This is the case of the attack by elements mercenary acts which took place against the central office of the Frelimo, in Dar es Salaam, on May 9, during which our brother Matias Sanzao Muthamba lost his life, and that's the case also disturbances created by a few undisciplined students who forced our secondary school to suspend classes for some months. In all this, one always notices the central line. Tale of enemy action: do everything to separate the fish from the water. In other words, the enemy sought to boil the water so that the fish cannot live there. Finally, something must be said about the disappearance of Antonio de Oliveira Salazar, former president of the Council of Ministers of Portuguese fascist government, which has been for 3 months sick and near death. As a result of this situation, the Portuguese government has decided to hand over the reins of power to Professor Marcelo Caetano, former Minister of Colonies, President of the Corporate Chamber and Rector of the University Lisbon site. We consider the departure of Dr. Oliveira 225. Salazar from the leadership of the Portuguese government and his replacement cement by Professor Marcelo Caetano as having very little significance in the political life of the peoples of Mozambique, from Angola and Guinea. Salazar's impending death is a fact biological, its political significance is minimal. Professor Caetano, who replaced him, is one of the greatest architects of the colonial fascist system that has controlled the Portuguese people since almost 40 years. As Minister of the Colonies, the Professor Caetano is at the origin of many laws which today still characterize Portuguese colonialism. Since his investiture, in September 1968, as Prime Minister of Portugal, Professor Caetano hasn't said anything new that can make us reconsider the conception we have of him, as of the authors of Portuguese fascism, ready to continue the policy Salazarist of oppression, exploitation, and massacre of peoples from Africa. Comrades, in this new year 1969, we must, 1. Consolidate our absolute clarity on the main objective of our revolutionary armed struggle, the conquest of independence national, as soon as possible. 2. To tighten the links between the population masses more and more. Employees and leaders at all levels of action. 3. Put into practice all the programs traced by the Frelimo Central Committee, based on the political line established by the Second Congress. 4. Maintain constant vigilance against the infiltration of agents of the enemy within our organization. 5. Retain and develop the action initiative on all fronts, and always prevent the enemy from going from defensive to initiative. To all of you, revolutionary militant comrades, in the name of the Central Committee of Frelimo, I wish, during the new year 1969, a lot of courage and great successes in the tasks of our revolutionary armed struggle for national liberation from Mozambique. The struggle continues, and will always continue until victory is achieved. Independence or death. We will vanquish. Eduardo Mondale, President of Frelimo. 226. 2. Declaration of the Central Committee of Frelimo about the assassination of Eduardo Mondale, the voice of the revolution, June 1969. The President of Frelimo, Dr. Eduardo Shivambo Mondale, died assassinated on February 3, 1969. This brutal death puts a physical end to the life of a brother, a fighter, an exceptional man in the history of the Mozambican people. This criminal act, perpetrated by treacherous means, deprives the people Mozambican and Frelimo of their leader and enlightened guide, of the devoted and courageous militant who assumed during his existence exemplary dignity and fighting spirit of the Mozambican people. It is still difficult for us to take stock of this absence sudden, it is difficult for us to embrace the totality of its action in the creation, structuring, fermentation and elaboration Mozambican nationalism. But the obvious traces of its brilliant trajectory among we are in each militant, in each structure, in every political principle, in every part of the whole that constitutes today Frelimo and the people's liberation struggle Mozambican. In every part of a whole he taught us to forge, by overcoming our ethnic and regional differences, our different religious and cultural backgrounds, to make Mozambique a nation and Frelimo its vanguard. Because Eduardo Mondale knew how to fully assume his destiny of liberator, as a man, craftsman of a community nighty, as heir to traditional African culture and as a champion of cultural disalienation, and fundamentally as a man of our time, able to launch our country in the paths of social progress and to situate it correctly in our world, because his destiny was aided by his gifts exceptional honesty, courage and frankness, by his enormous capacity for work and organization, by his clear understanding of the nature of our country and of our struggle. Today the liberation struggle extends to a third of our country, regions tracts have been liberated from colonial rule, there, the people Mozambican builds a new life. The overall situation of our country is characterized by the continuous extension of the armed struggle to ever larger regions, an armed struggle that assumes the 227 protracted people's war character, irresistible torrent able to sweep from our country all vestiges of colonial domination and imperialist. President Eduardo Mondale was the man of this fight. Deeply assimilating the political demands and ideologies of people's war, he asserted himself as the ardent defender of the interests of the broad working masses of the Mozambican people. And in this fight, he knew how to teach us to define with clarity of the essential and profound objectives of our struggle and to situate consequently the real enemies to be fought, colonial domination and the exploitation of man by man, such as tribalism, regionalism, racism. He thus knew how to teach us to situate the main contradiction of our fight in the fight against all exploiters, regardless of color, to distinguish the fundamental of the secondary and to direct the fire of our weapons. Can be the real targets. President Mondale has been, on the level of our continent, an active fighter for African solidarity, making Mozambique an active part of militant Africa and in particular of armed struggle of the peoples of the Portuguese colonies and of the whole of southern Africa. That's why his death was felt in our continent as a loss not only for the Frelimo and the Mozambican people, but for all of Africa. The racist regimes of white domination established in the south of our continent in order to exploit our peoples and our natural resources. Real, with the active complicity of world imperialism, have found in him a resolute and effective adversary who threatened the denials of their domination. Kahora bassa delenda est, Kahora bassa must be destroyed, was the watchword by which he galvanized Frelimo fighters to destroy the great economic project imperialist Mike aimed at perpetuating the domination of our people PL. By this very fact, the forces of capitalist oppression took on a clear awareness of the failure to which their attempts are condemned. Neocolonialists. President Mondale was thus the builder of Mozambique that already lives in large areas of our country and asserts itself fully in the militant consciousness of our people. He thus deeply embodied the revolutionary nationalism of the Mozambican people. This is the significance of his assassination, which was also the meaning of his life. This is the heavy legacy of courage, honesty, struggle that is ours. This is the immortal image of the chief and the comrade who will remain with us long after the disappearance of physical things that were part of him and that we have learned to love. 228. The Central Committee of Frelimo, expressing its profound commitment to continue the armed struggle for national liberation between colonialism and imperialism within clear lines meant drawn up by the Second Congress of Frelimo, is certain to interfully lend the exemplary meaning of the life and death of the President Eduardo Mondale. The Central Committee of Frelimo, like all militants and all the fighting Mozambican people, will know how to dry their tears mess and turn hatred against assassins into devastating fire which will destroy oppression and will ardently illuminate the Khan's destruction of free Mozambique. Thus will we know how to live up to the legitimate pride that made our comrade President Eduardo Mondale affirm, after the Second Congress, "Now I could die satisfied, because I know the revolution will continue." Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. 229. 3. Editorial of the Voice of the Revolution at the eve of the first anniversary of the assassination by Eduardo Mondale, Vr. January 1970. On February 3, it will be a year since the death of the President of Frelimo, Comrade Eduardo Mondale. Penuring this year, Frelimo has continued its work, intensifying the liberation struggle at all levels, more impetuously, in a growing offensive. Contrary to the expectation of the enemy, Frelimo was able to recover from the blow represented by the death of its president and strengthened Solidi's lying. It is important at this time to do an analysis, to analyze the meaning and implications of the death of Comrade President Mondale, why he was murdered, what was the purpose of the enemy, if the enemy has achieved this objective by this crime, in how far our revolution has advanced since February 3, 1969. If we go back a bit in the history of our people, our struggle, and our organization, we will easily understand why the enemy had so much interest in assassinating the comrade President Mondale. We all know that until the creation of Frelimo the Mozambican people were disunited, by divisions tribal, religious, by the lack of understanding and tradition policies. This lack of unity was the main factor in enemy success, skillfully wielding one tribe against one another, the people of one region against the people of another region, using the religions in the aspects where they favored the oppression and exploitation. The Portuguese colonialists were able to dominate our people for centuries. The creation of Frelimo in 1962 represented the end of this situation and the achievement of the unit. Around the president of Frelimo, Comrade Eduardo Mondale, Mozambicans of all tribes, all religions, and all social, cultural, economic sectors decided to unite and fight together against the enemy common. The Portuguese colonialists knew that this unity meant ended their rule over Mozambique. So they have decided to assassinate President Mondale, convinced that with his death, the unity would be broken. Other reasons led the enemy to assassinate the comrade. 230. Mondale, closer reasons, related to the development of the fight. It was under the direction of Comrade Mondale that the Frelimo launched the armed struggle for national liberation, the September 25, 1964. Comrade Mondale thus represented the understanding that only armed struggle can lead the Mozambican people to freedom and independence. It was all the more reason for the enemy to choose him as their main target. Pale. On the other hand, President Mondale has imprinted on our struggle a popular character. He always fought for the victory of the truly revolutionary line, whose sole objective was to serve the interests of the Mozambican people, against any form operating. This too, obviously, was of great concern the colonialists, and some of those who had hopes of being able to continue operating in an African government, but Fontoke. More, Comrade Mondale taught us to define with clarity who our enemy is, that the enemy should not be defined by the color of the skin, but by its activity against one's interests of our people. And it is this orientation that allows us to put today, even after his death, to define with clarity the enemy at every phase of our struggle. Comrade Mondale considered the instruction of our little people as having to be one of our fundamental concerns. Because the independence of Mozambique and its survival as truly independent countries depend on the existence of frameworks aware, capable of taking on the various revolutionary tasks. Comrade Mondale taught us again about the necessity to be completely independent in our dealings with other countries, to reject the paternalism of certain powers, to only accept the help that is given to us without imposing conditions based on the absolute respect of other peoples for our struggle and for our people. Comrade President Montaigne took care to structure Frelimo on solid foundations, so solid that they survive even if he or other leaders at some point cannot continue to participate in the fight. He took care to create a structure that ensures the continuity of the revolution, beyond the physical presence of individuals. All this Comrade Mondale has achieved. We understand why the enemy took him as a target, how much he was important for the enemy to assassinate our president. In assassinating him, Portuguese colonialism hoped to destroy all the victories already won: unity, understanding of the necessity of the armed struggle, the popular and revolutionary character of 231. The struggle, the definition of the enemy in terms of exploitation, the priority to the education of the people, the solidity of our structures, our international independence. A year has passed since the death of our president. A question appears. Naturally, did the enemy achieve their objectives with this crime? Has he succeeded in destroying our unity, in stopping the struggle army, to change the course of our political orientation? The answer is given by the very development of the struggle: political, military, economic, educational development, etc. Never has our struggle been so successful as during the past year. We mobilized and organized new populations for the fight, we killed hundreds of colonialist soldiers, we shot dead planes, we destroyed dozens of positions, we have sabotaged bridges and roads, we opened more schools for our children, more medical centers for our wounded and our patients, we have increased production to such an extent that most areas are self-sufficient in food. It's clear that these victories would not have been possible if our people had ceased to be united, if our political and military force had been weakened if our revolutionary and popular line had deviated. The explanation for this situation has already been given. It is that the President Mondale has succeeded in creating a structure that can survive to his death and, interpreting the will of the people, he formulated a revolutionary political line which, to be truly popular, is sure to be always defended. The death of the President of Frelimo provoked, as a immediate reaction, a certain demoralization among our combatants. So many. But very quickly we were able to overcome the pain and transform in new strength and in hatred against the enemy. Because, as Comrade Mondale has very often pointed out, the problem facing our people is not to live or die, but to live as free men or as slaves. And from then, the death of him who had given his life as a sacrifice for the liberation of his people could in no way mean the end of the fight. Our fighters have understood that stopping the fight would be to betray the ideals of freedom, independence, and revolution for which Comrade Mondale died. Stop the fight would have made the sacrifice of our president useless and we sentenced to perpetual slavery. This is why the struggle continues. 232. For Voice of the Revolution editorial taking over the third session of the Committee Frelimo headquarters, April 11 to 21, 1969. The Central Committee of Frelimo met in ordinary session ARI, from April 11 to 21, 1969. The agenda included the discussion of the main problems of our LHE. The works of the different departments have been exhaustively analyzed, and orientation lines have been drawn for each of them. Just as their program of action has been approved TIF. In this meeting of the Central Committee did not distinguish itself from previous meetings. But something new happened during this meeting that makes us consider it a date history in the life of Frelimo. It was a fresh wind of kitty thought and self-criticism that allowed the elimination of conceptions erroneous in our bosom, which made it possible to put back in the path of the revolutionary line certain comrades who had left hijacked, which made it possible to re-establish a climate of reciprocal fiancé. This confidence had been shaken by differences in management level. We didn't have clear ideas about the origin of these differences, but when it came to taking important decisions, there was a clash of positions, existence of two currents manifested, each represented by a certain number of comrades, who defended different solutions. We were all aware of this division. But because we felt that we would aggravate the situation if we brought the question to the surface and because we were convinced that it was necessary and proper, For our combatants and for the outside world, to present at least an appearance of unity to the level of the Frelimo leadership, we did not discuss the issue. These differences were manifested on the occasion of numerous important points. For example, in the definition of our enemies, in the matter of deciding on the strategic line to take, protracted and popular war, on the priority of the armed struggle on other forms of struggle, etc. This situation manifested itself mainly from 1966 when we started to have liberated areas. 233. In our country, serious events took place from March 1968, which seriously affected our organization. We all felt that at their base was the division existing within Laughing at Frelimo, but we weren't able to find the roots of contradictions and therefore all the less capable of solve them. On February 3, 1969, the comrade president of Frelimo was assassinated. The means used by the assassins was a bomb, hidden in a book and mailed to him. So you don't have was not possible to discover the immediate money of the crime, but the same concern seized us. Was this assassination not unrelated to the differences that existed among us? The Central Committee has analyzed this problem. During several days, the agenda item devoted to the subject was discussed. Q. The historical evolution of Frelimo, since its birth, has been traced. The divergent ideological lines, at the origin of the behavior of counter-revolutionary groups, were discovered green and characterized. For example, one of the most active representatives of one of the currents was Lázaro Cavandam, provincial secretary of Cabo Delgado, member of the Central Committee and in charge of the section of the trade in this province. His attitudes and mentality are typical of the group to which he belonged. Lázaro opposed the protracted war strategy. According to him, we had to bring all our forces to Cabo Delgado, eliminate the Portuguese presence in this province and proclaim the independence of Cabo Delgado. We thought at first that this position derived from ignorance, or a distorted view of our real situation, confronted as we were with the enormous war potential of colonialists. But at some point we started to receive complaints from the people of Cabo Delgado. They complained about being exploited. The value of products they received from Frelimo in exchange for their debts was grossly disproportionate. The complaints were directed directly at Lázaro, who was the one controlling the trade. Things then became clear. It was not about of ignorance. Lázaro and his group had a definite goal when they defended this position. They wanted to replace the colonialists or Portuguese in the exploitation of our people. Hence also their concern for a quick victory, before populations are politically mature, because that then they would resolutely oppose any form of exploitation. So the development of the struggle, the existence of liberated zones had made appear and reveal themselves a category of peopleness, the exploiters of the people. Some other comrades were opposed to correct solutions. 234. Ts. Because of their empirical conception of nationalism. That they were not able to distinguish our friends from enemies. For them, all Mozambicans of African descent were nationalists and, as such, they had to be accepted in our movement without any investigation being necessary on their political orientation, or on their possible connection with the enemy. So when in our bosom appeared agents declared enemy, like Matthias Gwengier, who undertook a series of actions aimed at destroying Frelimo, these comrades objected to Frelimo launching an action against them, or at least they abstained, alleging that he was also a nationalist. Thus the enemy, taking advantage of our contradictions and misconceptions, was able to strengthen its action against us through its agents. Still other comrades, given the bureaucratic nature their functions and, moreover, their lack of political training solid tick, have been overtaken by the revolution. Starting from moment, living outside, locked in their little world of easy life and paperwork, they have lost touch with the reality of the war and have become unable to distinguish principal from secondary, immediate tasks medium-term tasks. And thus, they opposed the measures tending to the intensification of war, to the subordination of all activities to the struggle army. Almost since the beginning of Frelimo there have been comrades having these misconceptions. Some have given up during the revolution. They formed a new party, through which they hoped to be able to satisfy their personal interests, or, because their courage was not great, they surrendered to the Portuguese, or again, because they were convinced that their ambition or purpose to get rich could not be satisfied in the revolution, they chose an easier life and sought jobs in independent neighboring countries, or else they are handed over to the people of Poland, hoping to obtain there what they had not obtained in Frelimo, as was the case of Lazaro. Thus gradually the principle was realized that the revolution itself responsible for eliminating the impure charge that it transdore. But others remained within us, carrying their wrong ideas. And it was in relation to these that the last Central Committee took decisive action, handing them over again in the path of revolution. This action was prompted by a group of comrades who have always remained faithful to the interests of the popular masses, respecting the collective values and fighting against the individualism and personal ambition that fosters tempt oppositionism, comrades linked to concrete reality and immersed in the reality of the main tasks of the struggle, through 235. Criticism and self-criticism. Each of us has promised to correct ourselves on the points where his conceptions and his behavior do not meet the demands of the revolution. That is why we say that the Central Committee has had extremely important and opened a new page in the history of our national liberation struggle. It is clear that we are aware of the difficulties which are in front of us. This unity that we have now achieved must be carried out every day, in all its difficult implications. We will need our full attention and all our forces. We will have failures, but we will know how to learn from them lessons that will improve us and improve our work. We don't fool ourselves with false hopes of an easy way, because it is not a mechanical process. Our active commitment, our constant efforts will be necessary. Our experience shows us that it takes a process almost indefinite criticism and self-criticism to achieve the elimination of residues of the colonial system that persist in us, to place her on the safe side of history, to discover and put into practice the necessity of the revolution. By evoking our decision to fight with a determination greater, based on a new understanding of the situation and on the certainty that we are in the process of expressing more completely the will of the people, we want to stress that all these innovations are in fact a continuation and that all of them are linked to the teachings of Comrade Mondale, whose work not only must be continued, but still carried to a higher degree by the movement that he structured, toured. A luta continue. Independencia or dead. Vence Ramos. Voice of the Revolution, June 1969. 236. S. Contradictions within U.S., The Voice of the Revolution, and Degree 7, January 1970. Contradictions are inevitable in a movement of release. They are even more inevitable when this movement has already clearly defined its ideology, and even more so when this ideology is revolutionary. Without such a definition, it is always possible to hide the contradictions under the cloak of differences of opinion. But when an ideological line revokes clear and inflexible lucidity was traced and when militants courageous, aware, are there to ensure that it is followed, the contradictions are inevitable. This is the lesson that over 7 years we have learned in the Alive. We started as a heterogeneous complex of people, confusedly linked by the ideal of independence and by the philosophy of nationalism. But this ideal was not affirmed with the same intensity in all of us, and took on contents different. As our comrade Samora Machel pointed out, commander of the People's Armed Liberation Forces of the Frelimo and member of the Presidency Council, in his message of September 25 addressed to our fighters. We come from a society dominated by the mentality of colonialists, we come to the revolution laden with vices and defaults. Some Mozambicans came to the revolution, driven by ambition, to have high positions in a Mozambique independent goat. Others came because the Portuguese not let them exploit the labor of others at will, the Portuguese wanted to be the only ones to exploit. So these Mozambicans came to the revolution to race the Portuguese and take their place in the exploitation of the people. Others came because they liked the easy life, the woods sounds, women. With the Portuguese, with their oppressive regimes this life was not permitted to them. So they said, we were going to fight the Portuguese to be able to have these things. These Mozambicans came to the revolution with this mind. And when they saw that the revolution did not allow them not the satisfaction of their personal interests, that the posts are given according to the ability of each, that the operation is complete banished, that discipline is strict and rigid, these 237 Mozambicans, when they saw this, began to waver. They formed groups of disgruntled people, ready to act against the forces truly revolutionary, as soon as the first occasion. And when the enemy agents arrived and understood started looking for elements to organize against the management revolutionary Frelimo, they found fertile ground among these malcontents. This is the explanation of the difficulties that the Frelimo has had to face these last 2 years, contradictions even at the level of the top management of the Frelimo. At the beginning, we did not have a clear ideological line defined. It was impossible to formulate an ideology with a can held so broad that it encompasses all the different tendencies felt by the various social, political, economic, religious, cultural. The idea of independence was the only force agglutinative, and appeared to be sufficient to ensure walking of the struggle. But the fight has evolved and new situations have appeared. Streets. At a certain stage, we began to have liberated regions. We had to plan the reconstruction work national, production, schools, hospitals. Problems concrete and immediate issues arose, how to structure our economy in these liberated regions. How to organize services these schools, hospitals. Should we copy the model colonial capitalist that had just been destroyed? Or adopt a system based on the will, needs and interests of the people? Contradictions came to the surface, sharp, s. Those who had come to the revolution to enrich themselves, moved by the interest staff, wanted the system to stay the same. We had to only to expel the colonialists, and, by retaining or recreating the structures they had established, replacing them in control positions. The revolutionary comrades took a diametrically opposite position. They found that, if any was like this, there was no point in the struggle. Why fight if everything had to continue as before? They wanted a completely different system, in which all the remains and all colonialist and capitalist influences are eliminated. They wanted a system that actually serves the interests of the people, and which could never be, even vaguely, similar to the system of exploiters and oppressors. The division then increased. A struggle began between the two groups representing two rows. And all the problems, all the difficulties we have had since then are manifestations of this struggle, of this division. 238. But it was only in the last meeting of the Central Committee trial that we have been able to admit these differences. From this meeting, we identified the existence of two lines: ideological elements opposed to the interests of the people, corrupting pus, opportunists, have been unmasked and criticized. Some, the more active in putting anti-popular ideology into practice, were declared unacceptable and were expelled. Others who have expressed repentance for their activities and for which it appeared that there was a possibility, albeit vague, of reinstatement, were not expelled, taking into account the principles that guide us and according to which we must constantly feed into our movement a unifying spirit strong enough to lead back on the path of revolution, through education and discussion, comrades who made mistakes. Some who were known to have participated in activities against Frelimo been punished by disciplinary measures, they were stripped of all their responsibilities. Still others were harshly criticized and promised, after this criticism, to follow, in the future, the line revolutionary policy of Frelimo, redefined by the Second Consanstone. At the end of the session of the Central Committee, we have declared that a certain unity had been reached. But we have points out that, we are not mistaken with hopes these fakes of an easy way. We knew that he who is fundamentally ambitious, exploitative, opportunistic, unconventional does not automatically correct simply by saying that it recognizes his mistakes. This same idea was emphasized in the message. This does not mean that all elements counter-revolutionaries that we have already characterized were neutralized. No, the struggle within us continues. It's a long struggle and difficult, almost endless, which must begin with us themselves, for the vices we brought from colonial society will not go away if we don't fight hard be ourselves, if we do not seek at each step our own to correct, within a revolutionary perspective. But we can say that the revolution is consolidated because we were able to openly admit our mistakes, to denounce opportunism, corruption, and all that gave force to the agents who wanted to disintegrate us. We knew affirm what is the correct direction for our revolution. I identify with the orientation formulated by our dear President Mondlane. The contradictions therefore have not ceased. Elements of Frelimo, even having positions of responsibility, continue. 239. To desert the struggle, inventing the most various. They surrender to the enemy, choose to live as simple refugees, try to form parties that toe the line that they preach. Still others will continue to flee, as long as the struggle will exist, desertions will not cease. And even after independence, the examples of independent African countries show that when a genuinely popular ideology is adopted and put into practice in a country, the reactionaries cannot comply and flee, asking for protection to the capitalists, their spiritual mentors. So to those who say that the desertions in Frelimo mean that there is a crisis, we answer, no, there is not a crisis. There are contradictions that are resolved by the struggle itself. The revolution itself is responsible for eliminating the impure charge that she carries. 240. 6 Press release from the Central Committee after the 4th session, 9–14 May 1970, The Frelimo Central Committee met from May 9 to 14, 1970 to analyze the situation and study the problems arising of our national liberation struggle. The Executive Committee presented its report to the Central Committee, covering all sectors of activity of Frelimo, in the politico-military fields and national reconstruction. Our situation is characterized by the strengthening of the conscience of the popular masses and by consolidating our structures. Tours, by extending our military actions to areas still not covered by the armed struggle, the consolidation of areas under the control of Frelimo and with great impetus from our programs of national reconstruction, with a view to solve the social and economic problems that arise today in our country. On the political level, the most remarkable aspect is the increased level of consciousness of the people. Today there is a deeper understanding of the nature of our struggle and our goals. It is the populations who, ever more actively, realize the transport of war material, medicines, and equipment real, which feed our bases, our hospitals, our schools, who help our guerrillas in the advance tasks and in the combats in which they are called upon to participate. They are the ones who are actively engaged in production both in agriculture as for fishing, handicrafts, and raising animals. The separatist tendency among the populations, which had been fomented by the enemy, gradually disappears, mainly tribal and religious divisions. Mozambicans of all tribes, from all regions and all religions struggle today side by side, united in the common goal which is understood today not only as the simple conquest for national independence, but also as the state failure of a system which makes it impossible to exploit man by man in our country. Frelimo has become the undisputed spokesman of the popular masses, any intermediary. 241. Having ceased to exist in the areas where our people depended still under the feudal authority of the regulos. The regulos are integrated, respect the structures of Frelimo and respect them. The populations also express themselves. The most striking aspect development is that even women traditional, limited to domestic work and the production of children, speak and express themselves freely and with authority. A new structure has been established through which the voice of the people. Its basis are the committees. In the military field, the situation is characterized by an intensification of our actions, with a view to extending the armed struggle to new regions and at the same time consolidate the rear areas freed areas. And so, in war zones, the enemy is increasingly isolated in his positions, as a result of the sabotage actions by the guerrillas who cut off the lines of enemy ground communications. Even very close positions each other can no longer establish contact with each other, if not by radio or by plane. These positions are constantly attacked, many of them were abandoned by the enemy. Our large-scale attacks against certain posts enabled us to storm them and capture a large amount of war material. Hundreds of military vehicles residential were destroyed and thousands of enemy soldiers liquidated in ambushes or on mines. Our guerrillas advanced to new areas. An extremely important aspect to underline is that the victims' military victories that we win are due to the successes of our political work and strengthen the harmonious ties between the people and the guerrillas, and, in the military structure, between commanders and units. We fight with various problems, with the small number of political commissars, but this shortcoming is overcome by the commanders of the detachments themselves who act as political workers in their areas. The offenses of our soldiers in relation to the populations are severely punished. But the important thing is that people distinguish the errors of individuals from the principles of the organization. But the most important victory we have won cannot be measured in numbers, how many soldiers we have killed, how many square kilometers we control - it evacuates read by the new system of life under which the populations live. Exploitation does not exist in the liberated regions, the coercive vices which characterize colonial society, theft, drunkenness, prostitution, in short, corruption, crimes, gradually disappear. A new society, pure and healthy. 242. Was born in Mozambique. The people want and are building this society. The Central Committee analyzed the different activities that make up part of this national, material, and ideological reconstruction, and formulated guidelines. The Central Committee has noted great progress in the pro-production, especially in agricultural production. Our people are fully implementing the recommendations of the Second Frelimo Congress, which declared, it is necessary to gradually reduce the material goods we need for the development of our armed struggle. We have to drive the development of agriculture, crafts, industry, always directing our activities in the direction of satisfy the interests of our people's revolution. The extension cultivated fields grew and even reached areas of advance, where military actions, and particularly bombardments, are more frequent. Our people produce what they need, to help feed the guerrillas and to create a surplus which will be exchanged, in the Frelimo exchange centers, for basic necessities that cannot yet be produced in Mozambique, especially clothes. This activity of production is carried out jointly by the populations and by the guerrillas, in a spirit of perfect collaboration. On the other hand, production has become more scientific and more diversified. Already we no longer only practice traditional cultures, but we introduces new products and new cultivation methods too. Handicrafts are also developing. It is here that the ability creative and inventive of our people manifests itself in the way the clearest, for example, with the metal of destroyed vehicles and unexploded bombs, the people make instruments, agriculture, household utensils, weapons, etc. The artistic sense culture of our people is encouraged. Carving cooperative stores are organized to produce the Macan sculptures, dially known. Education is gaining momentum. In the province of Tet already operate 6 schools and others are about to be opened. The main problem for the opening of new schools is that of the lack of but this problem is in the process of being solved, by the affectation to the education program of our comrades with the minimum of qualifications required to teach. In the province of Nisa, we must highlight mainly the opening of a school, boarding school with about 100 students vs of the first 2 classes and where they continue in parallel. 243. Programs to raise the cultural and political level of teachers. In the province of Cabo Delgado, 4 new boarding schools were created. Special adult education courses for activists of Frelimo have been set up. Educational seminars were organized for teachers where they learn the subjects they must teach, teaching methods, the organization of education, etc. Our secondary school is in the process of being reopened, in Tanzania, in Bagamoyo. In Tunduru, in the south of Tanzania, operates a Frelimo pilot primary school, with several 10 students. The intensification of education programs corresponds to the need to train executives capable of carrying out the various tasks which are constantly growing with the development of the fight. This is how special attention is being given to the teaching of special technical courses, in our secondary school, and the adaptation of teaching programs to the concrete realities of the struggle. Women are encouraged to participate in programs educational. In all wrestling provinces there are courses of adult education. We are also studying the means of keep Frelimo students abroad constantly informed about the evolution of the fight and integrated into the orientation of the revolution. Medical assistance activities for populations and Ford's real arrows follow the development of the fight. New centers clinics have been established in the new areas covered by the war. However, immense difficulties are encountered in this field, due to the shortage of medicines and personnel qualified technician. Looking at the situation of Frelimo abroad, the Central Committee noted that international solidarity with our struggle is developing on a large scale. This solidarity was affected at some point because of the confusion caused by the desertion of some reactionary elements from the leadership of the Frelimo, like Lazaro Nkavondam and Uria Simango. However, the continuation of our work and the development of struggle, more than any other propaganda action on the part of the Frelimo, took charge of clarifying the situation and restoring the external trust and support. The Central Committee noted with satisfaction that the aid contributed to Frelimo by African countries, individually or through 244 towards the OUA, and by the socialist countries, rests today on firm foundations. The Central Committee also particularly appreciated the action of the progressive forces developed in certain Western countries particularly in Sweden, England, and Italy, against the participation of their governments in the construction of the barrage of Cahora Bassa, in the province of Tete, which, by its political, economic, and military importance, constitutes today a symbol of the internationalization of aggression imperialist against the peoples of southern Africa. The meaning and importance of the International Conference of Solidarity with the Peoples of the Portuguese Colonies, which must to be held in Rome next June, has been analyzed by the Central Committee Trial, who expressed the hope that this conference would result in greater material and moral support for our struggle. The activities of the Mozambican Institute have been an object of particular attention from the Central Committee. The Committee Central praised the management of the Mozambican Institute for the important action carried out in raising funds and technical assistance to our work in health, education, social affairs, information, and development assistance. The Central Committee noted that the results of this work have gone on a large scale to improve the living conditions of our people, and encouraged the Mozambican Institute to pursue his action. 2. The Central Committee noted that, parallel to this development of our liberation struggle, the struggle between two lines in our bosom, as old as Frelimo itself, continued. The Central Committee has studied this problem of contraventions in depth. Internal dictions, which is intimately linked to the evolution of the struggle of national liberation. The Central Committee, resuming the orientation of its prelator, of April 1969, analyzed the origin of the contradictions in the Frelimo, which date back to the time of its creation. At this time the contradiction rested fundamentally on the different ideas for achieving independence. Some Mozambicans, basing himself on the example of several African countries, ideally know about the possibility of obtaining independence on the banks of the UN, in conversations, negotiations, which would have as an ultimate result the handing over of independence to Frelimo from the Portuguese government during a ceremony solemn, in the capital of Mozambique, with parties and celebrations. 245 When it became clear that this method would fail, and that the tendency which advocated armed struggle began to take shape. Those Mozambicans, who were not psychologically prepared for an armed struggle, and who made up most of the members of Frelimo, deserted the organization. Preparations for the armed struggle were made and, In September 1964, the armed liberation struggle began. No contradictions have appeared. Based on different concepts' strategic considerations, a group inside Frelimo defended the position that we had to organize ourselves for a war of conquest, join all our forces in one place, expel the Portuguese gaze of this place and keep moving forward, expanding the ranks of this army of new populations hooked up during this advance, as far as southern Mozambique. The colonial army would be defeated this way. This design relates to the idea of a quick war. And it was in this sense that these elements have mobilized the populations. As soon as they heard the first shots, many people went to the stores to buy pieces of fabric to make new clothes to celebrate independence. Conscious comrades fought against this design and defended the need to organize for a guerrilla warfare which would necessarily be long and difficult, but which was anyway the only way to lead us to victory. Mozambicans who did not understand or did not consistent with this strategy, with the prospect of the inherent difficulties rents to guerrilla warfare have been systematically rejected by the fight. At one time, late 1965, we started to organize the life of the populations in the liberated zones. Of the contradictions of another type then appeared, based on different conceptions concerning the objectives of our struggle, and the economic, political, and social systems to be established in our country. Some Mozambicans saw independence as a simply change of personnel in the colonial structure. Once the Portuguese were expelled, Mozambicans would take their place. The colonial politico-administrative machine is now intact. Exploitation, oppression, and all the negative aspects of colonial system would therefore be maintained. They would simply be implemented by Mozambicans. This tendency was to this era customized by Lazaro Cavandam, allied with other elements inside the organization who, however, did not dare reveal oneself openly. Various designs, like to that one, well of a lateral or subsidiary character, have manifested themselves with the course of time. For example, elitism, represented by Mateus Guenjer, who defended the creation of a group of intellectuals who 246 should be preserved from participating in the struggle and surrounded by special towns and which, once independence was obtained, would be placed as rulers of Mozambique. This reactionary tendency also had its conception on the strategy to follow in our fight. According to them, we had to muster all our forces fighting in the various provinces, concentrate them in one of the provinces. They proposed Cabo Delgado, alleging that it was the province where the wrestling was the most developed, but the real reason was that this province was the one whose economic activities Lazaro administered case, and to expel from this province all the Portuguese. Our forces would then advance to another province, and so on. In analyzing the real intentions of this group when it defended this strategy, absolutely wrong, given the conditions of our struggle, we see that they were not conforming to the prospect of a long war, but they wanted to collect immediately the fruits of the revolution, through an exploitation which is not hampered by the difficulties or disturbances deriving from the war. The revolutionary line fought strongly against this orientation. Clearly defining the objectives of our revolution, the conquest of national independence, the destruction of the system colonial and the establishment of a regime based on the interests of the people, built by the people and for the people. The method principle of combat used by the revolutionary comrades was the action of mobilization and explanation to the people. The popular masses learned to know with clarity what was their enemy, defined as the exploitation of man by man, whatever form he assumes at a given moment. This exploitation, whatever be the forms and methods of this operation. The reactionary forces have organized a campaign abroad. Laughter tending to discredit Frelimo. Their objective was to provoke the fall of the revolutionary leadership, represented by the president, Comrade Eduardo Mondale, and to place in power their elements. An example of this was the attack organized by them against the Frelimo office in May 1968, during which a member of the Central Committee, L. Comrade Matias Muzambique, was assassinated. In July 1968, the Second Congress was held. The reactionaries placed great hopes in this Congress and maneuvered for President Mondale to be defeated in the election. But The work of consolidation of the people carried out by our comrades revolutionaries had not been made in vain. The people re-elected unanimously Comrade Eduardo Mondale to the presidency of the Frelimo. Re. 247. Frustrated in its designs, the reactionary group resumed its criminal methods by assassinating, in December 1968, the comrade Paulo Samuel Kankamba, deputy head of the Section for Department of Defense Operations. In February 1969, the president of Frelimo, Comrade Eduardo Mondale, was assassinated. The hopes of the vicious, corrupt and opportunists reacquired. The election, by the Executive Committee as interim president, of Uriah Simango fully satisfied them. This election represented the achievement of their expectations. In April 1969, the Central Committee of Frelimo met. The Central Committee refused to confirm Uriah Simango to the post as chairman and created a collegial body, made up of the Kama-Samora Machel, Marcelino dos Santos and Uriah Simango Harbors, to assume the duties of the presidency. From this historic meeting of the Central Committee, Uriah Simango, who had always been the principal representative and main organizer of the reactionary group, but who had kept camouflaged behind the scenes, begins to show openly its true nature, character, and real intentions. The Central Committee of April 1969 had completely exposed him. Uriah Simango, faced with the abundant evidence produced before him and who put him in touch with Lazaro Gavondam, Matias Guenjer, and all the groups that caused periods of crisis in the life of Frelimo since its foundation, admitted to this time its ideological and material connection with these elements. Their Simango's motivation was political ambition, the seat of power. C. He was a small man, physically, intellectually, and morally, whose dream had always been to ride and to reach the height reached by its president, the Comrade Mondale. Not being able to confront him, he got in touch with all the forces which, for whatever reason, were unrecognized tents of Comrade Eduardo Shivambo Mondale's leadership. Simango's goal, his lifelong dream, has been to be president of Frelimo. And bonded with Lazaro, for example, because he saw in him a force capable of helping him in the realization of his interests. Simango was an ambitious politician, he wanted power to impose its reactionary ideology. Lazaro was an economical, he wanted to be left to exploit as he pleased. So the two plotted, promising each other mutual aid. Having been beaten in the Central Committee with regard to his plans for the presidency, this does not mean that Simango resigned himself. Simply, as he was unmasked, he was more concerned with hiding, he began to act openly. 248. Trying to project his figure as supreme leader of the Frelimo, contrary to the decisions of the Central Committee. Its action was carried out externally, using for this purpose the different missions that the organization had entrusted to him. For which east of the interior, Simango was always unknown to the masses. It's popular. Even abroad, his campaign yielded no result, the real militants of Frelimo have always responsible for neutralizing it, interpreting exactly and correctly the decisions of the Central Committee. Thus, isolated, frustrated in his ambitions, Uriah Simango attempted, in November 1969, a desperate gesture, he published a pamphlet, Outside, in which he demanded the resignation of the other directors giants of Frelimo, as a condition of its maintenance in the organization. He would then remain the sole leader. The Executive Committee Executive of Frelimo meets to consider its request, and decided to suspend Uriah Simango from her position as a member of the Council of the Presidency, until the next meeting of the Committee Central, where his case would receive a definitive solution. The Central Committee, meeting from May 9 to 14, 1970, having analyzed the political and moral behavior of Uriah Simango, characterized by opportunism, corruption, and irresponsibility, concludes that he did not even have the qualities to be a member of Frelimo. And the Central Committee decided to expel him of our organization. The analysis of the contradictions and the way in which they have resolved during the life of Frelimo, with the result state, always, the victory of the popular and revolutionary forces, enabled the Central Committee to conclude that the orientation of the Frelimo was basically correct and had been properly applied. It was this orientation, whose basic principles had been formulated by the First and Second Congresses of Frelimo, and the presence of executives with a high political awareness, who have enabled Frelimo to emerge victorious and each time stronger of the multiple crises that have affected him, crises provoked by the action of the internal and external enemy. And it is this orientation again that guarantees that the revolution will always continue, beyond the people who at one time given the lead, because unity in Frelimo does not reread not around individuals, but around a common goal, national independence and the end of the exploitation of man by the man. 249. He won. The Central Committee has approved several resolutions, providing guidelines for political and military activities, and for the work of national reconstruction. 2. A special sanctions resolution was approved. The Central Committee took disciplinary action against Uria Timotea Simango, Laurenco Mutica, and Judas Hanwana, who was respectively a member of the Council of the Presidency and represented Frelimo members in Sweden and the United Arab Republic. With regard to Uria Simango, the CC found that he had already been suspended from his membership of the Council of the Presidency by the Executive Committee, after having published a pamphlet against Frelimo in November 1969. The Executive Committee based its decision fundamentally on the fact that Simango's attitude, to present its problems through the foreign press instead of to do through the structures of Frelimo, was an act of extreme irresponsibility that violates the principles and rules of Frelimo, an act of gross indiscipline, that the content of the pamphlet constituted a collection of slanderous accusations, insults, and falsehoods which aim to denigrate the leaders of Frelimo who are veritable nationalist, patriotic and revolutionary tables, and again on that the pamphlet constituted an insult to the Mozambican people, to Frelimo and the revolutionary armed struggle for national liberation NAL which was conducted in our country. The Central Committee ratified the decision of the Executive Committee and removed Uria Simango from the board of the presidency. Furthermore, the Central Committee noted that, in this same pamphlet, as well as in others he wrote later, Simango clearly admitted his association with countergroups. Revolutionaries like those of Lazaro Nkavondam and Matthias G.W. Jair, thus confirming what we had already suspected a long time, that he had always been the leader of the groups against revolutionaries who provoked periods of crisis in the life of Frelimo since its formation, its behavior having been motivated by ambition and opportunism. The Central Committee therefore decided to dismiss him from his position as a member of the Central Committee and expel him from Frelimo. The Central Committee decided to further that Simango should be subject to mob justice in the Mozambique. As for Laurenco Mutica and Judas Hanwana, they launched destructive campaigns abroad, with the aim of disintegrating manage our organization and destroy its international prestige. Did thus betrayed the confidence that the Mozambican people had placed in them, naming them his representatives. The Central Committee described their attitude as high treason and expelled them from Frelimo. The Central Committee has decided again that both Laurenco Mutica and Judas 250 Hanwana were to be transferred to Mozambique for trial by the people. 4. The Central Committee approved a special resolution on structures of our organization. In April 1969, the Central Committee attributed the functions of the presidency to a collegiate body, the council seat of the presidency. This decision corresponded to a different period factor in our organization, and even more to the need to ensure the continuity of Frelimo's political line in the period of confusion that followed the death of President Mondale. The Committee Central found that the reasons which had imposed this solution had now ceased to exist, and that it was now possible and useful to centralize management more strongly. Thus the Central Committee elected Comrade Samora Moises Machel as president of Frelimo, and Comrade Marcelino dos Santos to that of vice president. Both exercise would serve ad interim until the next Congress. May 22, 1970.